40 million gamblers flock to the Vegas Strip each year.
You dig that? We're going to Vegas, Mike.
Vegas! 80.
I 12,000, so I look bigger than you.
$12,000?
Yes.
To see it all, you need to be a high roller.
Giving me anything.
I told you to get down.
Oh well, lost again.
Our beloved WWF champion has lost.
My name is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm the WWF champion. I do not deserve this.
The look in the eyes, the look on the face.
It's a conspiracy.
He's cracking.
I'm going to give you an ultimatum, Vince. You can pick Stone Cold Steve Austin, or you can pick Linda McMahon. You can't have us both.
The black cap lightning struck the ring.
If you smell.
Yes!
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. And then fully loaded, the countdown, and your reign as WWF champion is over. See you in Vegas, Austin.
You think we get there by midnight? Honey, we're gonna be up 500 by midnight.
Vegas!
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
We're very discreet. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
And now, WWF Fully Loaded.
Are you breathing? Are you breathing? Now. Are you breathing? Are you breathing? Now. Wake up.
It's all about to happen in Las Vegas as the hype package for the pay-per-view is shown. The video showing footage of actors from films and television enjoying themselves in the casino. The chance of a lifetime versus the risk of losing it all are interspersed with clips of the return of the incomparable People's Champion, The Rock, and the paranoia of the WWF Champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin. These two legends will finally meet for the World Wrestling Federation title tonight, in what could be The Rock's last WWF title shot should he lose. Pyro hits the stage as we're welcomed to Fully Loaded. Jim Ross and Paul Heyman are the announcing team for tonight, and they briefly touch on the Austin Rock WWF title match, although it won't be a case of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But JR's attention is still focused on what happened barely moments ago on Sunday Night Heat, before the show went off the air, and it was revealed that Christian, the only member of Team Rec not to be involved in tonight's pay-per-view, will now be featured on tonight's card, making Fully Loaded a 9-match show. But the young Canadian's past is about to catch up with him, as the match graphic makes it official. Christian will go one-on-one with the Big Red Machine Kane, and it will be no holds barred. Ramifications galore for tonight's show. Titles, careers, a possible retirement, and even a forced defection. And as luck would have it, we're going to get things underway with the impromptu match made minutes ago. As Hellfire and Brimstone engulfs the arena, Paul Heyman isn't looking forward to the punishment and retribution that Christian is about to endure in a few moments. But he's cut off by Jim Ross. Where is Kane? Heyman then joking that perhaps the Big Red Machine is scared of the young Canadian. But JR scoffs with a response from the former ECW owner. But he's then informed to go to the back. The camera's backstage and he's showing a barely responsive Kane lying on the ground. What's going on here? Thinks Jim Ross. Enter The Undertaker, who comes to see what's happening. He's trying to get through to Kane, but there's barely a response. The American Badass surveys the backstage area, spotting William Regal, Stephen Richards, Big Bossman is with Chris Hero, and from a distance, Christian, with a steel chair in hand. The demo can be heard shouting in the direction of Christian. Get your ass to the ring, boy, because in a few moments, your ass belongs to me! Christian heads towards the ring as Vince McMahon comes in to survey the damage. What the hell happened here?
I tell you what happened, Vince. You make a match between my brother Kane and Christian in a no-holds-barred match, and now I see my brother attacked by that young punk Christian. Now this is what you're gonna do for me. You're gonna stay here with my brother whilst I take his place in the no-holds-barred match right now. And when I get done with Christian, me and you are gonna talk.
Undertaker turns around to the rest of the superstars in the vicinity of the room.
And as for the rest of you, you better have explanations for what just happened. Because if you don't, what happens with Christian in a few moments will be nothing compared to what I do to each and every one of you. Now stay here, Vince. I'm gonna go grab my bike. Deadman Inc. is about to open up for business. Well, this is rather the ominous start, Paul. We only just opened the show with the announcement from Sunday Night Heat that Kane will be taking on Christian in a no-holds-barred match. And now, because of Christian, whoa! Are we really sure it was Christian? But Paul, Christian had a steel chair.
Both Jim Ross and Paul Heyman continue to bicker about Christian's involvement in the attack of Kane, as the young Canadian makes his way down to the ring, steel chair in hand. The former Tag Team Champion's facial expression would suggest a look of apprehension and trepidation, but the question is, would guilt be a relevant adjective too? But whatever the speculation, this impromptu match is going to go ahead, but now it's Christian going one-on-one with The Undertaker in a no-holds-barred match. The Undertaker was initially booked for tonight's Fully Loaded pay-per-view, and as much as he's been having issues with his brother Kane this past month, it seems Christian's offbeat shenanigans have likely incurred the wrath of the dead man. The no-holds-barred stipulation clearly favouring The Undertaker, and seeing as it's happening in Las Vegas, both announcers don't disagree on putting all their chips on victory tonight for the American Badass. The only disagreement that Paul Heyman and Jim Ross have about the following matches: how long does The Undertaker plan to prolong the agony for his opponents? Taker on the outside staring at Christian before he gets in the ring. The dead man slides in and Christian's dropped the chair. Oh, this doesn't look promising at all for the young Canadian now. Surely this is a matter of when, rather than if, The Undertaker gets the victory tonight. The Jim Ross says he'll run down the Fully Loaded card soon, as his focus is on what led to this impromptu match, and if indeed Paul Heyman may have a point that Christian might not be the culprit. The former ECW owner's argument is that Christian had a steel chair in his hand just to protect himself from, rather than attack the Big Red Machine Kane. And with the greatest respect to both Christian and Kane, could the young Canadian really be the cause of such a heinous attack?
Oh my God, shouts Jim Ross. The chair shot right between the eyes, scrambling the brains of Christian.
The American Badass following up by throwing the chair at his opponent and then going for the leg drop. Well, discussions have been made about the possibility of Christian not being the culprit, but it's plain to see that at least, at this moment in time, The Undertaker doesn't care one bit, and even if the Dead Man and the Big Red Monster have had issues with each other as of late, it would seem taking out the Big Red Machine would be asking for a death sentence. The Undertaker clearly serving as judge, jury and executioner right about now. But then that leads to the question of, if Christian did not attack Kane backstage, then who did? Could it be William Regal, the former commissioner? Could it be Stephen Richards, looking to continue his own morality crusade? Wait a minute, The Undertaker is Christian by the neck, and he lifts him up into the air. Chokeslam! That must be all as the dead man goes for the pin. The referee comes down to make the count. No, wait a minute! The Undertaker's let go of the pin! The Undertaker continuing to size up the young Canadian. Now what does the dead man have planned? Christian manages to get up, but still in the daze. A kick to the gut, the American Badass continues to bring the destruction, lifting Christian high in the air and coming down crashing following the last ride. Another pinfall, and surely this must be enough. But no, The Undertaker says we're still not done.
Oh, come on, shouts Paul Heyman. Have some mercy on the...
The dead man just threw the chair right into the face of Christian, says Jim Ross. Undertaker continuing to send a message that anyone dares to try and mess with the American Badass or the Big Red Machine will have a very bad time indeed and will be shown no mercy. The Undertaker dropping Christian face first into the chair lying on the mat. Taker picking up Christian again, and again looking for the last ride. The dead man making it known that this is his yard, and he's the big dog that runs that yard. Thankfully, it is enough, as the referee counts to 3. This match is over in an extremely one-sided affair. We go to the replay, and it clearly shows the domination of The Undertaker in this match. First cracking the skull of Christian with that steel chair, and then soon going for the chokeslam. But the dead man deciding he hasn't finished yet with the young Canadian. The last ride might have been enough, but again Undertaker says no. Another chair shot, this time throwing the steel chair into the face of the young Canadian before one final last ride to the Undertaker's opponent. This was a decimation, and a clear warning to anyone in the back who dares get in the way of the American Badass, or the Big Red Machine for that matter. But now the punishment is done, it's time for the dead man to ask questions of those who may have witnessed the attack backstage. Undertaker can be heard screaming, "Diablos Reddit!" as he rides out of ringside. Jacqueline can be seen heading towards the door when Michael Cole catches up with the challenger for the women's title later tonight. Jacqueline! Jacqueline! How are you feeling going into tonight's women's title match after that ambush by Aja Kong and Bull Nakano earlier? Michael Cole, I ain't got time to answer your questions, but if Aja and Bull think they can intimidate me or get the better of me, just you wait until tonight's match. I could be a bad bitch too. Now if you don't mind. Jacqueline knocks and enters the locker room. Michael Cole stunned with the look of determination on the face of the challenger for the women's championship. Vince watches as the Big Red Machine is helped by medical staff to the ambulance. Undertaker comes running from the back to demand an update on Kane.
Look, Undertaker, Kane's gonna need to go to the hospital. Whatever happened to your brother backstage, this is more than just a chair shot to the head. If Christian was indeed the perpetrator, then he can't have acted alone. The damage done to Kane is a lot more than a couple of chair shots. There's bruising on his body. We can't assess the true extent of the damage done with just one EMT. Well, if it is Christian, Regal, Steven, Bossman or Hero, or even if it's all of them, there's gonna be hell to pay. And you can be damn sure, Vince, that I'm gonna extract a confession out of one of them. But if I don't find the sorry son bitch that did this, then Vince, you'll be the sorry son bitch that's gonna pay. What do you mean I gotta pay? Do I look like the kind I...
The conversation between Undertaker and Vince is cut short as in comes Mick Foley. His eyes widened to see the damage done to the Undertaker's brother. Good lord, people tell me I have a death wish. Foley laughs a little, but it's obvious this is the last place for jokes.
And what the hell do you want?
Taker asks Mick.
Well, Undertaker, it's not what I want, but what I can do. But it seems what I can do all depends on what Vinny can do for me. But I'll tell you what, Taker, if I'm right in believing what may happen when Vince and I meet in the ring for a little conversation, and to be honest, I am feeling rather lucky, I will make sure, Taker, that, just like I did with the Black Mask, that I will find the culprit that caused this heinous attack on your brother. I can give you peace of mind when I reveal the perpetrator to you. Yeah, you go ahead and give me peace of mind, Foley, because if you don't, then I'll be taking a piece of your mind and throwing it off a 15-foot cell, landing through a commentary table again, if you know what I mean. Hey, now let's get one thing right. I haven't even made it official that the next commissioner will be Mick Foley. Now, I know a decision is expected tonight, and I have made a decision. But for now, Undertaker, if you're going to go with Kane to the hospital, I suggest you go now. And as for you, Foley, I'll see you in the ring later tonight.
The three turn to look at the Big Red Machine as he's been helped into the ambulance by the EMT.
I gotta say, Paul, Undertaker's got his measure of revenge on Christian tonight, but this looks like a situation that is far from over. Oh, no doubt, JR, and whoever was this stupid fool to take out Kane in such a heinous attack, let me be the first one to say, it was nice knowing you. Well, with that being said, I guess we can now proceed with the show. So let's get the party started with Championship Gold on the line.
So with 8 matches on the card and 6 titles on the line, we start with the Intercontinental Championship, a triple threat match involving the champion Rikishi and the challengers Test, and the man making his way down to the ring right now in Edge. Hopefully the young Canadian, and one half of Edge and Christian, isn't too worried about the health of his brother following that Undertaker beatdown in a no-holds-barred match moments ago. But Edge won't be in the best of moods coming into this match when, last week on Raw, the former tag team champion had the chance to become the new Intercontinental champion, only for the special referee Test to disqualify Rikishi for kicking Test in the gut. Edge won the match, but as a result of disqualification, Rikishi remained champion. But Edge has also had his issues with Test, and there are no rules in a triple threat match, so Edge has the ultimate opportunity to cause all the offbeat shenanigans he wants if he is to leave Las Vegas as the new Intercontinental champion. From one young long blonde haired Canadian challenger to another long blonde haired Canadian challenger, Test issues with the champion Rikishi started 3 weeks ago on Raw when he ran in on the Intercontinental title rematch between Rikishi and the Game, Triple H. The 6'7" Canadian thought he might have been doing a Samoan a favour, but Rikishi didn't take too kindly to Test interference, nor losing his first Intercontinental title defence, even if it meant Rikishi remained the champion. The Test had a chance to become Intercontinental champion himself 2 weeks ago on Raw, but his quest for the gold was foiled following the interference from Edge and Christian. Test won the match, but because of the interruption, the 6'7" Canadian won by disqualification, meaning Rikishi remained champion again. Like Edge, Test doesn't have to worry about the threat of another DQ, as disqualifications do not apply in a triple threat match. The 6'7" Canadian will be looking to make his mark on both opponents in a few moments and leave with the Intercontinental Championship. It's been rather a polarising relationship involving Rikishi and the Intercontinental Championship since June. But who could have predicted that Rikishi would have put on such an impressive showing against the ex-champion Triple H at King of the Ring, overcoming the cerebral assassin and his game plan, as well as avoiding the attack of Stone Cold Steve Austin to lift the strap in Greensboro, North Carolina. But Rikishi's Intercontinental title reign has been anything but impressive since winning the gold. In fact, Rikishi doesn't hold a victory. He's 0 for 3 in title defences. Paul Heyman tells Jim Ross that there will be no excuses for Rikishi in tonight's triple threat match. The Samoan could lose tonight's title match and not even get pinned or submitted to lose the Intercontinental Championship. But Jim Ross doesn't doubt that the Samoan won't be looking for excuses. Like his opponents Edge and Test, Rikishi would be glad just to get his hands on his opponents and end this three-way feud tonight. So here we go, fully loaded now, truly getting underway with gold on the line, and as Jim Ross emphasises the theme of Las Vegas, big stakes and high rollers, because there's everything to gain and everything to lose when tonight is all said and done. We may see new champions crowned, but we may also see The Rock never be able to challenge for the WWF Championship ever again if he fails to beat Stone Cold Steve Austin tonight for the title. We may never see Kurt Angle representing the World Wrestling Federation again if Shane McMahon is victorious. We might never see Jacqueline compete in a squared circle if she can't dethrone the Japanese monster that is Aja Kong for the Women's Championship. And speaking of never seeing, we definitely will be never seeing half of the competitors in tonight's 10-man Tag Team Elimination match. Yes indeed, big stakes and high rollers, going all in. Whatever one term can think of the casino, it's all applicable as tonight truly is fully loaded. A unique dynamic to this triple threat match, with gold on the line, no disqualifications or countouts, and the fact that the champion Rikishi doesn't have to be pinned nor submitted to lose the Intercontinental title. So this is truly a level playing field, with each competitor having a 1 in 3 chance of leaving Las Vegas as the Intercontinental champion. It's not long for the no disqualification rule to be exploited when, after receiving a chokeslam from Rikishi and falling to the outside, in comes Edge with a hockey stick. The Samoan manages to headbutt the remaining competitor in the ring, Test, and is quick enough to react to Edge's attack by grabbing a hockey stick from the young Canadian. Paul Heyman has come alive with the fact knowing that weapons are going to be involved, and he also feels that adding such a Canadian weapon to a title match really does bring out the name Intercontinental in this Intercontinental Championship match. But Jim Ross is puzzled by Heyman's reply.
You do realise Canada and the US are in the same continent, right, Paul? Oh, come on, JR! Canada Schmanada! It's truly bizarro land up there!
It looks like Rikishi's slightly having a better of Edge and Test in the opening moments, but as it's every man for himself, it's going to be hard to envisage a dominant performance by the champion from Samoa when compared to the manner in which he defeated Triple H for the IC strap at King of the Ring last month. Having said that, a Rikishi belly to belly to Edge on the hockey stick, and the Samoan is doing quite well. A pinfall attempt, just a 2 count. Well, despite the Intercontinental title losses, at least by disqualification, we're seeing the side of Rikishi that won the title in impressive fashion in Greensboro last month. If Edge and Test can put aside their differences and work together to take Rikishi out of the ring, that will leave the two long blonde haired Canadians in the ring to battle it out, and a very likely chance of a title change. But Test and Edge can't seem to work together, and when Test takes out Edge, Rikishi's back up to take out Test. Pinfall attempt by Rikishi and Test as Edge gets back in the ring to break up the pin, but lucky for Edge, Test looks to have kicked out. The two young Canadians really should put aside their differences, thinks Paul Heyman, but he seems in alliance to take out the champion seeming anything but likely.
Hey, wait a minute!
Rikishi's weapon attack is thwarted by Edge, who kicks the champion in the gut and hits the execution, but Test is up and he misses Edge with a big boot. Talk about luck for one half of E&C. Irish whip into the ropes, but Edge misses Test with a spear. Test bounces off the ropes and hits Edge with a neck breaker. All three men are down. This is anyone's match to win. It's Edge with a big boot of his own and Test, taking out the 6'7" Canadian, but Rikishi's back up and grabs a hold of Edge. Shots to the kidney of the former Intercontinental Champion himself as Edge bounces back off the ropes, but Test is back in the ring. Rikishi sees Test, but misses with the clothesline, and Test picks up one of the hockey sticks and hits Rikishi in the stomach. The Samoan is down, another attack with a stick to the head of the champion, but this is enraged Rikishi. He's grabbed the hockey stick off of Test and delivers the punishment himself. Rikishi's relentless when he attacks.
Oh my god! The hockey stick right into the face of Edge! The pin! The count! Oh, so close! Screams Jim Ross. Who would have thought that despite the Canadian presence and the Canadian weaponry, that it would be the Samoan getting the better of the offense in this Intercontinental title match? Paul Heyman and Jim Ross briefly touch upon ice hockey as a sport and deliberate whether the, for example, Toronto Maple Leafs are in search for a new player. Maybe this is the way Las Vegas breaks into the NHL by signing Rikishi as their first superstar. Rikishi going up top, looking for the banzai drop and Test. This could well be it if the Samoan is successful and hits the move, but there's Edge, back in the ring and stalking the champion with a steel chair. The banzai drop is successful, but it won't matter as Edge drops the chair to break up the pin. Again, Edge missing the spear, but this time with Rikishi. Rikishi and Test battling out. Spear! Edge goes for the pin, but Rikishi's on hand to break up the count. Test lies on the mat. This allows Rikishi to continue his offense and Edge, but this could still go any way. But Rikishi, again, showcasing his dominance. Even with less favourable odds, he still managed to get more offense in this match than either Edge or Test. Rikishi leaves the ring as Edge and Test are trying to come round to. What's the Samoan looking for? Wait, he's got another hockey stick. Paul Heyman is perplexed. Who's putting hockey sticks under the ring? This is Vegas, not Vancouver,
says Paul Heyman firmly. And yet again Rikishi showing why he's the champion of the hockey stick, let alone the holder of the Intercontinental title. But Test manages to grab the stick off the Samoan and hit Rikishi in the gut before throwing the hockey stick right in the back of the head of the kneeling Samoan. Test stalks Rikishi like prey. Edge is still down and out at ringside. Both Test and Rikishi are trying to get the better of each other in the ring, where the pinfall or submission must take place. Edge is back in the ring. Rikishi manages to pick up Test to hit Snake Eyes on the top rope. Edge behind Rikishi, but the champion is aware and picks Edge up to hit a sit-out spinebuster. And Test rolls out of the ring. This allows the Samoan to pin Edge as the referee comes round to make the count.
Kick out! Kick out!
Paul Heyman's wish is granted, it seems, and Jim Ross wonders if the former ECW owner has placed a bet on Edge to leave as the new Intercontinental Champion. But an argument could be made that the kick-out has only delayed the inevitable and prolonged the agony for one half of E&C. Rikishi continues to get the better of Edge in the ring, using his ample-sized posterior and driving into the back of his opponent. But Edge counters with an arm wrench as Test gets back in the ring. Now the playing field is back to being level. Again, no alliances. This really seems to be every man for himself. There's no love lost between any of these superstars, as was shown in the build-up to this match. Jim Ross even noted that the Edge-o-matic and Test leading to a pinfall isn't wise, as Rikishi is there to immediately break up the pin. Rikishi picks up Edge as Test is still down, but this is Samoan falling into the same trap in reference to the point JR made a couple of moments ago. Snake eyes to Edge in the turnbuckle, right hand to Test, and a pinfall is immediately broken up by Edge. Paul Heyman asking what will one of these guys do to become Intercontinental Champion. Test rolls out to ringside and is in a daze. Rikishi rolls out and grabs another weapon, a steel chair this time, and he scrambles the brains of the 6'7" Canadian. Edge rolls out the ring too, and Rikishi delivers a chair shot to Edge for good measure. Again, the Intercontinental Champion in control. And again another chair shot to the face of Edge, and then followed by a stomp and Test. The Samoan acknowledges the crowd, a wise idea to take out both opponents at ringside, but it's Test who's up, and it's Test himself throwing Rikishi back into the ring. Edge is up at ringside but in a daze himself, whilst Test is in the ring stalking Rikishi, perhaps looking for the pump handle slam. Rikishi's up and Test hits a couple of right hands before finishing his flurry of attacks with a DDT. Again, the 6'7" Canadian demanding the 420-pound Samoan to get up. Could this be the moment? Rikishi struggling to get up and Test lays the right hand only to be blocked by his opponent. Rikishi's up and he picks up Test, looking for the Samoan driver. And he's successful. Surely that's enough. The referee comes down to make the count, but Edge is back in the ring to break up the pin. Rikishi tries to shake off the cobwebs. Edge Irish whips Test out of the ring before coming back to deal with the Intercontinental Champion. Kick to the gut. Oh, execution! Heyman screaming, yes! At the top of his lungs. The referee comes round to make the count. Oh, Rikishi! Rikishi's kicked out at 2. This match is not over yet. Edge is incensed. The former Tag Team Champion continues to attack the back of the head of Rikishi as Test gets back in the ring. Edge bouncing off the rope. Spear! Pin on Rikishi, but Test is on hand to break up the pin. Oh, the big boot! The big boot to Edge! That's it! Test goes for the pin. Rikishi's down at ringside, but there's no count. The referee is down. Test can't believe it. He surely would have won this match if the referee was on hand to count the pinfall. Test waited to finish off his fellow Canadian as Edge gets back up. Surely whatever Test has in mind will be all she wrote for Edge. But Edge is up to hit a sit-out powerbomb on the 6'7" Canadian. The referee's up, but the pin is broken up by returning Rikishi. And now it's a Samoan getting the better of his opponent, picking up Edge for a Samoan driver as Test rolls out to ringside. If Rikishi is successful, that should be it, and he is. Test is still out, and the referee counts the pinfall.
Well, I'd call that a fully loaded finish, so I fully loaded in the Intercontinental title match,
says Jim Ross. And whilst it could be argued that Rikishi may have gotten the better of the offense in this match, the ending could have been a hell of a lot different. The replay indicating whilst Rikishi, as good as he is a grappler, may be equally proficient with the use of a hockey stick, and perhaps better than his Canadian opponents. Even with the use of the steel chair on the outside, the Samoan proving why he's worthy of being Intercontinental Champion. But Test may argue he should have been the winner of this match, after preventing a pinfall after an edge spear to Rikishi. The 6'7" Canadian accidentally takes out the referee without realising, and then the big boot to Edge just might have won it for Test. But with the referee out, no pin was counted. This has allowed Rikishi back into the match to eventually hit the Samoan driver and Edge to get the pinfall and the victory. This was a match that Rikishi had to win tonight, because there's no champion's advantage in this triple threat match, because of no disqualifications or countouts. The Samoan had to get the pinfall, and he's done just that. At the 4th time of asking, Rikishi can say he's defended the Intercontinental Championship, but the first time he's defended it successfully. Triple H is backstage with Big Show, Haku, Raven and William Regal. The game gives a pep talk to his team ahead of their 5-on-5 Tag Team Elimination match tonight.
Look, Linda may have stuck her nose in our business, but tonight we get to write the final chapter in the storied careers of Jericho and the Radicalz. Now listen, with the greatest of respect to Vince and his changing of trajectories and guarantees whatever, I expect you to make damn sure that tonight we get the job done on our opponents, and then we get what we all rightfully deserve, championship opportunities. Tonight, this is our house, and these stupid ingrates at Caesar's Palace bear witness to the house being victorious, because the house always wins. Big Show, you get a chance of revenge on Latino Heat after he cheated to beat you last week. Regal, I no doubt sure you'll be wanting to prove to Benoit that you are truly the best damn technical wrestler, and I expect you no longer to be masking your feelings. Haku, you're one of the toughest men, not just in professional wrestling, but in any industry. You're just as capable of taking out the Radicalz like you did against Shane 3 weeks ago. And Raven, I'm hoping that the visions of your new civilization foresee victory for us all tonight. And as for me, I'm gonna kick Y2J's ass all the way to the unemployment line for what he said about my wife, Stephanie. Tonight, we finish the job. We end the careers of Jericho and the Radicalz. So come on, let's go!
Yes! The Five walk off, ready as they can be for the 10-man Tag Team Elimination match coming up soon. The next match's focus remains on gold being on the line, but unlike the last match, teamwork will be imperative as the team of X-Pac and Just Incredible come down to the ring to challenge Devon and Bubba Ray Dudley for the tag team titles in a tables match. X Factor won the triple threat tag team match in Raw last week, beating the Brothers of Destruction and Too Cool, when an X-Max spot on Grandmaster Sexay allowed X-Pac to get the victory. But X-Pac and Just Incredible will feel that they were yet to be owed a tag team title rematch. It should have happened at King of the Ring last month, but when the team of Eddie Guerrero and Kane was thrown into the mix at the last second, that didn't happen. But that being said, this is the rematch X Factor have been waiting for, although the stipulation of tables won't be viewed favourably for X-Pac and Just Incredible. It was at the Queen's Request pay-per-view in London, England, when the Dudley Boyz became 4-time WWF Tag Team Champions, when Devon and Bubba Ray were revealed to be the last team in Tag Team Turmoil. Devon hitting a lifting reverse DDT on Just Incredible to get the victory, and the Dudley Boyz holding the tag team titles once again. Their reign has been impressive, overcoming X Factor and a team of Eddie Guerrero and Kane at King of the Ring, defeating Dean Malenko and Perry Saturn of the Radicalz. And then who can forget Devon rolling up Kane for the 3 count, the Dudley Boyz somehow overcoming the Brothers of Destruction to remain the tag team champions. The good fortune doesn't end there when, on SmackDown 3 days ago, a roll-up allowed Spike to defeat Albert, the victory meaning that tonight's tag team titles match will now be a tables match. A hot streak indeed for Devon and Bubba Ray, who are all set up to defend the belts in an environment that suits the Dudleys better than anybody else. As the 4 competitors get ready, and keeping within the theme of chances, Jim Ross and Paul Heyman have a rare agreement over who leaves Las Vegas as tag team champions.
I gotta say to those who are watching at home, thank you for tuning into tonight's Fully Loaded pay-per-view. And if you had the Dudley Boyz in their office pools to retain the tag team titles, then quite frankly, I fancy your chances.
And Paul Heyman does nothing to dissuade JR's point, going through the history of Devon and Bubba Ray back to their days in ECW. If the Dudley Boyz momentum isn't enough to make one believe that they're likely to retain tonight, then surely the fact that this is a tables match, a Dudley specialty, will be enough to tip the scales in their favour. Jim Ross brings up the stipulation of the tables match. Tornado and elimination rules apply, meaning all 4 competitors can be in the ring at the same time, and both opponents have to be put through the table in order for a team to win. Devon and Bubba Ray with the early advantage since the ringing of the bell, and we're not waiting long for the wood to be delivered, as Devon looks under the ring to grab a table, whilst Bubba Ray deals with the threat of Just Incredible at ringside. But there's X-Pac launching himself over the top rope to take out Devon. Great move by the former European champion. X Factor are going to have to deliver something miraculous here if they're to become tag team champions once again. But Heyman, ever quick to change his mind, now brings up the point that X Factor became the tag team champions at Judgment Day 2 months ago, and they had to beat the Brothers of Destruction, Kane and The Undertaker of all teams, to become the tag team champions. Of course, Jim Ross is quick to remind Paul Heyman that it was thanks to a distraction from Stone Cold Steve Austin in that match. Well, who knows? Anything could happen here tonight at Fully Loaded, just like anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation. Well, despite the X-Pac's somersault over the top rope, it's been the Dudley Boyz taking the fight to X-Factor. Bubba Ray dealing with Just Incredible in the ring, whilst Devon Irish whips X-Pac from one end of ringside to the other. The fans here are demanding for the tables to be used, and Devon is there to bring more money to the ring. Just Incredible has managed to roll out to ringside, with Bubba following him. Meanwhile, Devon is also feeling aerial minded, waiting for X-Pac to get up at ringside, so Devon can attack with a double axe handle, but he misses the attack. Bubba throws Just Incredible back in the ring, whilst X-Pac is in control of Devon outside the ring by hitting a German suplex. Back in the ring though, Bubba Ray with a hold of his opponent, and Irish whips Just Incredible over the top rope, but not enough momentum to send the former ECW champion through the table. How close was that? Jim Ross makes an interesting argument about the momentum clearly being on the side of the team that scores the first elimination by putting one of their opponents through wood. But so far, it's looking likely that the Dudley Boyz will be that team to score the first table break. Bubba Ray Dudley bringing in another table to the ring during JR's argument. Would it really seem so unlikely that not only the Dudley Boyz retain their tag team titles tonight, but they do so with a clean sweep? Just Incredible looking to try and get back into the match, in the ring, as X-Pac and Devon remain on the outside, but Credible can't prevent a neckbreaker from Bubba Ray. One of the Masters of the Wood sets up the table in the ring whilst continuing to work on Justin at the ropes. As well a job as Bubba Ray is doing on Just Incredible, softening his opponent up, the objective, and only one of that, is to put your opponent through the table. But one of the main men from Dudleyville is enjoying the beatdown he's giving to his former fellow ECW alumnus. Devon, however, struggling to get the better of X-Pac outside the ring. The tables are set up for Bubba to do what he does best, but it seems he's not quite finished with his opponent. Devon manages to counter X-Pac's attack at ringside, whilst Bubba lifts up Justin and pushes him off the top turnbuckle. Credible dropping to the floor. But all it takes is just one elimination, just one table break, and whoever can put their opponent through wood will be in a prime position with his team to get the final elimination and win this match. We've now witnessed a change in who is fighting who, or who is fighting whom, as Paul Heyman would say. X-Pac is now dealing with Bubba Ray Dudley on the outside, whilst Devon and Just Incredible battle it out in the ring. Credible taking out Devon with a Russian leg sweep in the ring, whilst Bubba Ray deals with the threat of X-Pac on the outside with a neckbreaker. Perhaps the concern should be in the ring though, where there are more tables, although none are set up as of yet. As much as the objective is to put your opponent through wood, it should also be known that the table break doesn't have to happen in the middle of the ring. There is a table on the outside of the ring, away from Bubba and X-Pac. If that was to break by one superstar putting their opponent through that table, that would count as an elimination. Dudley Boyz are back in full control now, Bubba laying out X-Pac, and Devon overcoming his attacks from Just Incredible in the corner, charging forth with multiple forearm attacks. Credible thrown outside the ring with X-Pac along with the Dudleys. Chance of a 3D. A suplex by Bubba Ray, but Justin is back in to hit a neckbreaker and Bubba before the Dudleys can ready the Dudley death drop. Now X-Fac's have Devon alone in the ring, but X-Fac's not quite able to put Devon through a table with a Northern Light suplex. Bubba Ray's back in the ring with another table, and he's quick to grabbing his opponent, hitting a reverse suplex and Just Incredible. Oh, end-to-end stuff here. X-Pac has decided against bringing another table to the ring as he sees the Dudley's threat. He takes on Bubba. Justin rolls to the outside with Devon sliding out of the ring to take care of Credible. X-Pac's lightning quick hands are getting the better of his opponent. Irish whip, drop down, leapfrog, the flapjack. Oh, X-Pac's so close on pulling Bubba through the table in the ring. Devon has dealt with Justin at ringside and comes in to save his brother Bubba by Irish whipping X-Pac over the top rope. Bubba tries to shake off the cobwebs and then slides out the ring as Just Incredible gets back in. Exchanging of right hands with Devon and Justin. Credible with the attack. Reversal by Devon with Justin's legs landing on the table, but no break. Very close. The man from Dudleyville picks up his opponent as Bubba deals with X-Pac near the commentary team on the outside. Devon picks Just Incredible up and drags him closer to the wood setup and puts him through the table. First elimination by Devon. It's the Dudley Boyz scoring the first table break. The fans are jubilant with Devon pulling Just Incredible through the table, and now that Justin's been eliminated, he must go to the back. And somehow X-Pac now has to deal with both Devon and Bubba Ray by himself. How on earth is the former European champion going to be able to fend off the threat of the Dudley Boyz? The suggestion of a possible clean sweep looks increasingly likely, and surely if one was Devon or Bubba Ray at the poker table right about now, their hand would clearly trump X-Pac's. Even if the former member of DX has managed to get the better of Bubba, Devon is there to prevent further damage with right hands and follow up with a lifting reverse DDT. Jim Ross has noted the interruption. "Hey Ray, that's Albert! What's he doing here?" he asks, and Devon's attention is turned to X-Factor's enforcer. Mind games at the poker table by X-Pac perhaps? "Spike! Spike!" yells Paul Heyman. Spike and Albert pick up from where they left off on SmackDown, but JR's screaming at Devon. Hey Devon, in the ring, behind you! X-Pac is back up and a shot to the back leads to an X-Factor. Could X-Pac do the unthinkable here? Albert and Spike have left the stage, but remains down outside the ring following X-Pac's attack earlier. This leaves the leader of X-Factor in the ring and in control against Devon. And now it's the man from Dudleyville perhaps getting a taste of his own medicine. That is, a taste of wood. And again, not for the first time involving tables, that Paul Heyman's quick wit comes into play. The tables have turned! The tables have turned! X-Pac sets up a table in the ring, he goes to pick up his opponent, but Devon manages to counter the grapple and Irish whip X-Pac, gut first into the set up table. But X-Pac manages to elbow his way out of trouble. He grabs a hold of Devon, picks it up, and powerbombs one half of the Dudley boys through the table. Albert's distraction has worked. We're now at a level playing field as Devon has to leave the ring. It's X-Pac against Bubba Ray Dudley, and whoever scores the next table break will win the tag team titles. "My God, look at the debris! Broken wood! What carnage!" says Jim Ross. Bubba Ray's back in the ring. With no Devon on his side, this won't be as easy for Bubba to deal with X-Pac, even if the current tag team champion does have the table experience. But he's dealing with an opponent in the ring that has scored a table elimination. This might not be such a one-sided affair, and the action in the ring is clearly evident. It's X-Pac's lightning quick feet that get the better of Bubba to begin with, only for the tag team champion to counter with a punch leading to an atomic drop. But X-Pac isn't out of it, and he's quick to counter himself with a Hurricane Rana. Bubba himself responds with a clothesline and picks up more wood, but his opponent manages to avoid the table. Again, X-Pac's lightning quick footwork is enough to disarm the master of the tables. Bubba Ray finds himself having to pull himself back up using the ropes in the corner, whilst X-Pac decides to set up a table leaning in the opposite corner. What a comeback this would be if X-Pac was to finish off his opponent right now. Running forehand from X-Pac into the corner takes out Bubba, sending him down to the mat. X-Factor's leader is starting to feel it. He picks up Bubba, sends him into the table in the corner. The dropkick, Bubba manages to fend off the attack. What a shot that would have been if X-Pac dropkicked Bubba into the table. It's now Bubba Ray's turn for a table elimination. He has X-Pac in the corner and Irish whips his opponent into the table. One half of the tag team champions gestures to the Las Vegas crowd, and this is it. "Oh, now come on," says an infuriated Jim Ross, as Justin Credible is back out at ringside, distracting Bubba Ray. Justin taunts Bubba at ringside, but Jim Ross is telling the man from Dudleyville to focus on what's going on in the ring. X-Pac's up, he charges towards Bubba, who turns round into a dropkick. The X-Factor leader decided to do a little furniture moving, setting up a standing table in the ring. X-Pac goes and places Bubba in the middle to set up the man from Dudleyville with a Hurricane Rana and puts Bubba Ray through the table. The bell has rung. X-Pac has eliminated Bubba Ray Dudley, and as a result, we have new WWF Tag Team Champions. "Give me a break," says Jim Ross. "The interference from Albert, and then just incredible, allowing X-Pac to eliminate both Devon and Bubba Ray Dudley. And thanks to their distractions, we've got new WWF Tag Team Champions. Give me a break." Paul Heyman doesn't doubt the distractions, but that's what X-Factor had to do, thinks the former ECW owner. The replay indicating that whilst the Dudleys were in control for the beginning of the match, then held by Devon eliminating Just Incredible, Heyman feels that X-Factor needed the relevant interference from Albert to allow X-Pac to eliminate Devon, and then later on for Just Incredible to return, allowing X-Pac to eliminate Bubba Ray Dudley. Maybe this was X-Factor's modus operandi. Lure the Dudley boys into a false sense of security before interference from the enforcer and then the person eliminated. The Dudleys believing Just Incredible wouldn't have come back out to distract Bubba Ray. The MO has worked, and like the casino, where one could be forgiven for thinking the Dudleys came into this match with a full house. But it turns out X-Pac and Just Incredible had the royal flush, and as a result, X-Factor will leave Las Vegas as the new WWF Tag Team Champions in the first title change of the night. We remain with Jim Ross and Paul Heyman at ringside. "I just can't believe what happened. The Dudley boys were in control of that match, but distractions from Albert and Just Incredible have given X-Factor an unlikely victory." "Well, you say it best, JR. Anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation." "I mean, look at the debris in the ring. Broken wood, broken bodies. Everything blowing up here, and we've not even ended the first hour yet. I thought Fully Loaded was a reference to the casino. Turns out Fully Loaded must refer to the weapons under the ring." "Well, JR,
As the owner of ECW, I welcome this theme. I'm sure you do, Paul. But ladies and gentlemen, we must move on. More titles and stipulations to be resolved tonight. And speaking of stipulations, that lead us to our next...
The next match isn't made clear, as Jim Ross's announcement is cut short with the arrival of the chairman walking down to the ring. So this must mean we're about to find out who will be the World Wrestling Federation's next commissioner. It was a post that was last held by William Regal, but he was unceremoniously fired by Vince McMahon at King of the Ring due to the then unresolved issue with the mysterious blackouts, power outages and electrical surges. And so for the past 3 weeks, Vince McMahon has been back in full control of the WWF. Well, maybe not full control, as his soon-to-be ex-wife Linda McMahon has been keeping the chairman in check. The question in everyone's mind is, after Vince said he has made a decision about WWF's next commissioner earlier in the night, who could that commissioner be? Is it possible that we could see the hardcore legend Mick Foley make a return to his post as commissioner? Vince is in the ring and he picks up a mic.
Now, there seems... Hey, that's not how you react to the chairman of the board.
Vince's not endearing himself to the fans of Las Vegas right now.
There seems to be a lot of unanswered philosophical questions that the world is dying to know, such as, what is the meaning of life? What is good and evil? I know who's evil. Hey, shh! Do we have free will, or are our actions already predetermined? As far as the World Wrestling Federation goes, who is the next WWF commissioner? Now listen to the crowd, Paul. They know who they want as next commissioner, says Jim Ross. Haha. Well, I guess that answers that philosophical question about free will or predetermined actions. That notwithstanding, I will invite Mick Foley and even my charming wife to the ring to give my decision. But before I do that, I just want to provide a little update to the World Wrestling Federation making its way to Japan. Now, I said that the WWF will be returning to the land of the rising sun next month. Whilst I'm very close to finalising, I can confirm that the World Wrestling Federation will be flying out to Japan in a little under 2 weeks. Oh yeah, right! And speaking of questions, the next question is, will this be for television or will this be on pay-per-view? And the answer to that question is yes. Because in 2 weeks, the WWF will be hosting a special episode of SmackDown in Japan on the usual Thursday. And then, on Saturday following SmackDown, the WWF will be in the land of the rising sun on pay-per-view. This is amazing! Not often do I agree with Mr. McMahon on his decision making, but I have to tip my hat off to him here, says Jim Ross. Now, I said this deal was close to being finalised. There are some things that need to be ironed out, and one of those things is we need a title for Japan's pay-per-view, and that name will be decided by your new WWF Commissioner. So Mick, Linda, can you please come down to the ring?
Whoa, hang on, wait a minute. That segue by Vince just then, that a name for Japan's pay-per-view is needed, and it's up to the new WWF Commissioner, and then asking Mick to come on down all of a sudden? Is this an admission by Vince? Could we be looking at the former Commissioner Mick Foley becoming the new Commissioner once again? So a quick recap shows how the hardcore legend got to this moment. 10 days ago on SmackDown, CEO Linda McMahon tasked Mick Foley with finding out who the mysterious Black Mask was, attacking various WWF superstars, and it was looking closely at the footage of the attacks that the former WWF Champion was able to deduce who the mysterious Black Mask was. It was William Regal. And as a result of the reveal, Linda expected Vince to consider Mick Foley for the role of WWF Commissioner once again. Foley's track record for solving mysteries is pretty good. The hardcore legend was successful in revealing who ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin last year. He solved the mystery of the Black Mask 10 days ago. Will he get the chance to name the next pay-per-view in Japan and solve the mystery of the heinous attack on Kane as the next WWF Commissioner? Oh wait Vince, I've got it! The name of Japan's pay-per-view in 2 weeks shall be called Everybody's Kung Fu Fighting! Ha ha! Ho ho! Vince shakes his head with Foley's suggestion and interrupts the hardcore legend. Hey! I haven't still made it official who the next commissioner's gonna be.
Now, Foley, before I officially make my decision, I have a few things I have to get off my chest about you. I think it's safe to say, Mick, our relationship in the WWF goes back years. And yes, it's been turbulent, it's been tumultuous, it's been downright tempestuous at times. But I've got to confess, Mick, the way you solved the mystery of the Black Mask last week, I didn't think you had it in you. For once in your life, Mick, you've actually impressed. Yours truly. So go ahead, Vinny, make it official. Announce me as the commissioner once again. Announce me as the new commissioner right here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
A cheap pop! Man, if I really did bet my life savings, I'd be a wealthy man, says Paul Heyman.
Wealthy enough to clear ECW's debts, Paul?
JR jokes in response.
Hey, that's not fair, Jim!
Okay, I'll get to the point and I'll make it official. So, ladies and gentlemen, the people watching all over the world tonight, I, Mr. Vincent Kennedy McMahon, will make it official that your new WWF Commissioner is not Mick Foley.
Whoa!
Wait a minute!
A chorus of boos around Caesar's Palace, and a combination of puzzled and distraught looks in the faces of Mick Foley and Linda McMahon.
Now, I said I made a decision about the new WWF Commissioner, and I have made a decision. But that decision was not you, Foley. It was never you, Mick Foley. You had your role last year, and as far as I'm concerned, you abused your position. So Mick Foley, you are not hired. And as for the rest of you idiots in Las Vegas, you really want to know who the next commissioner of the World Wrestling Federation is? I don't consider Las Vegas to be worthy of such an announcement. But I will give you this. There will be an announcement of the new commissioner. And that announcement will take place tomorrow on Monday Night Raw. I thank you very much.
Vince leaves the ring as his music plays, with a collective look of Mick Foley and Linda McMahon, and the collective reactions of Jim Ross and Paul Heyman, all in shock. It surely looked like the hardcore legend would once again be WWF Commissioner, only for the chairman to use his position for his own nefarious ways. And now questions arise following this conversation. WWF returning to Japan for SmackDown and then on pay-per-view. But what is the name of the pay-per-view? And of course the bigger question, who will be the next WWF Commissioner when it will be revealed tomorrow night in Raw? And now that Mick Foley won't be back in the WWF in the role of Commissioner, where does the former WWF Champion go from here? Linda and Mick walk up the ramp, with the CEO consoling the hardcore legend, as we return back to commentary with Jim Ross and Paul Heyman's thoughts on the matter. Jim Ross continues to be flabbergasted after the announcement that not only do we not have a new commissioner tonight in Mick Foley, but that we'll have to wait till Raw the following night to find out who the new commissioner is.
Oh, this is BS, Paul! Mick Foley was all geared up to regain authority as the new WWF Commissioner. And Vince McMahon, that son of a...
Hey! That's our boss! You choose your words wisely, JR, lest you be out of a job!
Well, I don't like this. I don't like it a damn bit. But we've got to move on. And interesting you bring up jobs, Paul. Foley doesn't have a job. I suppose I'd better be careful if I want to keep my job. But that won't be the case for 5 superstars in our next match. Because it's time for the 5-on-5 Tag Team Elimination match.
A match graphic is shown to indicate the upcoming 10-man Tag Team Elimination match. Haku, Raven, William Regal, Big Show and Triple H versus Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho. It all started with the assumption that the 4 Radicalz would be considering jumping ship to Shane McMahon's WCW. But even after an offer was made from the WCW owner and rejected by Benoit and the Radicalz, it seems their past associations with World Championship Wrestling is just as bad enough. And what about Chris Jericho? His insults towards Stephanie McMahon have landed him in serious hot water. But Y2J and the Radicalz can say that they got the better of their opponents in SmackDown 3 days ago, bettering the likes of William Regal and Triple H in 2 out of the 3 matches made. High risk, high reward here. A possibility of gold in the future, or the possibility of unemployment. The upcoming high package shows how these 10 men got together tonight.
Vince, that's why I wanted to talk to you. I've seen the four of them talk with Shane McMahon. Shane's making plans to law back former WCW talent, isn't he? I know, Vince. I'll take care of it. Out comes Haku. And as for you Radicalz, all four of you Radicalz versus me and the newest member of my team, Haku.
Eddie Guerrero's back in the ring with a chair and he hits the Big Show. The referee hasn't seen it. Latino Heat makes the pin. Wait, who's that? As a hooded figure comes to the ring and takes out Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero continues to lie to get into matches, and then he beats Big Show on SmackDown by cheating. He takes off his mask. It's William Regal. Now, Mr. McMahon has informed me about the threat of WCW, and if it involves teaching you Latino cheat a lesson, then that's something I'm bloody well going to do. So as for the 8-man tag team match, you're looking at the newest member of Big Show's team that's going to take out the Radicalz once and for all. Stephanie, is that a grey hair in your head? Hey, don't worry, Steph. I know a really good retirement home not too far from here. Look, Shane, you're looking to bring in the Radicalz. Is there truth to the rumours that they're going to be joining you? Shane, we want to thank you for reaching out to ask us to join WCW. That's why we must decline your offer. Regal, Big Show and Haku will need a partner who could take out Jericho. Hey wait, that's Raven! As Raven slides into the ring, picks up Eddie Guerrero and hits the even floor DDT. Radicalz, you claim that you're the WWF's finest? Jericho, you call yourself king of the world? Well, as far as your associations with WCW in the past go, you're gonna lay all your cards on the table. Because they're fully loaded, well, we just upped the ante. Yes, a 10-man tag team match, and it will be elimination rules. You, Jericho, you will now team with the Radicalz, and your opponents shall be Big Show, Regal, Haku, Raven, and me. If you lose, then Jericho, Radicalz, you're fired. What I can do is add to the stipulation, so tonight we're going to have a best of 3. Chris Benoit versus William Regal will be the first match in this best of 3. I know we've got to win the remaining 2 matches. I'll be going one-on-one with Jericho later. Me and you should team up tonight to take on Perry Saturn and Dean Malenko. Triple H! A successful game plan by the game. Raven, it's the Raven effect. You bear witness to the game destroying the king of the world. The winning team of Fully Loaded will be entitled to a future WWF title shot of that superstar's choosing. So good luck to all of you guys in Las Vegas. 10-man tag team elimination match. Winners to receive future title shots of their choosing. Losers will be fired. It's all to play for in the casino and Fully Loaded, by God! It's the Tongan, or rather the toughest man in any industry, as dubbed by Triple H, making his way down to the ring first. And it was Haku who was the first to join a team originally led by the Big Show to take on the Radicalz in an 8-man tag team match. Haku will be a welcome addition to the team now led by Triple H in the war against WCW, or rather what, or who, is associated with World Championship Wrestling, as it was the one-time King of the Ring winner himself taking out the WCW owner, Shane McMahon, 3 weeks ago on Raw. A little help from Kurt Angle, mind you, and that's a match we'll see later on in a WCW owner against the Olympic gold medalist, incidentally. Talking about turning over a new leaf in the World Wrestling Federation, and as the question goes, what about Raven? The former Hardcore Champion has had his issues with the Hardcore Champion himself, Rob Van Dam. He finally got his long-awaited Hardcore title match against RVD, but failed to beat Mr. Pay-Per-View. But it seems the mysterious Raven continues to elude even the most intellectual of humans, now believing that he's seen the light, or seen the visions of a new civilization. And it's this new civilization that just happens to have the pronoun of she, who's now guiding the former ECW champion on a new quest. It seems that quest is helping the game take out anyone associated with WCW. His interference against Eddie Guerrero, allowing Big Show to get the victory in an 8-man tag team match on Raw this past Monday, was the first step. and it seems the quest has continued when on SmackDown, his vision successfully predicted a team of Raven and Big Show to defeat Dean Malenko and Perry Saturn of the Radicalz. Continuing with the existential crises, the man walking down to the ring fits that description, as out comes the supposed Goodwill ambassador, but definitely the former WWF Commissioner William Regal. It looked like Regal had had it out for the chairman Vince McMahon since losing his role of commissioner, but it turns out the former European champion just wanted a little bit of attention. He certainly showed that on SmackDown 10 days ago, as he was the mysterious black masked figure coming out to attack the likes of Eddie Guerrero, The Undertaker, The Rock, and Chris Jericho. Superstars that Regal felt were the reason that his tenure of commissioner ended at last month's King of the Ring. Regal has once again ingratiated himself with Vince, and after lobbying for what would become an 8-man tag team match last week on Raw, the supposed Goodwill ambassador agreed to aid Big Show and Haku on their quest to take out the Radicalz. It was a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, at least for Big Show's opponents. But an innocent conversation with Shane McMahon has led the 7-foot 500-pound giant to believe that the Radicalz were planning to jump ship to WCW. But it turns out that was never their intention to begin with. Big Show went straight to Vince McMahon with his beliefs that this was the way it was going to play out. But even after the offer to join Shane's WCW was rejected, it was too little, too late, as far as the chairman of the board was concerned. Tonight's the night to finish the job of taking out the Radicalz and Chris Jericho by ending their careers. But some would argue that this is a job that should never have started in the first place. And as Jericho pointed out on Sunday Night Heat earlier, it screams irony. One would argue that Triple H has now become the self-appointed leader of his team of 5, but Heyman suggests there's no one better to have in your team as a leader. It was the game that inserted himself into the 8-man tag team match on Raw last week, when Regal, Big Show and Haku needed an extra partner. Their victory led to Triple H getting the last word in Corvallis, leading to the announcement of the 10-man tag team elimination match, with Jericho and the Radicalz being the team fired should they lose. The cerebral assassin has been embroiled in the war with Chris Jericho ever since Y2J decided to make fun at the expense of Triple H's wife, Stephanie McMahon Helmsley. The match aim here is to defeat all 5 of your opponents in tonight's match, although Triple H's aim is no doubt to make sure that he's the one getting his hands on Chris Jericho and eliminating him. How sweet that would be to the game. The lineup of the Radicalz from left to right, Perry Saturn, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko, made their way down to the ring. A reunited Radicalz, keen to again make their mark, not for WCW, but for the WWF. Despite their friendly conversations with WCW owner Shane McMahon, Benoit made it known that whilst it would be interesting to see how Shane McMahon's hungry alternative, that is WCW, will do against Vince McMahon's WWF, the Rabid Wolverine, like the rest of the group, haven't been able to let go of their treatment in World Championship Wrestling. The group of 4 do want to be the best, but they want to be the best under the banner of the World Wrestling Federation, and so rejecting Shane McMahon's offer last week on Raw. But that hasn't stopped the group being tarnished because of their history from the promotion down south. and now they find themselves dealing with the fact that their pro wrestling careers, let alone their WWF careers, could end prematurely in a few moments. Possibly the saving grace of his team, 2001's King of the Ring winner was successful in defeating Triple H 3 days ago in Rapid City, and entered Guerrero to the game leading to tonight's final stipulation, that whoever's team tonight will be able to ask for any kind of title shot, whilst the losers will be fired. Y2J's victory ensured that this stipulation was distributed evenly, but the Ayatollah Rock and Roller perhaps did himself no favours last week on Raw, insulting Stephanie McMahon, leading Triple H to put Jericho in the same box as the Radicalz, as the King of the World was at one time a wrestler for WCW himself. That might not have been the smartest of moves from Jericho's point of view, and whilst Y2J has his focus on the WWF Championship, he may have to face the possibility that after tonight's match, he may no longer be a WWF employee. We're opening up with the two opponents not involved in the three matches in SmackDown, as it's Latino Heat Eddie Guerrero hooking up with the Tongan Haku. So, 10-man tag team elimination match. There will be the possibility of disqualifications and countouts if the participants are not careful. Teamwork necessary here. Jim Ross feels a little uneasy on how this match could go. As we're in the casino, the man from Oklahoma would have been sure to place his bet that Jericho and the Radicalz will come out on top tonight. The Radicalz are a formidable unit, and it was thanks to Benoit and Jericho's victories in SmackDown 3 days ago that the stipulation is now winners getting title shots and losers being fired. But as we've witnessed tonight, X Factor surprisingly beating the Dudley Boyz in a tables match to become new tag team champions, and we still don't know who the next WWF commissioner is. What we do know is that it is not Mick Foley. The unpredictable nature of tonight so far has cast doubt in Jim Ross's opinion if Jericho and the Radicalz can actually win this. And then there's Triple H's talk with Vince in SmackDown and tonight earlier in Heat that he can make sure Triple H's team get the victory. Suspicion's abundant here. The teamwork being shown between Haku and Big Show in the opening moments. Nice power slam there by the Tongan. But one has to watch the quick footwork of Latino Heat as Eddie battles back with a wonderful dropkick. We talked about the possibility of DQs and countouts. It's necessary to talk about the elimination aspects of this match. One team wins when all members of the opposing team are eliminated, so the possibilities of how this match may end could be endless. The two men battling in the ring right now, they could be the final two opponents in this match. But it could be possible we could be looking at a clean sweep, all members of one team eliminating the opposing team without any of their own members being eliminated themselves. But do Y2J and the Radicalz have the unity to put on such a dominant performance though? But was Triple H's pep talk earlier in the night the catalyst his teammates clearly need to win this match? One has to wonder the psychological advantage that one team will have if they're to score the first elimination tonight. Nice teamwork between Benoit and Eddie, grabbing Wolverine with a double axe handle to the left arm of Haku earlier, and now another tag. More teamwork between the Radicalz, wearing down the Tongan. Benoit isn't done as he's the illegal man, but has enough time to hit a reverse suplex. This has angered the 7-foot giant, who decides to get in the ring and even a score. He runs towards Eddie Guerrero and takes out Latino Heat with a clothesline, sending Eddie over the top rope. And now look how it's going down in the ring. 6 superstars from their respective ring aprons now battling with each other in the ring. Something else that should have been mentioned, how long before this match broke down and the referee lost control? Malenko, he's not getting in the ring. He remains in the apron, but he soon leaves. Why? Perry Saturn has somehow managed to Irish whip the game Triple H over the top rope on the opposite side. William Regal doing the same thing to Chris Benoit. The Giant and Latino Heat tried to get the better of each other, and now it's Y2J with the Irish whip, sending Regal over the top rope. Big Show may have gone the better of Eddie, but it's the Radicalz and Y2J dominating in the ring as Perry Saturn ejects Raven out of the ring. Malenko is still at ringside until the ring has been cleared, leaving only Haku, still reeling from the Benoit reverse suplex. The Iceman starts the Tongan. Eddie Guerrero gets the better of Big Show on the outside. Malenko waits for Haku to get up, picks up the Tongan and hits the double underhook powerbomb. All members of Triple H's team are down and out. Malenko leaves. Guerrero gets in the ring. "He's feeling froggy, Paul," says Jim Ross. Latino Heat leaps off the top turnbuckle and hits the frog splash and Haku. They're both the legal men, and there's no one to save the Tongan. The pin is counted. It's just what Jericho and the Radicalz need, momentum and the early advantage. Both teams regroup in their respective corners, Latino Heat taunting the rest of Triple H's team. The game conversing with the rest of his teammates in the ring apron. Eddie Guerrero makes a tag to the man of 1,000 holds, and the golden assist, it seems, Dean Malenko. Malenko notices Triple H is still talking with the rest of his partners, so Dean does the same with Jericho and the rest of the Radicalz, but it's a setup by the Cerebral Assassin, like a shark smelling blood when the Iceman has had his back to the game. A wicked clothesline to the back of the head of Malenko, Triple H picking up his opponent, the Irish Whip leading to the high knee from the game. This could be a costly mistake by Malenko. Triple H picks up his opponent, kicks him in the gut, and hits the pedigree. We come back to the number of superstars and each team being equal. Triple H grabs the leg of his opponent to make the pin as the referee comes down to make the fall. The game to make it all square again. And he's done just that. We're down to 4-on-4 as Eddie Guerrero gets in the ring. Jericho and the Radicalz' numbers advantage lasting mere seconds, and ironically, the Iceman, the man of 1,000 holds, Dean Malenko, the man to assist in Eddie Guerrero giving their team the numbers advantage, with Latino Heat pinning Haku earlier, is now the man being eliminated after being outsmarted by the Cerebral Assassin. So there's now 8 men left in the ring, and it's all to play for. Again, the importance of this match is emphasised by Jim Ross, because the superstars involved in this match, it's either future title shots or future endeavoured. It's going to be one or the other when it's all said and done in this match. A momentary encounter there by the game getting his hands on Jericho, and it seems Triple H wants to enjoy this, slowly picking away at the Radicalz and then perhaps save Y2J for the final elimination. Tag to Big Show, the 7-foot giant now leaving his mark on the 2001 King of the Ring winner. What seems such a promising start for the Radicalz and the Ayatollah Rock and Roller has now become cause for concern. The unpredictable nature of the elimination so far, even being back at even, and yet Big Show's attacks on Y2J have the 3 remaining Radicalz and Jim Ross and commentary feeling uneasy. Tag to William Regal, the previous Black Massman would be relishing getting his hands on Chris Jericho. The two have been practically feuding since the Goodwill Ambassador's tenure as commissioner started back in March. Regal off the top rope and Jericho? No, denied by the King of the World. He's pushed Regal off the top. Chance for Y2J to get back in the match, but his attempt is thwarted thanks to Triple H in the ring apron, allowing Regal to continue his offense.
Jericho's only got himself to blame, thinks Paul Heyman. You don't slander the god name of Stephanie McMahon Helsley, and you don't urinate in Mr. Regal's tea. Jericho rightfully getting his comeuppance.
The Goodwill Ambassador's work is done for now, as Raven is in the ring against Jericho. Good teamwork by Triple H's team. That pep talk by the game earlier is working well. Tag now to Big Show. What do the tag team of Raven and the Giant have planned here? Jericho bouncing off the ropes into a double shoulder tackle by Big Show and Raven. I wonder if Raven Civilization suggests he do double team moves with Big Show, thinks Jim Ross. Sneak attack by the Rabbi Wolverine on the ring apron distracts Big Show. Jericho runs in and hits a clothesline to the back of the Giant's head. Could the tie be turned once more? Tag to Perry Saturn. The former Park Ranger's got a hell of a job to try and take down the 7-foot Giant. But a headlock from Perry, and then a punch to the face of Big Show. Multiple clubs, and then the multiple double axe handles to the back. Does Saturn have the Big Show down and out? Perry's got the pin. Could this be the biggest elimination of Perry's career? Not 3, but close. Wait, Raven's in the ring, and he's gesturing towards the crowd. This has distracted and angered Perry. Saturn retaliates with a clothesline to the former hardcore champion. But Big Show's back up in a fury. Saturn turns around and walks into a chokeslam. The referee comes down to count the pinfall as Y2J, Eddie and Benoit are begging for Perry to kick out. Jericho and the Radicalz were up 5-4. They're now down 3-4. Well, it just goes to show that anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation. Jericho and the Radicalz, possibly the more glued together of these teams of 5, as well as the momentum that they're bringing into this match, following their 2 out of 3 victories in Rapid City, are now a man short compared to their opponents. Just Y2J, Latino Heat and the Cripple left, and it's not looking good following Big Show's dominance over Y2J just now. The 500-pound Giant now making a tag to Raven, more options for their team to tag now that they have the advantage. Raven and he hits the Raven effect on Chris Jericho. I don't believe this! Things are about to get worse for the remaining Radicalz, says JR. But Benoit is showing that there won't be a 2-person advantage for Raven and his teammates, breaking up the pinfall. Raven sits down in the corner as he awaits the Ayatollah Rock and Roller to get up. but Jericho is having to use the ropes to pick himself up in the opposite corner. The former ECW champion charges at Y2J and hits the clothesline, but Raven isn't able to follow through with the bulldog. A monkey flick to Raven, and now it seems the self-proclaimed king of the world is feeling the momentum again like the start of this match. A spinning heel kick taking out the opponent. Jericho's confidence is going to get the better of him though, as more gesturing to the crowd allows Raven to successfully hit the bulldog this time round. Latino Heat demands a tag from Y2J, and Jericho is close enough to dive for the tag. Guerrero in the ring and in control with a kick to the gut. Latino Heat lifting up Raven and hitting the brainbuster right in the corner of his teammates as well. The referee makes the count, but both Regal and Triple H now make sure the pin isn't successfully counted. And the game's accidentally taken out the referee, it seems. Chance for Triple H's team to take advantage, and it's the former commissioner hitting the Regal cutter and Eddie Guerrero. Raven down, Eddie down. Raven slowly getting back up, but Latino Heat is out. The referee's up, the ring's clear, and Raven heads towards Eddie. A cover by Raven and Eddie, broken up by Y2J.
Good God almighty, we could be here all night with this match. The referee's gotta get order,
thinks Jim Ross. But that's just how important it is to keep what teammates Jericho has left in this match. The stakes are high here that the end result is either feast or fired. Another kick to the gut, and this will lead to another brainbuster by Eddie Guerrero. Tag to Jericho now in the ring, and Y2J looking for the submission on Raven. Can he get it in? He can! Y2J with the walls of Jericho and Raven. Wait, what's going on here? Big Show and Triple H now leaving the ring? Regal breaking up the submission by attacking the 2001 King of the Ring winner. Wait, is this another well-executed game plan here by Triple H? Big Show's dealing with Benoit at ringside, whilst Triple H deals with Eddie in front of the announce desk. Running DDT by Regal to Jericho. The two legal men in the ring are down, but Jericho's nowhere to turn to due to Eddie and Benoit brawling on the outside. Y2J and Raven are up, but Jericho has to be careful. But the King of the World is able to deal with his opponent, countering punches and hitting the spinning heel kick to Raven. The only available member at ringside is Regal, but Y2J gets his revenge, shoulder checking Regal off the ring apron. Jericho and Raven left in the ring. Execute to Raven! That's the move that Jericho used to beat Triple H in SmackDown. The referee counts. Is Y2J successful again? We're back to being even again. It's now 3 versus 3. The action in the ring is now temporarily halted as the brawls are happening around the ring. Jericho surveys the situation. Latino Heat is struggling against the game near the announce table, but Eddie's got up and he's now trying to fight back with Triple H. The Ayatollah Rock'n'Roller moves to look at the adjacent side of ringside, and now the Robbie Wolverine Chris Benoit is back up and trying to take the fight to Big Show. With Y2J's 2 remaining partners somewhat back in control with their respective opponents, Chris Jericho then heads to look at ringside near the entrance ramp, and he sees a still downed William Regal. The former commissioner failed following Jericho's shoulder check, but Heyman asks,
I thought this was about teamwork. Why is Jericho not helping his partners?
And it soon becomes obvious. The 2001 King of the Ring winner locks in the walls of Jericho's submission, and with Regal being thrown into the ring following Raven's elimination, the supposed goodwill ambassador is unfortunately the legal man for Triple H's team. The submission is locked in, and as Jim Ross notes,
because that's why, Paul, Triple H and Big Show will have to get up the attacks on Eddie and Benoit and get in the ring to stop the walls. Otherwise, if Regal taps, Jericho the Radicalz will be a man up again.
Well, Jericho's got the walls cinched in, but Triple H and Big Show have gone on the better of Eddie and Benoit. The game sliding into the ring, and the 7-foot 500-pound giant following suit. Y2J is so close to making Regal tap out here, but a punch to the face of Jericho breaks up the submission. We're still at 3-on-3. The Cerebral Assassin following up with a knee to the face of Y2J. Jericho falling to the mat, and Big Show's on hand to make sure the Ayatollah Rock'n'Roller won't be getting up anytime soon with a clothesline. Triple H and Big Show are ordered by the referee to get back in the ring apron. But thankfully for Y2J, Eddie and Benoit have overcome their respective attacks by the game and the Giant. Back to a level playing field it seems, cause for concern of Jericho following a Regal overhead belly to belly. Eddie Guerrero demanding an attack from Chris Jericho, reaching out his hand. Y2J leaps forward to make the tag. The wear and tear must be taking its toll on all 6 superstars, so there really is no room for error now, thinks Paul Heyman. And there's Regal to duck Latino Heat's latest attempt at a chop and counter with a DDT. The former commissioner Irish whipping Guerrero to the corner of Regal's teammates, and adding punch to the face of Eddie before Regal makes a tag to Big Show. Chance for the two to combine with a double team move. Both Regal and Big Show positioning Guerrero in the ropes and following with a double Irish whip. Latino Heat bouncing off the ropes with Big Show and Regal hitting a double shoulder tackle. The legal man in the ring now picks up Eddie and hits the chokeslam. This doesn't look good at all for Benoit and Jericho at ringside, but Big Show's not making the cover. He's going to his corner and he tags in Triple H. The game, knowing that it's pretty much game over for Guerrero, looks at Y2J and Benoit, crouch chopping at his opponents before he hits Latino Heat with a pedigree. Big Show and Regal celebrate at the ring apron after the move, whilst Benoit and Jericho pace around the ring apron. The referee counts the pinfall as Benoit and Jericho look on in despair. Triple H's rampage isn't finished yet. He's looking for the pedigree in the new legal man Benoit, but the Rabbi Wolverine manages to break free of the move and hit a clothesline. But yet again, more sneak attacks from Triple H's team. "Ah, referee, you gotta get control here," yells JR. Jericho's brought down from his ring apron by Big Show as the Giant lays in with attacks, and the former commissioner William Regal is coming to join the Big Show in his onslaught of Y2J.
"Oh, this is a great game plan! This is a BS game plan, Paul!"
The attacks end with the allegedly goodwill ambassador hitting the Regal cut through Y2J. Regal and Big Show celebrate knowing that Jericho is surely powerless to what happens in the ring now if Triple H can get the better of Chris Benoit. A patented double A spinebuster on the Rabbi Wolverine, and now the game setting up the crippler for the pedigree. Big Show and Regal marvel at what this is going to lead to, and Jericho's still out at ringside. The Radicalz have all been eliminated, and now it's the 3 remaining members of Triple H's team taking on the only remaining member of their opponents, Chris Jericho. And Y2J is still down and out at ringside. Countouts apply in this match, and if the Ayatollah Rock and Roller can't make it into the ring by 10, then that will count as elimination, which will mean Triple H's team will win, and Jericho and the Radicalz will be fired. Jericho has a gargantuan task in his hands, but first things first, he needs to get back into the ring before the referee counts 10. And Jim Ross is screaming at the announce desk, hoping for 2001's King to get back in the ring.
"Get in the ring, Jericho! Get in the ring, Jericho! Oh, thank God! That was close!"
says a relieved Jim Ross. This match will continue, but how much does Y2J have left in him? Y2J and the Cerebral Assassin in the ring now, continuing to exchange punches. The game going so far as to taunt Y2J by slapping him across the face. But it doesn't look like Jericho has much left in the tank, as Triple H picks up Jericho, hoists him in the air, and hits a long-standing suplex. Triple H talking with Regal and Big Show. He seems the game wants his tag partners to make Jericho suffer. Tag to the Giant who gets in the ring. Oh no, he's raising his right arm high in the air. Big Show looking for the chokeslam. And Jericho's up. Chokes onto Jericho, denied by an elbow. Y2J following with a spinning heel kick, but it hasn't taken down the Giant, who shoulder tackles Jericho back down to the mat. Jericho tried to pick himself up, but only eats another shoulder tackle from Big Show for his trouble. The 7-foot 500-pound Giant decides to make the tag to William Regal, who now gets in the ring. What sweet revenge this will be for the former commissioner, the man that blames Jericho as one of the reasons why Regal was fired from that post. Elbow to the head, snapmare, and then a knee to the face of the grounded Jericho. The Goodwill Ambassador using his southpaw skills by working on the left arm of his opponent. Regal again using the left arm of Y2J, wrapping it around the neck of Jericho to hit the Regal cutter again.
"Not like this! Kick out Jericho! Kick out Jericho! Oh my God!"
This match continues to the delight of JR. Y2J may not want to be associated with WCW, but he's definitely displaying the heart of a lion here. Regal gesturing for Jericho to get up, the former commissioner looking for an elbow, but Y2J blocks the move and hits a spinning heel kick. Heyman's not sure where Chris Jericho is getting his energy from, as the former WCW superstar beats at his chest. And now it's Regal who could be in trouble. Big Show and Triple H demanding a tag, but Jericho has his opponent up for a powerbomb. Jericho looking for the trifecta, and he gets it. Pinfall by Y2J. The referee makes the count. Big Show over to break up the pinfall, but it's too late. He's now down to 1-on-2. Jericho has no time to compose himself. Big Show's got Jericho in the chokeslam, and the Giant is successful in hitting it on this occasion. The referee comes down and makes the count, but Jericho kicks out again. Where on earth is Y2J getting this from?
"What will Chris Jericho do to ensure victory for his team?"
asked Paul Heyman. It must be a rhetorical question. Irish whip into the corner, Jericho dodges an incoming Big Show. Shoulder tackle to the game, sending him off the ring apron. Enziguri to the Giant. Y2J turning over the Big Show for the pin. Can Chris Jericho even the odds here? Jim Ross screaming.
"Count him! Count him! Yes! By God, we're down to 1-on-1!
It's all level here at Caesar's Palace. The fans are in full voice as Chris Jericho, down in a 3-on-1 disadvantage, now finds himself 1-on-1 with Triple H. And it's now the game, down and getting counted out at ringside. But what a story these two have here. Jericho's words to Stephanie about being old and raw, Jericho's match with Triple H 3 days ago, and who can forget their incredible last man standing match at last year's fully loaded pay-per-view. It's been a wild ride for these two to get to this moment, and now it seems all bets are off. All usual rules apply in this match set up as it would a 1-on-1 match, but the added stipulations mean that it's everything to play for. The likes of the Radicalz, Big Show, Haku, William Regal and Raven must be watching nervously from the back.
Enziguri by Jericho! Enziguri by Jericho! That's what made Triple H and SmackDown. Is that enough, Paul? Well, Jericho's team.
No! A rope break. The left hand of the rope from Triple H. It's now the game surviving by the skin of his teeth. And it's now Jericho believing how unlucky he was not to put his opponent away. Even Jim Ross and Paul Heyman are on the edge of their commentary seats. The next elimination will decide this match. But the game looking for the pedigree is denied by Y2J. The self-proclaimed king of the world adds a bulldog before continuing his onslaught against his opponent. 10 times here, the next elimination effectively deciding 5 careers ending and 5 future title shots. Jericho may be dishing out the punishment, but both superstars have 3 eliminations to their name tonight. Who's coming out of this match with the 4th? Y2J with a clothesline to Triple H, sending the game over the top rope. Jericho pulling out all the stops, and with a full head of steam, diving through the ropes to take out the Cerebral Assassin. Y2J could opt for the count out here, but he wouldn't want to win that way, surely. The Ayatollah beating at his chest again as the game struggles at ringside. Triple H thrown back in the ring. Jericho sliding in. The turnover. The pin. The count. Oh, the near 3 count. Just what will it take? Jim Ross telling Chris Jericho not to give up. He's so close to putting Triple H away and completing a marvellous comeback. But perhaps speaking at the wrong time, Triple H counters the Jericho attack and sends Y2J over the top rope. The referee's about to start the count out, but the game decides he wants to exit the ring. However, the referee's having none of it. This has infuriated the Cerebral Assassin, and in a fit of rage, he takes out the referee. Oh, Triple H! Damn him! Damn him to hell! And now look at him! He's got a damn sledgehammer! And the referee is out! This is BS! Just put the weapon down and fight Jericho fairly, you asshole! An incensed Jim Ross is the last person Triple H would take advice from, as the game hits Y2J with the sledgehammer in the stomach. The game throws Y2J back in the ring for the pinfall. Is this how it ends for Jericho and the Radicalz? No, it's not over yet. And look at Triple H. He's the one who's incensed now, and he's heading over to the official and having some strong words for him. The game needs to be careful and not get DQ'd here. But from out of nowhere, Jericho with a bulldog. Y2J waits for the Cerebral Assassin to pick himself up. How will Jericho respond? With the powerbomb is the answer, but can Y2J make it another trifecta? It was enough to eliminate William Regal. Will this be the deciding factor? Jericho with the cover, the referee coming down to make the count of 1, 2... No! It's not enough! What on earth does Jericho have to do here? Jim Ross is telling Y2J not to give in. He's so close. The King of the World picks up Triple H. What's his next plan of action? A punch, countered by the Cerebral Assassin, and now he's Triple H back on the offense. The former WWF champion looking for another future WWF title shot, no doubt, if he can hit the pedigree, and he does. But the toll of the triple powerbomb has taken it out of the game. He needs to make the cover. Triple H is inches away from Jericho. All he has to do is make the pin. The referee to make the count. Surely this is how it ends. But it isn't. Jericho kicks out with the pedigree. Stephanie McMahon Helmsley coming out from the back to get a closer look at the action. What does that Jezebel want? Asked Jim Ross. Hensegiri, that's it. Jericho surely won this match, but the $1 Billion Princess is distracting Y2J. Get her out of the ring, demands Jim Ross.
Hey, she's allowed to give moral support. Leave her alone,
Heyman replies. But Jar's wish is going to be granted as the referee's demanding Daddy's little daughter exit ringside. Good call, referee. Stephanie can't believe it. She's been told to head to the back as quick as she came to ringside. Hey, wait, that's a big boss man. The Cobb County Georgia native stands on the ring apron. Jericho has seen him, and Shawn tackles Big Boss Man back to ringside. But there's Chris Hero coming in from the other side, and he hits the Hero's Welcome at Jericho. Wait, is this the plan that Vince McMahon would ensure victory for Triple H's team tonight? Is this the changing of the trajectory? And is this why Vince McMahon wanted the use of Boss Man and Hero's services from Heat? Jim Ross is begging, kick out, kick out! It's over! The match is finally over, but not without controversy. Chris Jericho, such a spirited performance tonight, considering how he had to turn the tide in this match when it was 3 against 1, and then somehow brought the match to a one-on-one counter with Triple H. The 2001 King of the Ring winner, overcoming a Regal cutter at ringside earlier, somehow managed to beat the former commissioner, hitting the triple powerbomb to pin William Regal. Jericho then later kicking out of Big Show's chokeslam and overcoming the 500-pound giant with an enziguri. But it would soon fall apart following interference from the likes of Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, Big Boss Man, and then the rookie's Hero's Welcome move, which would lead to Triple H hitting a second pedigree on Y2J to get the pin and the victory. It seems nobody at Caesar's Palace is more pissed off though than Jim Ross at this moment in time, even arguing with Paul Heyman and commentary.
You better do your job, Jim, lest you be fired.
Hey Paul, let me tell you a story.
I used to work for WCW myself, and I hated that hellhole. So if you want to use that as leverage against me to get me fired from my past associations, then go ahead, get me fired. But in the meantime, I'm going to call this match the way I see it. And the way I see it, folks, the way this match ended was BS. And that's what you should be doing, Paul. So shut up and do your damn job.
But as for the job done in the ring, Bossman, Hero and Stephanie's interference has worked. Triple H is the sole survivor, and not only that, he will now be granted a future title shot of his choosing at any time. And this will apply to the rest of his team eliminated: Big Show, Haku, Raven and William Regal. Not only do they keep their jobs, they all now get a future title shot soon. That's for Jericho and the Radicalz. It's heartbreak. The five are now fired from the World Wrestling Federation. But what a fall from grace for Chris Jericho. At last month's pay-per-view, he was crowned king. He should be the next #1 contender for the WWF Championship perhaps. But even after 2 Regal cutters, a chokeslam, a pedigree, a sledgehammer shot, a hero's welcome and then another pedigree, the Ayatollah Rock and Roller is sadly the Ayatollah of unemployment. As of now. And the same sadly goes to Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, Dean Malenko and Perry Saturn. Triple H celebrates with Big Boss Man and Chris Hero. Was this Vince McMahon's request to the new team earlier on Sunday Night Heat, being the reason that the chairman would ensure Triple H and his team would win tonight? And is this the reason for the changing of the trajectory in the WWF? Hopefully we might find out later in the show. But the team of the Rookie and the Cobb County Georgia native leave as Stephanie McMahon Helmsley and are still employed, and no doubt the next contender for the WWF Championship, Triple H, celebrate in the ring. Vince is in the VIP room watching Triple H and Stephanie celebrate in the ring when he's interrupted by Michael Cole. Mr. McMahon, I just wanted to get your thoughts.
Don't you ever knock. There's a goddamn door, Michael Cole. I expect you to at least have the courtesy to knock before you enter. God damn it.
But my apologies, Mr. McMahon, but I have to ask, we've just witnessed the shocking development of Jericho and the Radicalz being fired due to the interruptions of Chris Hero and Big Boss Man. But why did...
You know something, Cole? You reminded me of a time when you interrupted me backstage once before. You brought up the same subject back then about shocking. So I'm going to give you the same reply. You want shocking again? Well, tonight, Michael Cole, you're going to get shocking again. Now get out.
Cole wisely heeds the words of the chairman and leaves Vince's VIP suite. The game is celebrated in the back, reunited with his 4 teammates following that 10-man tag team match victory, as well as Stephanie McMahon Helmsley, Big Boss Man and Chris Hero who are also present.
Great victory out there tonight, boys. Not only did we stick it to the Radicalz, but I got a last word by defeating Chris Jericho in the middle of the ring. And now it's Y2J that indeed has to shut the hell up.
A collection of laughter and hollering from the collective as the game turns his gaze towards the newcomer.
So you're the rookie, Chris Hero. Well, way to make a name for yourself, kid. You listen to the Big Boss Man, and maybe, just maybe, you just might survive the World Wrestling Federation. But let me warn you, Hero, and in fact, this doesn't just apply to you, Chris, but to everyone else here. Now, I know we're all winners tonight, and our reward is a title opportunity. Any championship at any time. As far as tonight's main event goes, with the greatest of respect to The Rock and even the Rattlesnake, there will be a new WWF champion soon. And guys, you're looking at him. So while some of you may be thinking of challenging for the WWF Championship, perhaps trying to make a name for yourself like Chris Hero here, let me forewarn you that you will have to face off against me. And just like what happened to Jericho and the Radicalz moments ago, that same fate will also happen to you. Because I am the house, I am the game, and I am that damn good.
The message is clear, and there are faces of concern on the rest of the group, but it might not be because of Triple H's words, because stood behind the game is the American Badass. Triple H turns around to see The Undertaker, the cerebral assassin having to take a step back.
Well, hell, boys, that was quite the match just now. Hey, H, why are you scared, man? I didn't come out here to start beef with you, at least not at this moment in time, but in fact, I came here to say I agree with you. Yes, You are the game. You are that damn good. And when I mean that damn good, Triple H, I say you're that damn good at getting your ass kicked by The Undertaker.
Triple H isn't pleased with the remarks of the American Badass, but if The Undertaker doesn't want to fight Triple H right now, it might be better for the game to keep quiet, and that's what he chooses to do.
But that being said, I do have beef with some of you right here, because some of you just happened to be around when my brother Kane was attacked at the beginning of the show. Now I vow to find the sorry ass culprit that's gonna be in for a world of hurt. So Hero, Bossman, Regal, don't you be venturing too far away from the World Wrestling Federation in the next few weeks. Because if I find that one or all of you are not on Raw or SmackDown, I'm gonna take that as guilty as charged. And your punishment? Well, let's just say you'll wish you were fired like Jericho the Radicalz when I kick your ass. See you around, boys.
The dead man leaves, and the celebrations have come to a halt. Whilst the alleged threat of WCW has dissipated with Jericho and the Radicalz being fired, the group of Triple H, Big Show, William Regal, Raven, Haku, Big Bossman and Chris Jericho now recognise that they have jumped out of the frying pan of this WCW threat and into the fire because of the threat of The Undertaker.
JR, what do you think Mr. McMahon meant when he said shocking again?
I don't know, pal, but what I do know, and one thing I would surely bet on, folks, is that as far as tonight is concerned, McMahon's influence isn't done. I'm not sure what he means, if he plans to interfere in Kurt Angle's match with Shane, or if he's indeed leading us to believe that he's not going to get involved in a WWF Championship match on behalf of Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't trust McMahon a damn bit. But fans, we're far from done tonight, and if you thought Fully Loaded has been nothing but anarchy so far, well, you're about to witness total anarchy now, as, Paul, you'll like this next match. It's time for the 6-pack challenge for the Hardcore Championship.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Let's go, JR!
So it's Rob Van Dam defending the Hardcore Championship against 5 other opponents. Faarooq and Bradshaw of the APA, Jerry Lynn, Steven Richards, and the man making his way down to the ring, Al Snow. Al is the former Hardcore Champion himself, and has had some crazy battles over the Hardcore title against the likes of Big Boss Man and Hardcore Holly. But Steven Richards has used his platform and friendly conversation with Vince to convince Al Snow that he's been overlooked for the likes of Rob Van Dam, an argument Al Snow agrees with. And now the former Hardcore Champion has the chance, once again, to be the Hardcore Champion in a few moments. Perhaps the wild card and a superstar with the momentum coming into this 6-pack challenge is the man coming down to the ring now, Jerry Lynn. With the announcement of a 6-man tag team match on Raw last week, with Hardcore Rules, he was the current light heavyweight champion, teaming with Al Snow and Steven Richards to take on the team of Rob Van Dam and the Acolytes. Lynn's cradle piledriver on Faarooq enabled Jerry to pin one half of the APA and get the victory, with the following announcement that this is the match taking place right now. As mentioned, Jerry Lynn is the holder of the Light Heavyweight Championship, and he's had the belt for 3 months now, an impressive reign. What a chance for the former ECW champion to leave Las Vegas tonight as the man that could hold 2 championships. Jerry's victory may have led to the announcement of the 6-pack challenge taking place right now, but what has really led to this moment has come to a head thanks to the work of Steven Richards. It was the former leader of Right to Censor that implanted the seeds for this match when he suggested to Vince McMahon that not only will he win the Hardcore title from Rob Van Dam, but that he plans to develop a new division in its place, cleaning up and getting rid of Hardcore, not just from the World Wrestling Federation, but also in today's society. Steven was granted his Hardcore title match on Raw 2 weeks ago, but the rules stipulated that this would not be a Hardcore match, and if RVD was to get DQ'd in that match, he would lose the title to Steven. However, the stipulation didn't stop RVD from retaining the gold, but it also hasn't deterred Steven Richards from his anti-hardcore morality crusade. Recruiting the likes of Jerry Lynn and Al Snow to his mission, the hypocrisy of the former leader of Right to Censor was highlighted by the Hardcore Champion Rob Van Dam on SmackDown 3 days ago. Jerry Lynn and Al Snow leaving Steven to fend for himself in his 6-pack challenge tonight. Faarooq and Bradshaw, the Acolytes protection agents, had come down to the ring. Their services were required by Rob Van Dam 10 days ago in SmackDown. With RVD's title defence against Raven, the Hardcore Champion asked the APA to make sure Steven Richards wouldn't cost Mr. Pay-Per-View the gold in that match. The Acolytes would come out and make the save following a post-match beatdown from getting worse when Jerry Lynn, Al Snow and Steven Richards decided to jump RVD. Paul Heyman, no doubt Rob Van Dam's biggest #1 fan at Caesar's Palace, continues to sing the praises of the Hardcore Champion. RVD has had a good start to his title reign since he defeated Rhyno to win the belt at last month's King of the Ring pay-per-view. Rob Van Dam has continued to make successful title defence after successful title defence, retaining the championship against the likes of Rhyno again, Spike Dudley, Steven Richards and Raven. But now the Hardcore Champion's title reign is in serious jeopardy. He has to face the prospect of not 1, but 5 challenges coming after his Hardcore title. One won't ever notice RVD ever lose his cool, and he's certainly not showing it here. And that's why he is the whole effing show, Heyman tells the audience, because Rob Van Dam would still fancy his chances, even with the odds being at 1 in 6. Well, it's all happening here tonight. Surprising new tag team champions in X Factor, no new commissioner in Mick Foley, and now Chris Jericho the Radicalz fired thanks to the shocking assist of Chris Hero and Big Boss Man. And yet Vince McMahon telling Michael Cole that we're going to get shocking again tonight. This might be the time to take the proverbial break from gambling, seeing as how anything can happen here tonight at Fully Loaded. It's happening here tonight at Fully Loaded. Now, a 6-pack challenge, meaning a 1 in 6 chance of leaving as Hardcore Champion. Worse odds for Rob Van Dam, the champion, than anyone else here tonight in their other matches. And what makes this different from the triple threat match for the Intercontinental Championship that we witnessed earlier when Rikishi successfully defended his belt is another variable in this match. The fact that pinfalls and submissions can take place anywhere in the building, as long as there is a referee present. If the previous official's job was hard in the previous 10-man tag team elimination match, then this official will have a hell of a job trying to keep up with these 6 superstars. Rob Van Dam's was considerably worse than Rikishi's earlier, but given the unpredictable nature of this pay-per-view so far, maybe this just might work out for the whole effing show after all. A sit-out scoop slam from Bradshaw to Faarooq, proving there's no allegiances here tonight. Arsenal will be the first one to look for the hardcore weapons under the ring and bringing out a stop sign, but it's the former hardcore champion himself getting stopped by Bradshaw's right boot, and it's Bradshaw's tag team partner preventing Bradshaw from becoming the new hardcore champion. It's 1 fall to a finish, the pin or submission that takes place with the referee counting the fall or acknowledging the tap out, and the match is over. All participants are going to have a tough time trying to get the fall if they're all in the ring, although the man in the zebra stripes just might appreciate that at least all participants are in eyesight. Case in point, wonderful tiger suplex from Jerry Lynn to the hardcore champion. RVD kicks out, although Bradshaw and Al Snow were both on hand to break the fall. There's not been much by way of weapons as of yet. Is this Steven Richards' influence unconsciously at play in this match? Just don't tell that to Paul Heyman.
I hate him! I hated him in ECW! I hated him in Right to Censor! I hate him now!
Oh, Jacqueline, flying off the top and taking out the RTC leader! How about that, Paul?
Wonderful, JR! More of the same, please!
Now the action is starting to get interesting. Most, if not all, the superstars are out of the ring. The referee's got to have eyes in the back of his head now. Rob Van Dam dealing with Faarooq near the entrance ramp. Also at ringside going at it with Bradshaw. Nice STO from the former hardcore champion. But it seems none of the challengers, nor the champion for that matter, can get a hold or get control of this match. Geraldine dealing with Bradshaw in the ring. Al Snow grabs the chair and slides in. He can't get all of the attack on the light heavyweight champion, but he can take out Bradshaw with the steel chair. But Al Snow again can't get the better of Jerry Lynn. A couple of right hands from the light heavyweight champion leads into a cradle shock. And the pin. Bradshaw doesn't even know what's happening, he's missing the pin, but Al Snow kicks out at 2. Close. Trying to keep up with the action seems like a tougher job for the announce team of Jim Ross and Paul Heyman than it does for the referee. Right in front of the commentators, Bradshaw takes out a shovel, but Paul Heyman is disappointed to find Steven Richards avoid the weapon attack. Back in the ring, Faarooq is about to hit the hardcore champion with a suplex, but Rob Van Dam manages to get out of the predicament, taking out Faarooq's left leg. Steven Richards' roll up to Al Snow is immediately broken up by Bradshaw before the referee can get through the ring ropes. The whole effing show is on the top turnbuckle, but he's brought crashing down to the mat by Jerry Lynn. The referee's indecisive about being in the ring or not. He needs to get in the ring. Jerry Lynn's got the pin on RVD, but Steven Richards is on hand to break up the pin before the referee can make the 3 count. Jerry Lynn launching off the ropes with a crossbody, but he can't connect the move to Van Dam. Lynn is up and is the victim of a Steven kick. Steven making the pin of Jerry Lynn, he's broken up by the Hardcore Champion. Meanwhile at ringside, Faarooq is in control over Al Snow with a hard spinebuster. RVD with a dropkick to Bradshaw in the ring. The referee with the count at ringside, but Al Snow kicks out before the official can slap the mat for 1. Back in the ring, the other member of APA, Bradshaw, battles with Steven Richards, and as the former RTC leader up for a gorilla press slam. Heyman is loving it.
Do it! Let him go! Make him suffer!
Faarooq's second attempt to win the gold, and dominated to Al Snow. The referee has to get out of the ring though, but Steven is somehow out of the ring and has managed to break up the pinfall before the referee can make the count. Kick from RVD to Bradshaw earlier, and now the referee is to run back in the ring, but Bradshaw shoulders off the mat again before the referee can count 1.
Oh man, we need more officials for this match,
says JR.
We need quicker, athletic officials, JR.
Steven Richards prevented any Van Dam attacks with an elbow to the stomach and then following up with a neck breaker, but all superstars in the ring look spent, save for Bradshaw, patiently waiting for either Steven Richards, Rob Van Dam or Jerry Lynn to get up so that more ass whipping can be dealt. But it's Steven countering Bradshaw with a snapmare, and then a shot to the back of Rob Van Dam leads to a low kick to the abdomen, only for the former leader of RTC to be taken out with a clothesline from Jerry Lynn. Van Dam slides out of the ring. Steven Richards also slides out of the ring at the adjacent side, but the Crusader from Morality is back up, and he's stalking the Hardcore Champion on the mat near the entrance ramp.
Whoa, wait a minute! The Undertaker? Why is he here?
Think about it, Paul. The demo were one of the superstars who were there when Kane was taken out backstage. Steven Richards was one of those superstars. By God, it can all kick off now.
However, it seems Undertaker's interruption was nothing more than a warning to Steven Richards, just as his talk was to the rest of the superstars earlier. Moreover, Steven has dodged the blindside attack of RVD. Neckbreaker on the ramp by Richards leads to a pin. What a shock that would have been. Undertaker's interference inadvertently giving Steven Richards the Hardcore Championship, but it's not over yet. Gorilla press slam from Faarooq to Bradshaw of all people. RVD thrown in the ring. Steven's grabbing a table. Faarooq with a pin attempt. The referee comes to make the count, broken up by Jerry Lynn. The four continue to go at it at ringside. Jerry Lynn now dealing with Bradshaw, whilst his tag team partner Faarooq deals with Al Snow. Back in the ring, Steven Richards has set up a table, but it's now the Hardcore Champion Rob Van Dam back on the offense. His quick feet leading to a monkey flip puts Mr. Pay-Per-View back in charge in his pay-per-view. More quick footwork from RVD as Bradshaw has Jerry Lynn by the scruff of the neck at ringside, only for the former ECW champion to break free with elbows. The former RTC leader's left lying in the middle of the ring. Van Dam was left to grab the ladder at ringside.
Oh, Paul, what's RVD planning?
Wait and see, JR.
Van Dam slides the ladder in the ring, but in front of JR and Heyman is Jerry Lynn. He picks Bradshaw up and hits the cradle pile driver. The referee spotted it and comes flying out of the ring to make the count. Will Jerry leave Las Vegas with 2 belts? So close, but the action isn't done. The referee's back in the ring as the Hardcore Champion positions Steven Richards, now lying on the table. What on earth is RVD going to do here? Jerry Lynn and Bradshaw at ringside, they're struggling to get up. Faarooq still dealing with Al Snow at the other end of ringside. Van Dam, he climbs the ladder. In fact, he's going right to the top.
Oh, Van Dam, whatever you're thinking, don't! Please, for the love of God!
Whatever RVD was thinking is temporarily halted. Steven Richards has managed to shake off the cobwebs and get off the table. Now Van Dam's in a compromising position, stood at the top of the ladder. Steven sees this and decides to climb the ladder himself. Van Dam has managed to come back down. Now both stand near the top of the ladder. The two exchange hands at the top, and Jai is worried for the health of admittedly both superstars.
Good grief! These two need to be careful!
Oh, what is this? Van Dam setting Steven up. Oh, a swinging neckbreaker off the top of the ladder through the table.
Good God Almighty! Good God Almighty!
Steven down. RVD manages to get back up, but the whole effing show's in a whole effing daze. Wait, at ringside, Al Snow with the snowplow. The pin. The referee finally sees it and makes the count. Al Snow could steal it here. No, Faarooq kicks out at 2. Rob Van Dam snapped out of his daze. There's only one thing left to do. Climb the top turnbuckle and put an end to Steven Richards and his Morality Crusade with the 5-star frog splash. Great hang time by RVD. Surely this match is over. The referee comes back in the ring as Van Dam covers Steven Richards for the pin. Tonight's theme of unpredictability continues again in the most unlikely of circumstances. Rob Van Dam, a great first month as Hardcore Champion, but surely he couldn't have envisaged successfully defending his championship tonight against 5 other superstars, as well as the rules, or lack of rules, in his 6-pack Hardcore Challenge working against him. Steven Richards may have gotten the upper hand in his morality crusade against RVD, but perhaps the distraction of The Undertaker unsettled the former leader, and so RVD managed to regain control of his offense against Steven Richards. However, Van Dam didn't need to be pinned to lose the championship tonight, and on several occasions that was nearly the case. And the whole effing show had to contend with the fact that this championship match could have ended with the decision made not in the ring. But yet again, another 5-star finish for Van Dam. But it's a number 6 that's also important, because this 6-pack challenge victory means a 6th successful title defence for Mr. Pay-Per-View. He's quickly becoming the face of the hardcore division in the WWF. Paul Heyman responds to the idea that RVD couldn't be envisaging successfully defending his title tonight by saying,
"He's confident, JR. You put anyone against Van Dam and he'll knock him down."
Yes, indeed. It looks like it's going to take someone very special to outshine Rob Van Dam.
Well, if it isn't the owner of WCW. Well, Shane, now that I've gotten rid of the stench of Jericho and the Radicalz, soon enough Kurt Angle will not only lay a beating on you tonight, but also will defeat your WCW World Heavyweight Champion, whoever that may be, and bring the gold to the World Wrestling Federation. Tell me, Shane, how does it feel? How does it feel knowing that when you signed your name on the dotted line March 26th, that you have in essence bought nothing more than a dollar store company?
I bet you're feeling pretty proud of yourself, right, Vince? Firing superstars that never wanted to jump to WCW in the first place. Well, congratulations. You got what you wanted. And to think, this is you, Vince McMahon, my own father, thinking he's made another smart business move. So what have we had? Taking down the 80s territory structure? Cable pay-per-view? Overcoming the Monday Night Wars and then becoming the #1 wrestling company in the world? I bet you think you made another smart business decision. But let's review, Vince, the businessman in 2001. So, let's see, there was me buying WCW from underneath your nose, and I know that's gotta hurt, Vince. Then there was me kicking your ass, embarrassing you in front of 67,000 fans in Texas at WrestleMania, and then millions watching around the world, I might add. Then there's having Stone Cold Steve Austin allying himself with you. There's suspending The Rock. Oh wait, my darling mum brought back the great one. Oh, and then there's the greatest business move that you made of all, the XFL. Don't worry, Vince, I'm sure there's plenty more defeats for you to witness, especially when tonight I defeat your Olympic gold medalist in a street fight, and soon he comes to work with yours truly in World Championship Wrestling. You see, Vince, for all of your achievements, for all of your accomplishments as a smart businessman, in a few moments, I'm going to go out there and prove that you're nothing more than a glorified, stupid son of a bitch. The complexion has changed between the two McMahons here. Vince was the confident one approaching Shane, and now it's Shane walking away from the chairman full of confidence. And it's now Vince with a nervous disposition. The attention is turned to the women, and the stakes are as high here like the upcoming street fight. Now, Jacqueline must win her match against Aja Kong, otherwise it's time for the pride that is Miss Texas to hang up her boots. Jackie has proven in the month of July that not only is she far from broken down, but on Raw this past week, the team of Jacqueline and Molly Holly somehow defeated the team of Aja and Bull, Jackie hitting the spinning heel kick in Nakano to get in the victory, and handing Aja Kong's first defeat. The victory seems to have had Kong and Nakano concerned that Jacqueline just might be capable of beating Aja Kong and becoming a 3-time women's champion here tonight. There is a reason that her surname is Kong, like the King, because their destructive impact has been felt ever since Aja made a return to the World Wrestling Federation in June, taking out then women's champion China with a Huracan, and then successfully defeating the 9th wonder of the world at King of the Ring to become the women's champion. Aja has been on a roll, but that tag team defeat on Raw last Monday, even if Aja wasn't the one getting pinned, has somewhat unnerved the women's champion, so much so that earlier in the evening, both Aja and Bull blindsided Jackie in the back on Sunday Night Heat. It's not as if Arja needs the advantage. Her presence is enough to scare many men away, let alone all women. Jim Ross also agrees with Michael Cole's argument earlier in Heat. Maybe that tag team defeat for Arja has the challenger, Jacqueline, firmly in the head of the women's champion.
Now wait a minute,
Says JR.
what's she doing in the ring? This is a one-on-one contest. Get out of the ring, Nakano.
Jim Ross isn't too happy with a big enough distraction. That is Bull Nakano standing with Arja in the ring right now. The bell hasn't even rung yet. This doesn't look good at all for the challenger.
Hey JR, look! Jackie's got a mic! She's not gonna forfeit, surely!
Asks Heyman. Jackie's in the ring and speaks to both Arja and Bull. So this is how it's gonna go down, eh? Two bitches thinking they're bad because they can take out the pride of Texas? You see, this is what I expected from both of you, and well, I ain't going down that easily. I came here tonight to continue my career in the WWF and win the Women's Championship. But what I haven't told you, Bull, Arja, I haven't come here tonight alone.
Wait, what does she mean, Paul?
Asked Jim Ross. As Jackie looks beyond Arja and Bull towards the stage, both Kong and Nakano turn around to see that it's Molly Holly coming down to the ring. If she's coming to be in the corner of Jacqueline right now, this levels things up nicely for the women's title match. Molly can watch Bull and make sure she doesn't get up to any tricks, as Jacqueline can concentrate on Arja Kong. The bell has rung and we're underway in this women's title match. And there's also something at stake for Molly too, because if Jacqueline leaves as the new women's champion tonight, then the Pride of Miss Texas has said she will give Molly the first women's title shot tomorrow night on Raw. But already, Jackie in trouble here. Arja with the offense in the opening moments, climbing up to the top rope and then hitting a splash onto the challenger. This isn't looking good at all for Jacqueline in the opening moments. As the women's champion continues to taunt at the presence of Molly accompanying Jackie in this match, one has to wonder, for as tough as Jackie is, how much that backstage attack and Sunday Night Heat will factor into the match right now. Who knows how much Jackie's still reeling from Kong and Bull's ambush? We'll never know because of the toughness of the challenger. Something Jackie doesn't want to expose, as this could well be her final appearance in the squared circle for the World Wrestling Federation tonight. Paul Heyman with another interesting observation.
Arja Kong may be the Japanese destroyer, but it's Jacqueline right now challenging her in a Kawada.
Wait, what?
Paul Heyman making reference to Japan's Toshiaki Kawada, famed for his lethal kicks in the ring. The challenger for the Women's Championship has stopped the early momentum of the Women's Champion. This is a spirit she wants to show if she's to continue to get into the heads of both Arja and Bull and leave as the Women's Champion for the third time tonight. The strength of Jackie to pick up Arja and hit a sit-out Death Valley driver. Jacqueline for the pin. The referee comes down to make the count, but Arja's kicked out before one count is made. And look at Arja, she's seething. Jacqueline can't believe it. Jacqueline perhaps trying to shake things up by throwing Arja over the top rope. But again, Bull Nakano's presence is felt when she jumps in the ring apron to grab the attention of the challenger. The referee makes the count to Arja Kong, who's out at ringside. Jackie isn't afraid to take on Bull Nakano, but Paul Heyman says she needs to think with her brain.
Hey look, Paul! Molly's heading towards Bull! Oh, what a spinning forearm from Molly!
A great equaliser, but the distraction at ringside has allowed Arja to slide back in the ring and respond with a facebuster to Jackie. Heyman then going back to the point he was making about how Jacqueline needs to think with her brain and not just with her brawling skills when it comes to Arja Kong. But maybe the former ECW owner spoke a little too soon. Jackie's back up and responds with a clothesline and a wonderful springboard kick to take out the Women's Champion. Jim Ross making it known how the World Wrestling Federation were right to bring back the Women's Championship nearly 3 years ago, and no surprise given as to who was the first Women's Champion since its return in '98. Of course, it was Jacqueline. As much as the story has been how the challenger for the Women's Championship just might be in the head of the champion, nothing should be taken away from the current defending champion. No one has made such an impact on the women's division since Arja Kong returned to the WWF back in June. Arja having no trouble of dispatching China to become the women's champion in Arja's first month back. Sit out Death Valley driver from Arja this time, the pin! Oh, a 2 count! Arja looks at her fallen opponent and realises there's no chance Jackie is the fighting spirit to get back in this match. The women's champion laughing at Jackie and then choking out the challenger lying on the mat. Jim Ross wondering at this moment in time why the women's champion would ever need somebody like Bull Nakano to accompany her, because the women's champion can do this on her own. But there's the challenger back up on her own. Perhaps the way this match should really have gone down tonight. Irish whip from Jacqueline, somehow mustering the strength to whip Aja into the corner without a reversal, following up with a clothesline, leaving Aja Kong sitting in the corner, as Jacqueline runs round to get ahead of steam, and again tried the foot into the head of Aja. Jacqueline making the cover, the referee coming round to make the count, but it's still nowhere near a 3. The challenger again showing no fear, responding with another springboard, this time with a forearm. Jacqueline, now thinking high risk and high reward herself, climbs the top turnbuckle and then jumps off to hit a crossbody. Great stuff by the challenger, she needs to keep the momentum going. Another pin, but again it's barely a 1 count. We talk about the fighting spirit of Jacqueline, but what about the resilience of Kong? It's now becoming a level playing field on offense. Kong responding with a jawbreaker to Jacqueline, the challenger countered with an elbow to the champion, the Japanese monster pushing away Miss Texas dropkick. Kong grabs Jacqueline and Irish whips the challenger into the corner. The women's champion with a full head of steam charging into Jacqueline. Kong now climbing the turnbuckle and launching off the second rope with a splash. Oh, this could be trouble. The referee makes the count, but Jacqueline kicks out at 2. Kong is furious, and JR wonders the more Jacqueline kicks out, the more seeds of doubt are sown into the head of the champion. But Heyman thinks Jim Ross might be reading too much into that. Aja is distracted by Molly on the apron, but Jacqueline is back up and drives both knees into the back of Aja. What a turnaround this would be! Jacqueline with the cover on Aja. The referee counting. Oh, a near 3 count fall. So close for Jacqueline. The challenger isn't giving up, continuing with those Kawada kicks. The referee watches on, but he doesn't see Bull Nakano on the ring apron slightly take off the top elbow pad. Again, Molly sees this and runs around the ring to hit a running forearm smash, taking out Bull. The referee sees the elbow pad taken off and fixes it. Jacqueline is in the ring and hits a spinning heel kick. That's surely it. This match is over. But there's no count. The referee still tries to fix the elbow pad as Jacqueline continues to cover Aja. Ref, count the fall. Count it. Oh, I don't believe it. Bull's actions just may have saved Aja, and Nakano gains a measure of revenge by taking out Molly at ringside. And now it's Nakano taunting Jacqueline and pointing the finger at the challenger. Jack is unimpressed with Bull's actions, taking off the top turnbuckle pad and then taking out Molly Holly. The distraction allows Aja Kong to get back in the match, taking out Jacqueline with a clothesline from behind, and this doesn't look like it's going to end well for the challenger. The women's champion picks Jacqueline up, stalking her opponent as Jack is in the daze. A left hook from Aja, grabbing a hold of Jacqueline, lifting her up and hitting a sit-out powerbomb. Aja's up, and it seems the women's champion isn't done with Jackie. Aja waiting patiently as Jacqueline gets up slowly. Another punch, a wrench of the arm. Oh, what a kick to the head of Jacqueline. Again, Aja's still not done, and Jim Ross is begging for Miss Texas to get some of that fighting spirit back. Each move by Aja sadly looks like the inevitable is about to happen. The women's champion in a suplex, and again, Aja demanding Jacqueline get up. Come on, Jackie! Come on, Jackie! JR bellows from the announced position. Kick to the gut, Aja then picking up the challenger and hitting the package pile driver. Oh, for God's sakes, you made your damn point, Kong! Just pin her and get it over with! It seems even JR has started to concede that this match is over for Jacqueline. Bull is loving this. JR and the fans are not, but Aja laughs and hits the Huracan. That devastatingly patented spinning back fist. The challenger, down and out in the ring. Aja pulls her opponent to ensure no rope break and what must be the final action in this match. The referee counts. All hope has been zapped out of Caesar's Palace. Damn it, Paul! Jacqueline was so close to ending Aja's title reign here tonight. And the question that will sadly never be answered: would Aja Kong have kicked out of Jacqueline's spinning heel kick had Bull Nakano not taken off that top turnbuckle pad, distracting the referee who was putting the pad back on whilst Jacqueline made the cover on Aja? We will never know, as unfortunately Aja Kong has retained the women's championship here tonight, her continued offense leading to that deadly Huracan finisher. The stipulation now sadly comes into effect. Jacqueline must retire. She has lost the women's championship match, and tonight in the casino, Jacqueline unfortunately has to hang up her wrestling boots. The pride of Miss Texas can take pride in the way she fought valiantly in tonight's title match, but sadly it wasn't enough. A rather sombre note to end the women's title match tonight, as Aja and Bull smile and walk off, posing another question: who can stop the unstoppable force and immovable objects that are Kong and Nakano? The sullen expression continues to be on the face of Jim Ross following the end to the women's title match. Well,
we've lost Jericho the Radicalz earlier in the night, and now we have to say goodbye to Jacqueline. This is heartbreaking. Wait, Jacqueline's in the ring, and she's got a mic. Oh, let's listen.
You know, growing up in Texas, I only had one dream, and that was to become a professional wrestler. And not only did I achieve my dream, I achieved it working for the one company I wanted to work for, and that was the WWF. But before I give my thank you and so long speech, I just wanted to give a shout out to my opponent just now, Aja Kong. I know. Look, regardless of what happened just now, I know that you are truly a one tough bitch. Now, I understand that because I lost just now, that I have to retire, and I accept that. But Kong, you need to understand and accept something about old Jackie. You see, when I came to the World Wrestling Federation in '98, the people in the back were so impressed with me that they decided to bring back the Women's Championship. And do you know who won that Women's Championship? That's right, Kong, it was me. Aja Kong, you have to understand and accept that the reason why you're the WWF Women's Champion right now is because of me.
Oh, here.
But that being said, I have lost tonight, and I acknowledge my career in the WWF has come to an end. But Las Vegas and the rest of the world watching, I want to thank you for your continued support of me, not just in the WWF, but throughout my whole career. And just because this is goodbye to wrestling in this ring, this is not necessarily goodbye to me working in the wrestling industry. I'm only just getting started. But fans, thank you. Thank you very much. Jacqueline's in-ring career may be over, and she lost in a rivalry to Aja Kong tonight, but the pride of Texas at least got the last word here, because it's true, Aja Kong is the women's champion. She's holding a belt that was deactivated in '95, but brought back in '98, and it was Jacqueline who would be the first to hold the belt since its reinstatement. So had it not been for Jacqueline, Aja Kong wouldn't be holding the women's championship now. She might not even be wrestling in the WWF if it wasn't for Jacqueline. The now retired Jackie leaves the ring as Jim Ross and Paul Heyman thank Jacqueline for her efforts. And with whatever Jacqueline plans on doing next in her life, both wish Jackie the best in her future endeavours.
That damn Shane! I hope he knows what he's getting into when he steps into that ring with our esteemed Olympic gold medalist. With that being said, tonight, so far so good. I hope now our WWF superstars wouldn't even dare a thinking jumping ship to WCW. And if they did, well, then we've just got 2 words for them. But listen, the job tonight is nearly complete and plans are working to perfection. Triple H, your job is done. Now all eyes on you, Stone Cold. Tonight, I want you to go out there and get the job done tonight. And remember, Steve, I guaranteed earlier I will not be in your corner tonight. You do understand what I'm saying, right? Oh yeah, Vince, I understand perfectly. Great. Well, I'll let you go get ready.
Austin walks off, as does Triple H, but the game is prevented from leaving by the chairman. Vince wanted to speak to Triple H privately.
Hunter, listen. Now, I've lived up to my end of the bargain, helping you win that 10-man tag team elimination match. Now, I need your word that you're gonna back me up when the time comes tonight. When the time comes tonight? What are you saying, Vince? I thought tonight's job's done and the trajectory changing following my victory. What are you planning, Vince? You think your victory in that match, the firing of Jericho and the Radicalz, is the changing of the trajectory? I'm afraid not, Triple H. But just remember, when the time comes, when the plans are indeed set in motion, that you will have my back.
Triple H is unsure what Vince is planning, but nevertheless nods and agrees, if not rather reluctantly.
Wait, so this changing of the trajectory that Vince is calling it is not in reference to Triple H's team winning? Apparently not! Well, this could spell trouble for either The Rock tonight, or maybe coming the form of the next match, as it's a street fight with Kurt Angle going one-on-one with Shane in a few moments.
And the match graphic confirms this. The Olympic gold medalist and the owner of WCW will shortly battle it out in the ring, and possibly out of the ring too, because anything goes, there's no rules in this match. Kurt was offered the chance to join Shane McMahon's WCW, but rejected Shane's offer firmly with an Angle slam. And Shane has made sure not only will Kurt Angle not get a WCW title shot in the future, but neither the WWF title nor the King of the Ring tournament. Shane is the owner of WCW, but it's Kurt that wants to own Shane in tonight's match, as the hype package shows.
Kurt Angle, the 1996 Olympic gold medal winner, has had a meteoric rise to the top in the World Wrestling Federation.
I've had the greatest thrilling career of any WWF superstar in their first year, and that, my friends, is true.
Hey wait, that's Shane McMahon!
What does the WCW owner, Shane McMahon, want with Kurt Angle?
Now Kurt, you've done it all in the World Wrestling Federation. European title, Intercontinental title, last year's King of the Ring winner, and then the creme de la creme, the World Wrestling Federation Championship. But Kurt, WCW's in the house, and seeing as you've done it all in the World Wrestling Federation, it's time for you to do it all again in World Championship Wrestling. You join WCW and I'll guarantee you the first shot at the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Or could you imagine it? Kurt Angle going for it all! The King of the Ring tournament again! The WWF Championship and the WCW Championship if Angle accepts Shane's offer. Shane, I look forward to taking on the best competition in WCW by staying with the WWF.
Oh wait, Kurt with the Angle slam to Shane! Angle has pledged allegiance to the World Wrestling Federation. Hey wait, Shane's back in the arena. How come God Almighty, Shane with a chair shot to Angle, and Jericho's beating Kurt?
What the hell, Shane?
Kurt Angle had the chance to challenge for the WWF and WCW championships, and because of Shane's interference tonight, Kurt Angle leaves King of the Ring with nothing. Shane McMahon, you snot-nosed little punk! I've had it clear with Mr. McMahon. I'm fully loaded. You and I are gonna go one-on-one, but Shane, it's not gonna be any ordinary match. It's gonna be a street fight. I'm not too sure about this, Shane.
Kurt, I accept. But seeing as we're in the casino in Las Vegas, let's up the ante. If you win, Kurt, you will get the first chance at the WCW title when my champion arrives soon. However, if you lose, Kurt, then you will be fighting alongside me as the newest member of WCW. A street fight between Angle and Shane. A possible future WCW title shot and WWF territory if Kurt wins. Or a possible defection if Kurt loses. The stakes are so high.
This is gonna be intense. Shane McMahon, Kurt Angle, street fight. I'm fully loaded.
Stay tuned. Things are about to get very interesting. You may not be Vince's son anymore, Shane, but I'm fully loaded. I'm gonna be your daddy. It's true. It's damn true. There's no love lost between Angle and Shane, but there was a brief moment in time when Kurt nearly joined WCW. And whilst Angle was thinking of his decision, the American hero at that point could have been challenging for the WWF title, the WCW title, and the King of the Ring tournament. But following the Angle slam on Shane and declaring his loyalty to the WWF, Kurt therefore lost his chance to challenge for the WCW Championship. And it was Shane, or rather Test, that would cost Kurt the chance to challenge for the WWF Championship that same night on Raw. Shane may have gotten his revenge, screwing Kurt out of the King of the Ring tournament final, but Angle has a chance tonight to become the first WWF superstar to wear WCW gold on WWF turf, if he can defeat Shane. It was Kurt Angle that suggested the street fight against his opponent coming down to the ring now, but if history in the WWF has taught us anything, says Jim Ross, it's how tonight's stipulation benefits Shane more than your standard one-on-one match. And JR's argument is to look at the WCW owner's experience in matches that typically involve no disqualification, such as his fights against the likes of Test, Big Show, Steve Blackman, his own father, and even Stone Cold Steve Austin. It might be foolish to count out Shane McMahon in tonight's street fight. So, a street fight. Anything goes, no countouts, no disqualifications. The pin or submission must take place in the ring, but that doesn't mean that this fight is constrained to Caesar's Palace. If Kurt or Shane really did want to take this fight to the streets of Las Vegas, then there's no stopping them. We've seen both Shane and Kurt fight in a parking lot on Raw and SmackDown this past week. Kurt getting the better of Shane on Raw, but Angle's attempted ambush on the WCW owner and SmackDown backfired, when Matt Hardy saved the WCW owner from the man-beast Rhyno. The European title match still to come tonight. This is a street fight, but there's a WCW owner going down Angle's route of submissions, the sharpshooter and the Olympic gold medalist. Shane McMahon might not exactly be known for his in-ring ability, but it seems nothing phases Shane, whether this is the stipulation of the match or the intensity of the opponent. Not even a world-class amateur wrestling champion like Kurt Angle. What's the WCW owner looking for? Oh, he's found the kendo stick! Angle still reeling, Shane back in the ring, and attacks Kurt with repeating shots to the head. The third attempt is thwarted as Angle's grabbed the weapon and hits Shane right at the stomach with a kendo stick. And now it's Kurt going to town on Shane.
Oh, good grief! The kendo stick just exploded at the cost of Shane's skull!
JR yells. The Olympic gold medalist is now keen to showcase his own amateur wrestling skills at the expense of his opponent, rolling on the ground. But wait, what's this? Angle replying to Shane's submission with a submission of his own, the figure 4 leg lock.
Well, that's one way to get in ahead of the WCW owner and a certain legend of the WCW roster,
says Paul Heyman. Angle continuing to work on the left leg of Shane McMahon. Does the Olympic gold medalist decide to go through the technical route to beat Shane here? But Shane counters any further leg work by the Pittsburgh native using his own legs and responds with an elbow. And then the leg drop!
Now who could that be an homage to?
Asked Jim Ross. Shane McMahon up top. A WCW homage trifecta possibly? And there it is, the diving elbow! Shane goes for the pin. 1, 2, oh, not quite.
Well, that was an interesting combination of moves. Kurt stated he was looking forward to WCW competition. He's getting it tonight in the form of the WCW owner. I wonder who Shane's been wheeling and dealing with in the meantime, whilst Vince and company have been worried about their own damn WWF superstars.
Oh, don't tarnish the great name of the WWF by talking about WCW. You know, JR, I worked in that place too, and it was horrible. I don't even want to think about their own esteemed Olympic gold medalist being sullied with the grubby letters of WCW.
But it could happen.
The conflicting feelings of Jim Ross are evident here as Shane McMahon hits the spinebuster, straight out of the playbook of another WCW legend, and the pin, oh, another 2. Kurt really been given a strong taste of WCW. This is what Angle will have to expect from the superstars of World Championship Wrestling should he end up losing this match. Shane going out of the ring and then looking underneath for more weapons, and he takes out a shovel. Shane back in the ring and he strikes Kurt with multiple shots to the head. What a metaphor that would be. The American hero's down and he's rolling out to ringside. Shane climbing up top and a diving splash at the opponent outside of the ring. If this is what we can expect from the WCW owner, imagine what we could expect from the superstars of WCW in the future as Shane acknowledges the fans at ringside. The WCW owner's confidence is showing, but so is his complacency. A missed elbow drop allows Kurt back into the match, and the Olympic gold medalist targets the face of WCW with rights and lefts, with a forearm shot leaving Shane teetering on the barricade. Kurt's walking away, he's now looking for a weapon.
Wait a minute, Kurt's picked up a mic! How's that gonna help? Is Kurt gonna talk Shane to death?
But a shot with the mic does take out the WCW owner, Kurt replying with stomps to Shane lying on the floor. Shane's back up and looks for the jump swinging DDT, but Kurt prevents the move with punches to the gut. Another shot to the face of the WCW owner. Oh, the angle slam! The angle slam on the outside! That might be it! That might be enough for the Olympic gold medalist to earn his WCW title shot. But Kurt needs to put Shane in the ring for the pinfall to be counted. It's the only place where pinfalls are legal in this match. 1, 2, oh, Shane kicks out, and Kurt isn't best pleased.
I tell you, JR, Shane's gonna regret calling his own father stupid, because what Kurt's capable of doing to Shane after kicking out of the angle slam, well, this is a street fight, JR, and Kurt is a dangerous animal.
Perhaps foreshadowing from the former ECW owner there, but as Jim Ross reminds Paul Heyman about Shane McMahon's match history, don't count out the WCW owner. And it's Shane on the counter, elbowing his way out of trouble against the Olympic gold medalist, the 4th generation of McMahon using the environment to his advantage, throwing Kurt into the steel steps. Shane not stopping, picking up his opponent and throwing Angle into the barricade. This is what the street fight's all about. The environment is just as relevant to this match as well as the wrestling skills of both participants. And it could be argued for as much as Kurt can be the animal inside the wrestling ring, Shane McMahon may be the man for the use of making the most of his environment. And the WCW owner now looking to take Kurt away from the ring, but Kurt counters with elbows to the stomach.
Now, JR, now this is where it gets really interesting.
The Olympic gold medalist throws Shane McMahon up the ramp, Kurt willing to test his mettle in Shane's environment perhaps, and it's given JR that unsettling feeling. Kurt following through with a clothesline, picking up his opponent and Kurt sending Shane to the top of the stage.
Oh, I'm not sure about this. Something bad can happen here, folks, especially when it comes to the owner of the WCW on the stage. Look at what happened against
Overhead belly to belly. Beautiful. Beautiful, Kurt.
Heyman clapping to the efforts of the Olympic gold medalist, interrupting JR as he continues.
Look at what happened against Steve Blackman at SummerSlam last year. Look at what happened against Big Show back in April. Shane falling 40, 50 feet off the truss to the ground. Oh God, please be careful.
But it's Shane who's back up and has a hold of Kurt, and they're heading towards the edge of the stage. Kurt breaks free, elbowing at Shane repeatedly, and now Kurt has a hold of Shane. The Olympic gold medalist moving closer towards the edge, with Kurt looking to launch Shane off the stage, but Shane might just stop himself going over the edge. Kurt still has a hold of Shane, and he throws Shane off the stage. The WCW owner landing on his front, and he's clutching at his stomach. Kurt looks over his opponent from above, admiring his handiwork. The Olympic gold medalist stands on the edge, and then jumps out to win a splash, carving no fear like Shane himself. He seems the former WWF champion is willing to prove he can beat the WCW owner at his own game too, let alone the game of wrestling in the ring. The fans are loving it, they're showing their appreciation. Heyman is loving it too, but Jack continues to have that uneasy feeling. And it seems we're not going back to the ring anytime soon, as Kurt picks up Shane and drags him towards a curtain leading to backstage. We're now at the point where no cameras in the arena can capture Kurt and Shane, with JR asking if we can get a camera backstage to find out what's going on. Sure as JR asks, his wish is soon granted. We're in the back, Kurt launching Shane into the storage box and knocking him down with a double axe handle to the back. Angle on the top, jumping off the box with a flying crossbody. We're far from the ring, which is where the match will end, hopefully in JR's opinion, but the official is powerless to stop this brawl in the back. Angle picks up Shane, but the WCW owner breaks free of being dragged by Kurt with elbows, now looking to turn the tide on his opponent. Shane grabs a hold of Kurt, bringing his opponent closer to the interview area backstage. Couple of left punches, followed by a straight right punch that brings down the Olympic gold medalist. Now it's Kurt on the ground. Shane picking up the chair as Kurt gets up. Oh, right to the cranium of Kurt. Shane now using the chair, working on the legs of Angle. The WCW owner looking to incapacitate the Olympic gold medalist. A vertical Kurt angle may not be as deadly, but even after escaping Shane's attacks, Kurt is up, but this time Shane is able to connect with a jump swinging DDT, successfully on the ground. This will really put Vince's former son in control. Heyman is showing concern, but mainly for Kurt Angle, whereas JR just hopes that the two can get back in the ring sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this could get bowling show ugly real quickly. It's the WCW owner throwing his opponent to the ground and then picking Kurt up again. Shane dragging Angle and throws him off the interview area through the table below. Kurt in trouble here. He's been taken to school. Perhaps WCW school by his opponent. The Olympic gold medalist lies in a heap on the ground. Shane takes a look at his opponent and jumps out to hit a diving elbow to Kurt. Kurt's still lying in the debris that was the table.
Come on, Kurt, you've got to get back in this match. Your WWF career's on the line.
Cause for concern regarding the Olympic gold medalist who's thrown into another storage box. But Angle somehow mustering what strength he has left, retaliates with a right hand and hits the German suplex. And the Olympic gold medalist is not letting go of his opponent. German suplex number 2 to Shane. And there it is, German suplex number 3.
Good God, these moves must be taking a toll on both opponents. Wait, Kurt, where's he going? Where?
Angle climbing the ladder as Shane is starting to come round to. Shane is back up and Kurt has reached the top of the ladder.
Oh good God, don't you do anything crazy, Kurt.
But the Olympic gold medalist is at the top of the ladder and he's suggesting for Shane to come meet him on the floor above. It's a tall height indeed, but Shane, looking up at Kurt, he isn't afraid. We know the WCW owner never met a height he didn't like, but this doesn't look promising at all for Shane or Kurt, or maybe both competitors. Angle goading Shane to come meet him. The WCW owner charging forward, right hand after right hand leading to a jawbreaker. Shane dragging Kurt, sounding the elevator dinging. Shane can be heard yelling at Kurt, "Oh no, you're not going down that way!"
Wow, wait, what does he mean by that?
Shane throws Kurt into the wall and then throws into the guardrail.
I'm not sure I like where this is going. I appreciate this is a street fight, but at least a street fight is on the first floor, not the second, not the third, however high that ladder may be.
Oh, this is a serious situation, JR. We've said goodbye to 6 superstars tonight. We don't want to make it 8.
Absolutely, I agree.
Shane continues to get the better of Kurt, picking up the Olympic gold medalist and continues to throw him into whatever happens to be there, the wall or the electric board. The WCW owner drags his opponent, only for Kurt to retaliate with elbows. Angle breaking free of the hold, and the two are nowhere near the ring. They've come so far they're not going to go back now surely, as Kurt throws Shane into the guardrail. It's a long way down, but thankfully the guardrail doesn't give way. Angle picking Shane up, throwing him into the wall, and then the Olympic gold medalist again throwing Shane into the guardrail. The former WWF champion doesn't even bother to let Shane go down, grabbing the WCW owner and throwing him into the wall once more. Kurt and Shane are at the end of their journey across that steel floor, Angle picking Shane up and throwing him near the exit door, following up with a flying forearm. Back out! Please leave by the exit door! I beg you! The Olympic gold medalist picks up the WCW owner and with full force throws Shane into the guardrail. No, please, Kurt! Not that way! And as Kurt picks Shane up again, the camera change reveals the two are fighting on the floor above. Kurt again picking Shane up and throwing him into the guardrail. Oh no! The guardrail's collapsed! Haku, go, Kurt! Don't do it! Shane teetering! Jim Ross and Paul Heyman panicking! Haku, go! No! No! Marine! Kurt throwing Shane off the floor above. The WCW owner with a nasty landing on the ground about 25-30 feet below. Good God! Kurt just threw Shane off the top! As God's my witness, Kurt Angle! You just killed Shane! You bastard! J.R. Heyman and the fans of Las Vegas are still reeling for the shocking moment that Kurt Angle has thrown Shane McMahon from the floor 30 feet above the concrete ground. The replay indicating Shane landing on his back and narrowly missing the pallets, but the fall is bad enough. Jim Ross demanding a match end now, surely by referee decision. Oh, this can't continue! Somebody stop the damn match! But it seems the match carries on. JR hoping at least Kurt shows at least a little integrity by taking Shane back towards the ring and getting this match over with. It seems that might be the plan for Kurt, as the Olympic gold medalist throws Shane to the ground, dragging Shane towards the entrance to the arena. The fans continue to voice their discontentment at Kurt's actions. Heyman's silenced. Jim Ross wonders how on earth Kurt has managed to pick Shane up. The WCW owner somehow not being dead weight at least, despite being understandably unresponsive. The Olympic gold medalist drags the WCW owner closer to the stage entrance, tossing out his opponent like yesterday's trash. As the two make their way towards the entrance through the curtain, it seems a hush has developed across Las Vegas, the fans trying to compose themselves. Angle throws Shane through the curtain off camera as we're taken back to Jim Ross and Paul Heyman on the announce desk, both in complete shock. The fans are picked up as the boos return. Out comes Kurt, continuing to drag Shane on the stage and throwing him towards the ramp. Kurt following through with a clothesline. Despite this match being a foregone conclusion, it's astounding to believe how Shane McMahon can still stand on his own 2 feet, even if he has nothing to give back in response, and for understandable reasons. Kurt toying with his opponent as the two are getting closer to the ring. Jim Ross feeling the anxiety and then anger, demanding the Olympic gold medalist just throw the WCW owner back in the ring, pin him, and get this match over with. It must be a great feeling for Kurt to know that this match is done with, and that soon he will be challenging for the WCW Championship on WWF turf. Shane, now mere inches from the ring itself, Angle with a couple of stomps. Hey, stop it, Kurt! Throw him in the ring and get this match over with, damn it! Kurt has Shane up again, dragging him towards the ring, but Shane retaliates with elbows to the stomach. The WCW owner trying to fight back. By God, this kid is amazing! How is Shane doing this, Paul? Shane now grabbing at Kurt and throwing the Olympic gold medalist back in the ring. The fans have come alive once more with how the WCW owner has somehow survived falling 30 feet in the air, landing on concrete. Shane now, with Kurt in the corner, sat on the mat, repeating stomps of the 1996 Olympic gold medal winner and setting him up. As Shane walks to the other side of the ring. Wait, what crazy idea does Shane have concocted as he heads towards the other side of the ring? Shane climbing up top, moving across the top rope, and then leaping from one side to another, successfully hitting the move that beat his father at WrestleMania, the coast to coast. Oh, what an amazing comeback this would be! The referee comes to make the count. 1, 2, oh! Angle is kicked out. We're not finished yet. How on earth is this match continuing? And now it's Kurt back on the offensive. A right hand, a left hand, a right hand. Kurt laying in the face on his opponent. It beggars belief how these two warriors are still standing. A stiff right hand to Shane, with the Olympic gold medalist finishing the offense with an STO. Now what's Kurt up to? Shane down and out in the corner as the Olympic gold medalist looks for more weapons under the ring. Oh, don't you think you've done enough, Kurt? Just pin him! Kurt pulls out a steel chair and heads back to the ring. He heads towards the WCW owner, still lying on the mat, picks Shane up and resumes where he left off with more right hands. Shane teetering, face on the top turnbuckle, and he's barely able to stand. Continued vicious right hands from Angle. He's not letting up. One of his 3 eyes intensity at an all-time high. Kurt now, propping up Shane on the top turnbuckle. Oh, this can't be good. Shane sat up top, Kurt climbing up, and then picking up Shane to hit a super back suplex off the top turnbuckle, and Shane's back landing on the steel chair. But look at Shane, he's taken a fall, but he's back up on one knee. Kurt, intense, and now incensed. Continue right hands as Shane is trying to force himself back up. Kurt picks up Shane and hits the angle slam. That's surely enough. Now Heyman is joining Jim Ross back in commentary. Pin him! Pin him! But the Olympic gold medalist isn't done yet. He picks Shane up again. And then another angle slam. Shane is down. But so is Kurt. The offense has taken as much out of Kurt as it has on Shane. It takes a few moments for Kurt to get up. Paul Heyman again screaming, "Pin him now! Pin him now!" Kurt obliges and makes the pin on Shane.
Thank God it's over. Oh, absolutely. What a hell of a match. But my God, am I relieved it's over too? Well, that makes two of us, I guess. I'm worried for the health of Shane. How did we stand being thrown off a 30-foot floor? Well, you may be worried for the health of Shane, but you shall be relieved that Kurt Angle is still with the WWF.
An absolutely hellacious encounter. There was always a chance that this street fight would spill towards the back, maybe even on the streets of Las Vegas, but nobody envisioned that the fight would involve going up by a ladder and fighting off the second or third floor, however high that platform was. With Kurt throwing Shane off the floor 30 feet above the ground, Shane landing on the concrete. How on earth did the WCW owners survive that attack? How on earth did Shane muster the strength to battle Kurt in the ring and almost defeat a world-class athlete, Olympic gold medalist and former WWF champion with the coast to coast? That being said, nobody doubts the ability of Kurt Angle, who replied with a back suplex off the top turnbuckle, with Shane landing on the chair in the mat and following with two more angle slams to get the victory. An impressive outing, even by Kurt Angle's high standards. And so Angle, as a result of the victory, not only stays with the WWF, but will be the first person in the WWF to challenge the WCW World Heavyweight Champion when he arrives soon. But as Jim Ross tells Paul Heyman, Kurt's going to be in for the fight of his life, because if Shane McMahon, the WCW owner and non-full-time wrestler, can have the intestinal fortitude to take on someone with the calibre of Kurt and push him to the limit, just imagine how tougher a challenge the WCW champion will be for the Olympic gold medalist. Kurt celebrates in the ring as Caesar's Palace, JR and Paul Heyman try to gather their thoughts after such a brutal match. That was incredible! Did you see the way Shane came crashing down 30 feet like wham! And then he somehow got out to continue the rest of the match? Man, Linda, I thought I had the testicular fortitude after I came crashing down from a cell through a table. But your son Shane just might have more of the testicular fortitude than me. Well, I'm not sure about that, Mick, but I am sure about one thing. Just be glad that you don't have Vince McMahon for a father. I don't know, Linda. After that match, I think I may have to give my mom a call. Look, Mick, all jokes aside, I'm really sorry about what Vince did to you out there tonight. You've worked so hard here in your time in the WWF, and you do deserve to be the commissioner again, but I don't know what Vince is thinking. I will tell you one thing, Mick. Soon enough, I'll be the one testing my dear husband's testicular fortitude. So, Mick, what do you plan to do now? I love it, Linda. Yeah, you hit dear Vinny where it hurts. But as for me, I've already taken care of a little business. And just as your husband will be on Raw tomorrow night to reveal his new commissioner, I will also be on Raw to reveal the return of a WWF superstar. Oh? I'm intrigued, Mick. Who is it that's coming back to Raw? Here we go.
You're bringing somebody back to Raw, Mick? Well, if it's somebody associated with the hardcore legend, then he must be a loser like you, Mick. And if he thinks of getting in my way of challenging for the WWF Championship, perhaps I'll retire his ass just like I did your ass last year.
Yeah, and speaking of losers, how does it feel, Mom? How does it feel to lose again to Dad? You know, Linda, I think it's time you leave not only Las Vegas, but also the WWF. I think it's time you let Mr. McMahon and the $1 billion princess run this business. Because we're doing a damn better job of it than you ever would. Well, that's interesting that you say that, Stephanie. I mean, I will be divorcing your dad very soon, and I will be gladly out of his way, and he out of mine. But let me remind you about business. because it was my business as CEO that allowed you to be involved in the World Wrestling Federation. Now, you could ask me to leave, Steph. You may demand my resignation as CEO, but I will tell you this. If I leave the WWF, not only perhaps could I invest my newfound fortune from your father's divorce with my son in WCW, but also I could make sure, as my last act as CEO, that not only do I leave the WWF, but you too, Stephanie, will also leave the WWF. Are you really sure that's what you want?
Haha, that's brilliant, Linda. Oh, and Triple H. Sure, you may have beaten me and ended my career last year.
I have no qualms with that. But let me tell you this. The superstar returning tomorrow night on Raw won't be challenging you for your quest for the WWF title. And moreover, what makes you think this superstar is a he? But don't be too happy with this news, Triple H, because the person returning tomorrow night is someone that you know pretty well. See you tomorrow and have a nice day! Foley and Linda walk off, leaving Triple H and Stephanie perplexed about who the superstar returning to the WWF tomorrow night on Raw could be.
Christian, are you with me?
Asks Edge, as Rhyno looks on, and in comes Kurt Angle following his victory. Hey guys, did you see what I did out there to Shane? Did you see the way I threw him off the platform above? I tell you, I'll do that to any WCW superstar that gets in my way. Hell, I'll do that to any WWF superstar that gets in my way. Oh, it's true.
Haha, brilliant, Kurt. Now watch me go to the ring and do the same to Matt Hardy in a few moments.
Oh yeah, you get him, Rhyno. Hey guys, what do you think? You see your Olympic gold medalist make Shane fly 30 feet from the top? Man, I should have a 4-5. I for impressive. Well, that's what it was. Well, guys, did you see what happened?
Look, Kurt, huge congratulations are totally in order, but right now, I'm a little worried about my brother here. You see what happened out there to Christian at the beginning of the night?
That was no big deal. What you should have saw was my match with Shane. The way I dealt with it.
Kurt, this is not the time. Look at him.
It isn't... Hey, guys, why are you arguing with each other? Look, I've got to go out there in a few moments because I've got a no-holds-barred match with Kane.
You see what I mean?
Hey, Christian, you had the match a few hours ago. It's done. It's finished. Oh, really? Did I win? Look at it this way, Christian. If you didn't beat Kane out there tonight, knowing how Kane is the big red agnosticator machine and all, do you really think we'd be having this conversation right now? Haha, valid point. So I guess a huge congratulations are in order to me. Oh, Edge, good luck in your Intercontinental title match. And Kurt, all the best in your match against Shane. Hey, wait, where did Rhyno go?
I think we need to get Christian to a hospital.
Well, whilst I do think Christian does need his head examined, Paul, for more reasons than one, I'm not sure taking the young Canadian to the local medical facility, where Charlie Kane and The Undertaker must be, is a wise idea. But speaking of hospitals, folks, we've got to show you this again. Kurt Angle throwing Shane off the floor above on the WCW lawn and landing on the concrete. And how on earth is Shane still alive? Let alone nearly getting back into that street fight and start beating the Olympic gold medalist.
Nothing screams more than luck than being here in Las Vegas, JR. But I'll tell you something. Sometimes I wonder if Shane McMahon bought the wrong damn company. Could you have imagined Vince's son owning ECW instead? What a marriage in heaven that could have been. But no, Shane had to buy WCW instead.
Well, folks, the main event's still to come tonight, but it's time for more title action. And it's Kurt's teammate, Rhyno, challenging for the European Championship shortly. So it's the Man-Beast taking on one half of Team Extreme. As mentioned, Rhyno is the teammate of Kurt Angle, as well as Edge and Christian, and it was thanks to Rhino's interference that allowed ENC to beat their rivals on SmackDown 2 weeks ago. The former Hardcore Champion has been at odds with Matt Hardy since that interference, and yet it was more interference from the Man Beast 10 days ago on SmackDown, helping X Factor beat down the Hardys. Rhyno grabbing the European title, leading to the announcement of tonight's championship match. Whilst the challenger comes into tonight's European title match with momentum, one shouldn't count out the European champion. Matt Hardy, currently one of the longest reigning champions of the title holders of this current crop of superstars, is also one of the longest serving champions of the European title's 5-year lineage. The member of Team Extreme was successful at last month's pay-per-view, where he defeated Rhyno's teammate Christian to retain the title. And whilst Rhyno's finishing move, the Gore, is so deadly that he can put any superstar out for the count, it was thanks to Matt Hardy in SmackDown 3 days ago that the Man Beast couldn't help Kurt Angle take out Shane McMahon, Matt getting a sliver of revenge for Rhyno's continued interference these past few weeks.
European title on the line! Paul, you know the challenger better than anybody here in the arena! So what does Rhyno have to do to beat Matt Hardy and leave Las Vegas as European champion?
Oh, that's simple, JR. He needs to hit the Gore! And then it's over for Matt Hardy. So long, Matt, and thanks for the title reign. But we'll have a new champion in the Man Beast, the big effing deal, Rhyno.
Well, that may well be the case if Rhyno hits the Gore on Matt, but so far it's the European champion with the early offense. A singles match, yes, the title is on the line, but there is the chance that this match could end in a count-out or disqualification. But surely that's not what Rhyno would want. He can't win the European title on the count-out or DQ. And Matt Hardy isn't the kind of guy to weasel out of a title defence that way either. The European champion up top, looking to showcase his aerial abilities. The moonsault, but Matt crashes and burns. Heyman tells JR that Matt needs to keep his eye on Rhyno on the mat and not resort to his high-flying manoeuvres, as the Man Beast's ring awareness is on point, Rhyno being able to avoid the aerial attack, and is now the challenger on the offense. Rhyno is a dangerous animal, says Heyman, the former ECW owner adding that if one gives the Man Beast an inch of offense on his opponent, he'll take it hard. If one gives Rhyno the opportunity for the Man Beast to hit his finishing move, the Gore, then he'll gladly break his opponent in half. Paul Heyman also adding that if ECW still existed today, then Rhyno would still be the last ECW champion, as nobody could dethrone the Man Beast. High praise for the challenger, bad news for the champion it would seem. Matt Hardy doing his best to try and get back in the match, Irish whipping his opponent out of the ring. It's now where Jim Ross is praising the efforts of the European champion. A specialist in tag team wrestling, yet Matt has held the European Championship for 3 months now, and it's a title that Hardy successfully defended against Rhyno's teammate, Christian, and also the likes of Billy Gunn, as well as Eddie Guerrero. 4 straight pay-per-view victories for Matt Hardy. For someone who's so used to tag team matches, Matt's single career is going rather well, just like Jess, who picked up a victory tonight against Billy Gunn in Sunday Night Heat's main event. Rhyno getting the better of Matt again, grabbing at the head of his opponent and then throwing him into the ring post. The count-out is past halfway and the Man Beast needs to get Matt in the ring if he wants to win the European title, but Matt counters. And Matt breaks free of the hold, continuously elbowing Rhyno in the stomach. Matt responded with a side effect on the outside. We're getting closer to 10 if Matt wants to take a count-out victory, but he's not going to do that. The European champion picks up Rhyno, grabs at his head, and throws him back in the ring before 10. The European champion now looking to take advantage following a side effect at ringside, but Rhyno counters whatever Matt Hardy was planning with a kick to the leg. The Man Beast manhandling his opponent. Rhyno picking up Matt and walking around the ring. He makes it look so easy. Rhyno hits Snake Eyes on Matt, dropping the European champion on the top rope. Rhyno picks up Matt Hardy and then follows up with a spine buster. The Man Beast covering Matt Hardy for the pin. 1, 2.
Oh, that was 3, surely! I was close to 3 without it being 3, Paul!
Matt Hardy very close to losing the European title there. Matt clearly not going down without a fight. There's a reason why one half of the Hardy Boys has held the belt as long as he has. But Rhyno, again aware of Matt's attacks, felling the champion. The man beast again on the offensive right hands, bringing Matt down with a clothesline and working on the grounded Hardy with stomps. Heyman again continues to sing the praises of Rhyno, not only a good hardcore wrestler, but a good brawler, as the man beast shows his power with a military press. Rhyno picking up Matt, but Matt counters with a knee to the gut of the challenger, and Matt hits the twist of fate. Is that enough to finish Rhyno? The referee makes the count. 1, 2, no, Rhyno kicks out. Paul Heyman feels that might have been a bit desperate for Matt Hardy, hitting the twist of fate a little too early perhaps. Rhyno looks like he still has a fair amount in the tank. The European Champion on the other hand, struggling maybe. Having said that, it's Matt Hardy who's still on the offense, and Jim Ross continues to tell Paul Heyman not to count out the European Champion in this match. Even after repeated clotheslines and a trip, Rhyno is back up and counters Matt's offense with a headbutt. Rhyno again somehow able to counter Matt's offense. The Man Beast picks up the European Champion and follows with another head belly to belly. Surely each power move Rhyno hits puts him one step closer to being the new European Champion tonight. Rhyno again showcasing his power, picking up Matt and hits the running Death Valley driver.
Go on, Rhyno! Pin him! Make the cover!
Referee coming down to make the count. Rhyno with the cover, but Matt kicks out at 2. Rhyno not too pleased with the kick out. The Man Beast must know he's close to victory as he's beating at his chest, but Matt moves out of the way of a stomp. Rhyno now running into a dropkick from the European Champion, surprising the challenger, who's having to crawl to the corner and use the ropes to pick himself back up. After acknowledging the fans, Matt runs to Rhyno in the corner with a clothesline. Rhyno sat in the corner, but he's able to counter again. But even as the Man Beast comes forward, it's now Matt with a counter, preventing a kick from Rhyno and replying with a spinning heel kick of his own. The champion makes the cover now. 2! Oh, not 3 yet, but Matt's getting back into this match. The European Champion picks up the challenger, but yet again, Rhyno is up to counter a Hardy attack by grabbing at the leg of Matt and replying with a dragon screw. The Man Beast back in control of this match. Rhyno picks up Matt and Irish whips him into the corner.
What's Rhyno thinking of here?
Rhyno has Matt in the second rope, and the Man Beast climbs up, grabbing at Matt and hitting the belly to belly from the middle rope. The exclamation mark that wins it. Rhyno with the cover, the referee with the count. 2. No, Matt with the shoulder up. This match continues. It seems each powerful move from Rhyno has taken its toll on Matt, as the European Champion rolls out to ringside. Being dead weight near the barricade isn't going to help the Man Beast if he wants to leave Las Vegas as the new European Champion. He needs to get Matt back in the ring. He can't win by count out. Nevertheless, a flurry of chops and punches at ringside, and then followed by throwing the champion into the barricade for good measure. The damage done at ringside, Rhyno picks up Matt and throws him back in the ring.
You gotta believe, JR, that we're so close to Rhyno hitting the gore, and then it's over for our European Champion.
The challenger looking in control now, the champion looking worse for wear. Rhyno with a hard Irish whip of Matt to the corner, Hardy taking the full brunt of the turnbuckle and falling to the mat. The Man Beast surely feeling like the end is near, so he climbs to the ropes and acknowledges the fans, although the fans are not acknowledging Rhyno the way he would like perhaps. The Man Beast picking up his opponent, but a right hand from Rhyno is countered by Matt. And then a kick from Matt, he's countered by Rhyno. Again, Matt with another kick at the Man Beast, but again thwarted by Rhyno. The Man Beast looking for a right hand, prevented and countered with a right hand of his own from Matt. And here's the side effect. This could be it. 1, 2, Rhyno kicking out of the move. Maybe Jim Ross was right not to count out the European Champion in this match. Matt just stares at the fallen Man Beast and then lays in the ropes as he urges for Rhyno to get back up. Matt Hardy now looking to go full force with the offense. A right knee, left hand, right hand and a kick to the stomach, setting up for the jawbreaker.
How on earth is Matt still in this match, JR?
Well, maybe it helps that Matt is also a member of Team Extreme, Paul.
Rhyno now lying in the mat and Matt climbing to the top. This will surely be enough if he can hit the top rope move he's thinking of, looking for the elbow drop. Denied! Rhyno rolls out the way. The challenger now gesturing for the champion to get up. Matt in serious trouble here. Rhyno with a right hand to Matt and then another right hand to Matt, grabbing at his opponent and then Irish whipping to the corner.
Oh, it's time, JR! Rhyno setting Matt up for the most devastating move in professional wrestling.
Repeating shots to Matt now sitting in the corner. Rhyno running to the other end. Rhyno now waiting for Matt Hardy to get up. The Man Beast lying in the ropes as he patiently waits to hit his finishing move on Matt. The European Champion struggling. Rhyno now gesturing for Matt to get up. Hardy up. Rhyno runs and hits the
Gore! Hey, wait!
Rhyno's taking out the referee instead of Matt. Was that intentional, or did the referee get in the way? Matt Hardy's still struggling. Rhyno with a right hand, and then another belly to belly. But the referee's still down. Rhyno now approaching the opposite corner, looking to hit the gore this time on Matt Hardy. And this time successfully hits the gore on Matt. It's surely over. There's no count. The official's still down and out at ringside. Heyman is furious, and he counts the pin as if he was the referee himself. 1, 2, 3, 4. What are you counting for? There's only 3 for a pinfall. Rhyno's let go of the pin. The official's backing in. The man beast is arguing with the referee. No! Rhyno! Behind you! Matt is back up. Rhyno turns round and walks into a kick to the gut. Matt hit the twist of fate on Rhyno, the second in this match. And the referee's back in the ring as Matt goes for the pin. Well, we won't know tonight if Rhyno's goal would have been the move to have ended Matt Hardy's title reign, as the man beast hit the finishing move, but somehow took out the official in the process. The referee getting in the way, was that a lack of focus from Rhyno's end, or has Matt Hardy's ring awareness been overlooked by the announcers? Perhaps the champion deliberately standing behind the referee to avoid the move. That being said, the man beast was successful at the second attempt of asking, but with the official down and out at ringside, Rhyno had no choice but to stop the pin. And for all the challenger's brute strength and ring awareness tonight, it was Rhyno arguing with the referee, taking his eye off the ball and walking into a second twist of fate from the champion, with Matt Hardy making another successful retention as a result. We're in the casino and JR notes that tonight, fortune has indeed favoured the brave. Although Paul Heyman retorts by Matt Hardy standing behind the referee when Rhyno hit the gore on the official, wasn't brave, but cowardly. Nevertheless, it's Matt leaving Las Vegas as still European champion. His impressive title reign continues. Rock, you're moments away from challenging Stone Cold for the WWF Championship. But how are you feeling, Rock, knowing that you've got... Shh. But Rock, But Rock, shh. What? Shh. Shh. Finally, The Rock has come back to Las Vegas. Wow, Lillian, The Rock always knew you cared about the Grey One, but he didn't realise your love for The Rock ran so deep. Rock, don't deny, Lillian. The Rock sees you looking at The Rock, gawking at The Rock. But Rock, it's okay, Lillian. You can't hide your feelings. The Rock sees that. But first, The Rock's gotta take care of business in the ring. A Stone Cold Steve Austin, the countdown to your title reign ending is near. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. And in a few moments, The Rock is going to go out there and whoop your candy ass all over Caesar's Palace. You see, the stage is set, fully loaded, Las Vegas, right here in the casino, and it's the People's Champion cashing in his chips, rolling the dice, laying down the cards, and going all in as The Rock guarantees he leaves tonight as the new WWF Champion. And when the dust is settled and The Rock is crowned the new WWF Champion, the tens of thousands in attendance and the millions and millions of The Rock's fans watching at home all chanting, Rocky, Rocky, Rocky. The Rock leaves fully loaded as the new champion. But you see, The Rock isn't leaving Las Vegas just yet. And as for you, Lillian Garcia, you play your cards right tonight, and it just might be you, Lillian, going one-on-one with a great one. If you smell what The Rock is cooking. Well, this is it, Paul. We've finally arrived. The main event for the WWF Championship. I appreciate The Rock's passion about going for the WWF title, but something doesn't sit right here. Let's not forget Vince's comments earlier. Oh, JR, you worry too much. But maybe Jim Ross's feelings are valid, as the match graphic shows that we've arrived at the main event. Stone Cold Steve Austin defending the WWF Championship against The Rock. It was at WrestleMania 17 on April 1st where Stone Cold Steve Austin shocked the world, beating The Rock to become WWF Champion with help from Vince McMahon, Austin's former nemesis. But now with this new alliance of Vince, Austin and eventually Triple H, the chairman and the two-man power trip have dominated the WWF since. This is a side of Stone Cold Steve Austin we've never seen before. Delusional, paranoid, psychotic. The Rock, who was suspended after the cage match in Raw following WrestleMania, certainly didn't help matters by plaguing Austin and Vince with mind games, the blackouts, power outages and electrical surges, and making his return to the WWF last month. The People's Champion won a number 1 contenders match to challenge Austin for the gold tonight, but The Rock must win the WWF title, or otherwise he will never be able to challenge for the WWF Championship ever again. Should the People's Champion be concerned that Vince guaranteed himself that he won't be at ringside with Stone Cold Steve Austin? The hype package shows what led to tonight's main event.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, one of the great rivalries of recent years, about to get it on for the World Wrestling Federation Championship. Now what on earth is Vince doing here? Austin grabbed a steel chair from Vince! Come on, Steve! What the hell is this? What the hell is this? It's a new champion! Why, Stone Cold, why? Why, Stone Cold, why? The way I got it figured, I don't know you no damn explanation. I don't know you people a damn thing. Look at his eyes, he's dark, he's demented. He's psychotic. Our beloved WWF Champion has lost it. Stone Cold Steve Austin sold his soul to become WWF Champion. Why? Because there ain't a single sonbitch in the back that could stop Stone Cold Steve Austin. Hey, a blackout! Electrical surge! What's going on here?
I think, Austin, you should defend the WWF title in the interest of fairness.
It's a conspiracy, Vince. Your wife is ruining my life.
Another blackout! A power outage! What's causing this?
I'm gonna give you an ultimatum, Vince. You can pick Stone Cold Steve Austin, or you can pick Linda McMahon. You can have us both. Another power outage! A blackout! Striking the arena! Electrifying! Yes! The Rock has come home! Linda McMahon has lifted the suspension of the Great One! Finally! The Rock has come back to the WWF! Stone Cold Steve Austin, you have to face the fact that your bald-headed, double-studded candy ass belongs to The Rock! The Rock, the People's Champion, is back, and you gotta believe he's coming after Stone Cold's WWF Championship! My name is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm the WWF Champion. I do not deserve this. Rock bottom! The Rock has won this triple threat match, and as a result, he will be Stone Cold defending his WWF title against The Rock at Fully Loaded.
Wake up, but you alive when you listen to me. I'm gonna talk about some freaking now. Someone is gonna die when you listen to me. The living die. Say, wake up, but you alive when you listen to me. I'm gonna talk about some freaking now. Someone is gonna die when you listen to me. The living die. Say, are you breathing now? Do the wicked see you? You still breathing? You're making me know. Are you breathing now? Do the wicked see you? You still breathing?
It's a rematch from WrestleMania 17. Stone Cold against The Rock, and The Rock is guaranteed that he will leave Las Vegas as the new WWF Champion. The bottom line is, Rock, I got the WWF title, and you want it, but you're not gonna get it. You did it at WrestleMania. You won't at Fully Loaded. You need to face the fact, Austin. You can't beat The Rock without Vince in your corner. The ultimate jackpot, the WWF title in Las Vegas.
Are you breathing now? Do the wicked see you? You still breathing? You're making me know. Are you breathing now? Do the wicked see you? You still breathing?
The Rock must win at Fully Loaded, or else he will never fight for the WWF title again. My name is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm the WWF Champion, and I can't be stopped. There can be only one WWF Champion, and that will be The Rock, with all due respect. This is it, JR.
This is what it's all about! The main event for the WWF Championship!
Let's send it to our ring announcer, Lillian.
The following contest, scheduled for one fall, is for the World Wrestling Federation Championship, and I have just been informed that this match is now no disqualification.
What? No disqualification? You gotta be kidding me! I tell you folks, something stinks here. This is not right. But that being said, the match is going to happen, and the time for talking is done. But now it's anything goes. WWF Championship on the line. No disqualifications. Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock in a heartbeat.
If you smell, it's cooking.
Look at The Rock! The Rock patiently waiting for Austin to come down, stalking his opponent. The People's Champion lightning right hands. There's no stare down like WrestleMania. Not that I think there would be tonight at Fully Loaded. The Rock getting the early advantage as the WWF title match is underway.
The Rock needs the early advantage here. 6'5", 275 pounds from Miami, Florida. But he's in the ring with Stone Cold Steve Austin, the toughest SOB in the WWF. The Rock's gotta hit early, and The Rock's gotta hit hard.
JR notes that this is a very partisan Las Vegas crowd. Now it's The Rock. He's revered. He's the folk hero. It's The Rock who's reached
legendary status within the World Wrestling Federation.
A sharp contrast to Stone Cold Steve Austin when he was in his hometown of Texas at WrestleMania. The conversation between the announcers is quickly turned to the fact that this is now a no disqualification match. But who made the no DQ match? Was it Vince McMahon? And is this his plan in order to change the trajectory that he's been talking about constantly tonight? Speaking of the chairman, he seems Vince has so far kept his own guarantee that he will not be in the corner of Stone Cold tonight. But Jar still thinks there's something to foul there. So, can The Rock keep his own guarantee by leaving Las Vegas as the new WWF champion? We've got off to such an intense start, so much so that Stone Cold Steve Austin hasn't even had a chance to take off his vest. The Rock attacking the Rattlesnake by launching Austin into the commentary table. No disqualifications. All the referee can do is watch here. Anything goes. The pinfall or submission must count in the ring, however.
I can't believe this is a no disqualification match. But this is the way it should be, JR. Mano a mano. No DQ, no count out. We will have a winner tonight.
Are you sure about mano a mano, Paul? You sure it's nothing to do with Vince McMahon and his changing of this damn trajectory or whatever he's got planned? We both know this happened at WrestleMania, Paul, and look how that match finished.
Austin's now back in this match. Austin slides in and sizes Rock up. Is Stone Cold looking for the stunner? Rock turns around and the People's Champion manages to prevent the move. Rock looking for the rock bottom, but Austin manages to break free from the rock bottom. Austin grabbing his opponent, Irish whipping the Rock into the ropes, and Stone Cold following up with a vicious clothesline. A no disqualification match means the two can go at it with right hands, and Jim Ross feels that, seeing as this feud with The Rock and Stone Cold is so personal, that the two are going to brawl like they did in Houston. But a brawling type of match benefits the WWF Champion. Regardless of Stone Cold and his paranoia, he doesn't need Vince to help him retain the WWF title tonight. An argument brought up by The Rock, who said in SmackDown that Austin couldn't beat Rock without Vince in Austin's corner. But at the same time, a no disqualification match means that Stone Cold Steve Austin no longer has a champion's advantage in this match, which means the Texas Rattlesnake can't choose to weasel out of this WrestleMania rematch by disqualification or countout. Heyman argues with Jim Ross that that's not in Stone Cold to take the cheap way out, but it's an argument JR decides not to pursue. We've not got that much time left in the show. Austin on the attack, multiple hands, multiple kicks, even multiple atomic drops. The Rock finished off with a clothesline and followed by multiple stomps. As much as the conversation has been about Stone Cold Steve Austin, this paranoid, delusional, loose cannon running red shot in the WWF, he's as deadly as they come, and he's certainly showing that to his opponent right now. What a moment this would be for the Bionic Redneck to walk out with Fully Loaded, still the WWF Champion, and never have to face the People's Champion again for the WWF Championship. And this is what at stake in the casino for the Great One. He has to win tonight, or else he goes home never competing for the WWF Championship again. That was a stipulation made and Raw by Triple H on behalf of Vince McMahon. But The Rock has guaranteed he will leave Las Vegas tonight with the gold, and every time The Rock is guaranteed he'd win the WWF Championship, he has delivered. But right here at Fully Loaded is where it really counts the most. Tonight could be 7th heaven for The Rock, or it could be a living hell. Paul Heyman revisits the sit-down interview that his broadcast colleague did with The Rock and Stone Cold on SmackDown 3 days ago, specifically bringing up the point where The Rock confessed that going into the title match at WrestleMania, that he was actually unsure if he could beat Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I never expected the Great One to have his confidence shaken by going one-on-one with Stone Cold, and I don't think The Rock's even confident tonight.
Jim Ross has a different view.
Well, that was an interesting revelation. But remember when The Rock said it became crystal clear he knew he could beat Austin when Stone Cold had Vince in his corner to attack The Rock?
Momentary pause as The Rock and Austin on the ropes. The Rock throwing Austin off with a wrist clutch suplex. And they're going for the pin. 1, 2. Ooh.
I think, Paul, it's Stone Cold's confidence that is shaken. He was at WrestleMania. Hey, wait! Rat's taking off a turnbuckle pad. Well, oh my God! What a vicious clothesline by Stone Cold Steve Austin!
You say Austin's confidence that is shaken, JR? Just look at The Rock taking off the top turnbuckle pad. Does that not scream desperation?
Of course it doesn't. It's a no DQ match, stupid.
Luther's press from Stone Cold. The pin. The count. Ooh, a 2 count. He may not have Vince in his corner, but this is almost the Stone Cold of yesteryear we're seeing. Black trunks, black boots, black heart. The WWF Champion grabs at his opponent and throws Rock out of the ring. That might not have been the nicest of landings, as the WWF title lies on the floor. Austin with stomps. He then picks Rock up, using the environment to his advantage, grabbing at the People's Champion, propping Rock up against the barricade. The fans in the front row literally getting the front row's view. The Rock's head bouncing off the barricade, and then Stone Cold shoulder tackling The Rock to the ground. Austin picks up his WWF Championship. Well, it's all legal, and who better to use the belt as a weapon than the champion himself? Stone Cold waiting patiently for The Rock to get up.
Does it seem like Austin's desperate, Paul?
And no, Jim, it's a no DQ match, stupid!
Stone Cold literally with a title shot between the eyes of The Rock, but the People's Champion is back up as Austin gestures towards the fans. The Brahma Bull may not be the odds-on favourite in a brawl against the Texas Rattlesnake, but he's more than holding his own tonight. Exchanging the right hands between The Rock and Stone Cold at ringside puts the People's Champion back in control. A Russian leg sweep for good measure. The Rock celebrates with the fans. A more reciprocal reception there. It's now Austin lying on the ground at ringside. Rock staring at his opponent and then picks up the WWF Championship. That's what this business is all about. The People's Champion would love to wear the belt, but right now he'll just be happy to wear out Stone Cold with the WWF title belt. What goes around, it seems. Rock picking up Stone Cold and throwing him into the steel steps. The subject of the no disqualification stipulation announced by Lillian Garcia continues to play in the minds of the announcers. Jim Ross still believing that The Rock could be in trouble, despite the fact that he's put up a fight against Austin. as well as the stipulation taking the champion's advantage away from the champion. Paul Heyman believes too, not in Jim Ross's belief, but believes JR's nothing more than a conspiracy theorist. Well, this will be one way of settling this one-on-one. Rock clearing the announce table. What does he have planned for Austin? Rock grabs at his opponent, but the champion elbows his way free from the challenger. Stone Cold shaking off the cobwebs and trying to get back into this match. Austin on the attack, strikes so hard that Rock's having to use the announce table to keep him on his own 2 feet. The WWF Champion grabs a hold of the People's Champion, dragging the Rock closer to the desk, propping him up against the table, and then picking up the Rock, now lying on the announce desk. Austin, with evil but not illegal intentions, now joins the Rock at the desk, grabbing at the head of the Brahma Bull, and the DDT! DDT in the announce table! But the announce table doesn't give way! Stone Cold, back up, jumping off the announce table with a double axe handle to the challenger. And look at Stone Cold, he's not done with the Rock, nor the announce table it seems. The Texas Rattlesnake picks up the Great One, dragging him to and putting him on the announce desk again. Looking for the exclamation point, Austin climbs up, both challenger and champion standing on the announce desk. A right hand to the Rock, followed by another right hand. Austin grabs a hold of the Rock. What's he doing here? Oh, the suplex! The suplex from the announce desk onto the ground! Again, the movement of taking it out of Stone Cold, but how much more is he taking it out of the Rock? The People's Champion picked up and thrown back into the ring. Stone Cold slides in. Austin with the cover. The referee with the count. 1, 2. Again, 2.
This is why it's a no DQ match, Chair. Look at Austin. Go on, say his name for all time's sake. Stone Cold! Stone Cold! Stone Cold! That was your old best friend, Jim.
Yeah, my old best friend that broke my heart and then broke my head in my hometown. How could I forget it?
Look at him, Chair. That's why. Because he's Stone Cold Steve Austin. What a vicious, violent side of our WWF Champion we are witnessing tonight. You want to talk about trajectory changing? This is it. It's Stone Cold defeating The Rock all by himself.
Austin continues his offense, which leads into a reverse chinlock, but The Rock breaks free of the submission. The People's Champion back up, right hand after right hand, launching Austin into the ropes. The fans chanting the name of the Great One, and then a power slam. The Rock with the cover. The referee coming down to make the count. 1, 2. Jim Ross tells Paul Heyman, sure, we've seen a new vicious side of Stone Cold Steve Austin since WrestleMania, but as the People's Champion says, you can't stop The Rock. And now it's the Great One, waiting for Austin to get up. The brawl continuing, right hand after right hand after right hand. The Rock laying the smackdown on his opponent, grabbing at Austin and dragging the Texas Rattlesnake into the corner. And the same applying to Austin here, The Rock continuing to lay the smackdown on the WWF Champion with right hand after right hand after right hand. Austin collapsing to the mat. The People's Champion acknowledges the people, but The Rock turns around and walks into a clothesline from Austin. And now it's Stone Cold celebrating on the ropes. A bad move also on the part of Stone Cold, as The Rock is back up, bringing Austin down head first into the turnbuckle pad. The People's Champion and the WWF Champion continuing to go at it. The Brahma Bull working on the knee of Austin. That's what The Rock needs to do. He needs to work on the knees of Austin, says Jim Ross. But the right hand from the challenger is prevented by the champion. And now it's the champion with a flurry of right hands to The Rock. And look at Austin. He's got The Rock in a hold that crippled the Rattlesnake in 97. Pile driver. Austin goes for the pin. The referee making the count. 1, 2. No, it's 2. Oh, surely had to be 2.99. Well, it's a move that put Stone Cold Steve Austin out of action for a couple of months, but thankfully he's not put The Rock out tonight. The Rattlesnake, cocked, loaded, ready. The double bird, and the Stone Cold... Wait, Rock's got a hold of Austin's leg and kicks his way out of the stunner. The People's Champion looking to grab the bionic redneck, but it's Austin elbowing his way out of the hold. More right hands from Stone Cold. He's relentless. Irish whipping to the ropes, and The Rock being thrown over the head of Stone Cold Steve Austin. The WWF Champion picking up the challenger. Look at The Rock, he's a bloody mess. Austin grabs at his opponent and Irish whips The Rock into the exposed turnbuckle. That was The Rock that took off the pad. How ironic, thinks Paul Heyman. 2. No, The Rock refusing to give up. The People's Champion will not go down, and just like the ending to that WrestleMania match, rock bottoms, Stone Cold stunners, even when Vince brought that steel chair in for Austin, it took a number of shots, well into double figures, to put out the Great One, and it's going to take something momentous like that again for Austin to remain WWF Champion, it would seem. And speaking of the WWF Championship, Austin leaving the ring and grabbing the belt after a spinebuster to The Rock, and hits the Great One with the belt right between the eyes. Pinfall by the Rattlesnake, count by the official. No, not enough. And Austin is losing it. What does Stone Cold have to do to remain WWF Champion? A furious rattlesnake stomping on a grounded rock. But even when the People's Champion manages to get away, Austin with right hands aimed at the Great One.
I'm impressed with the resilience of the Great One, Paul, but I'm not too sure how much The Rock has left in the tank.
The champion grabbing at the Brahma Bull and dragging The Rock, propping him on the ropes. Right hand after right hand, and with full force clotheslines The Rock, the People's Champion sent over the ropes to ringside.
The Rock's giving it his all, JR, but he can't compete with the Texas Rattlesnake in a brawl, and that's why Austin's getting the better of him.
Stone Cold grabs at The Rock, props him on the barricade and hits another right hand, sending The Rock down. Again, Austin picking up The Rock and grabbing at the Great One to drag him, but the People's Champion elbows his way out of the hold.
This is such a spirited performance from the Great One.
And it needs to be. A right and left hand, and then the People's Champion throws Austin into the barricade. Rock sizing up Austin, waiting for the Bionic Redneck to get up. The Great One on the offense. Right hand after right hand after right hand, grabbing the arm of Austin and responding with an elbow, and then a flying clothesline, sending the WWF Champion down, right in front of the announce table. Austin up as Rock continues with the right hands. Again, no count out as it's no disqualification. The People's Champion throwing Stone Cold to the steel steps. People's Champion heads over to a grounded Austin with more stomps. Austin in trouble, but manages to break free from The Rock, using both legs, even when grounded.
You talk about the vicious, violent side of Stone Cold Steve Austin, Paul. What about the ruthless side of The Rock?
Heyman has no reply as The Rock is still in control, and now props Stone Cold leaning on the announce table.
What is The Rock thinking of, JR? Oh, Paul, we're about to find out.
A vicious chop sends Austin down, but The Rock's not done. He picks up Austin, leans him on the announce table, and now grabs at the legs of Stone Cold, making him lie on the desk.
Oh, this could be bad for Austin. Whatever you're thinking of, Rock, do it. Rock bottom to Stone Cold. Crash it through the announce table. Good God almighty, the table just exploded right next to us. By God, we're sitting all tonight. Chairs, tables, ladders, even Shane falling from the floor above. What a night this has been! Get him in the ring, Rock! Cover that SOB! Win the championship that you should never have lost! This is your night, Rock!
It seems JR is just as partisan as this Las Vegas crowd when it comes to The Rock, as the replay shows The Rock bottom to Stone Cold through the announce desk. And now Rock is Stone Cold in the ring! The pin! Oh! Austin! Austin kicks out before 3! This title match continues! Look at The Rock, look at the People's Champion laying into Steve Austin. Even Paul Heyman confesses to never seen this side of the Great One. Another flurry of attacks from the Great One, Rock grabbing at his opponent, but the Texas Rattlesnake isn't out of this one yet. Stone Cold looking to get back on the offensive. Austin with a nasty right hand, and then Stone Cold locks in the Cobra Clutch, the $1 Million Dream submission he used in '96. But The Rock breaks free of the submission. Right hand from The Rock, and then another right hand. Oh wait, it's now the People's Champion locking in the $1 Million Dream on Austin. How personal can this get? The People's Champion proving to Austin that The Rock is the real master of the ring. The Rock might be a bloody mess, but he's getting the better of Austin as time goes on. Having said that, Austin is able to break free of the move with a jawbreaker. The Rattlesnake shaking off the cobwebs and hits a shoulder tackle to keep down the Great One. Stone Cold dragging The Rock to the middle of the ring. Another stomp. Austin stares down at the Great One as The Rock tries to crawl to the ropes. But when the Bionic Redneck tries to grab at the Great One, The Rock kicks Austin away. The People's Champion is back up and responds with a clothesline to Austin. Hard stomp to the back of the WWF Champion. And now it's The Rock going for another submission. The rear chinlock on Austin. Jim Ross now wonders how much Austin has left in the tank, but the WWF Champion is able to break free of the submission. Austin is up and responds with a wicked clothesline. The Rock is down on the mat, and Austin is there with a stomp himself. Stone Cold looking to grab the People's Champion, but The Rock with an elbow to move Austin out of the way. The People's Champion now back on his feet, only to be brought down again with another shoulder tackle from the WWF Champion. And now it's Stone Cold with the rear chinlock on The Rock. What will these two not do to each other? He seems absolutely nothing is the answer. They're throwing everything at each other. Stone Cold has a chinlock cinched in, but The Rock has managed to get out of the submission. And now it's The Rock with a flying clothesline. Two great warriors who helped define an era never before seen in the World Wrestling Federation. And who knows what it's going to take to keep one of these superstars down. The People's Champion on the offense. Right hand after right hand after right hand. The offense is never ending. The Brahma Bull has matched the Texas Rattlesnake in its main event brawl for the WWF Championship. The Rock continuing with the right hands. Another vicious right hand, and Stone Cold is struggling. Austin reeling, teetering now on the ropes. Oh, how about that? A page out of stunning Steve Austin's playbook in WCW. The stun gun. Now it's Rock, waiting, cocked, loaded, ready. Rock bottom, denied by the rattlesnake. Austin on the counter. Wait, rock bottom and Rock. How cruel would this be? The pain. Oh, the Rock kicks out yet again. What does Stone Cold Steve Austin have to do to keep the Rock down for the 3 count? Oh, wait a minute, there's Vince, and he's coming down to the ring, and Jim Ross is as livid as Las Vegas. You see, Paul, I told you that no-good bastard was going to come down and be in the corner of Stone Cold, and you had the gall to call me a conspiracy theorist. The guy's a liar, a hypocrite. This is why it's now a no DQ match. This is the changing of the trajectory. It's The Rock no longer being able to challenge for the WWF Championship. Makes me sick. Austin tells Vince to grab a chair. This is going to be WrestleMania all over again. But The Rock is back up. Austin turns round. Wait, stunner! The Rock with a Stone Cold Stunner to Austin. Vince still looking for a chair. He doesn't see the pinfall. No! Austin kicks out. Relief for the chairman, surely. If there is any relief for Vince, he's not showing it, however. Possibly because he missed the pinfall take place. But he has the steel chair finally, and he's circling the ring, as Austin's out from his own finishing move. And The Rock's still in the daze, despite hitting the Stone Cold Stunner himself. Vince walking the entire area of ringside and stops near the entrance ramp, looking towards the ring. A bloodied Rock finally spots Vince from ringside, but Austin's up. Stunner! Stone Cold Stunner, that's it! That distraction's going to cost The Rock as the referee counts the fall. No! No, it's not over yet! Rock kicks out of the stunner. Austin is shocked with a kick out. Vince with steel chair in hand, looking on from ringside. The time has arrived, surely. Austin stares at the chairman, who waits for the call from the champion. The Texas Rattlesnake leans towards the ropes and demands Vince get in the ring with the chair. Help Austin finish off The Rock and retain his title. Wait, Vince holds the chair up and tells Austin he's not going to give Stone Cold the chair. What's this about? Austin, stunned himself, asking why. What's going on here? Why is Vince not getting in the ring with the chair? What is this? Wait, Vince just threw the chair down, and now he's walking away from Austin. What's going on here?
I'm not sure I believe in this. Has Vince turned his back on Stone Cold Steve Austin?
Vince is walking out on his own endorsed WWF Champion.
JR, could this be about the trajectory changing?
The Rock's back up, and he's telling Stone Cold Steve Austin to just bring it. Oh, what a twist this has turned out to be. Now it truly is mano-a-mano, with the trajectory changing. Rock, Austin, one more fist fight to see who can get the better of each other. These two have been at war tonight, but who can survive the final onslaught? A battle of fists, and the two go at it as if there's no tomorrow. Rock with the right hand. Oh, look at Rock and Austin go. Fists flying at each other at the same time, but it's The Rock who just manages to get the better of Stone Cold. Rock with the rights. He just might get the better of Austin here. Stone Cold now on his own. What on earth is the deal with Austin and Vince? Gut punches for the Great One. The Rock grabbing at Austin, turns him around and throws him into the ropes. Austin running to the
Spine on the pan. I know what this means. It's time for the most electrifying move in sports entertainment. The People's Elbow. And there it is. Now pin him. Hey, Rock, pin him.
The title's on the line!
Rock, what are you doing?
The Rock isn't pinning Austin. He turns around and notices a steel chair lying on the ground outside.
Oh, I think he's lying in a steel chair, Paul.
But why, JR?
Because of WrestleMania, Paul. Do you remember how that finished?
The Rock grabs a chair and slides in the ring, and Austin is still down. How poetic is this? Revenge for the way the WWF title match at WrestleMania finished. And Jim Ross is not holding back his feelings.
How does it feel, Austin? How does it feel to be brutally attacked with repeated chair shots? Does it hurt? I goddamn hope it does, you son of a bitch! Go on, Rock! Yes, line into him, Rock! This is revenge for WrestleMania! This is revenge for winning the WWF title unfairly! This is revenge for allying yourself with Vince McMahon! This is revenge for your heinous attacks! This is revenge for suspending the Great One! But that's it! It's done!
The People's Champion has certainly not forgotten how the match ended at WrestleMania, and has no doubt not only thought of beating Austin for the WWF title tonight, but also beating Austin the way Austin beat The Rock for the WWF title at WrestleMania. The fans are cheering on the People's Champion as Jim Ross continues to scream from the announce desk.
No more of your dastardly deeds!
No more wearing the coveted WWF Championship. Now cover him, Rock. Cover him. Or count him, referee. Count him. Yes! Yes! The Rock! The Rock! The Rock has done it! The Rock has been a Stone Cold Steve Austin for the WWF Championship! Oh, what a moment!
And what a match! What a brawl! It seems these two warriors just picked up from where WrestleMania left off. The Rock came into Fully Loaded tonight, guaranteeing he'd leave as WWF Champion, and The Rock has done just that. But what about Vince McMahon's actions tonight? Was the chairman turning on Stone Cold the reason of the trajectory changing? And if so, why? Heyman and Jim Ross disagree on Vince's actions. The former ECW owner blames Vince for Austin losing the title tonight by helping The Rock. But JR counters by saying Vince didn't help The Rock tonight. Vince just did not help Stone Cold Steve Austin. There's a difference there. In fact, it could even be argued that the chairman lived up to his own guarantee. He said to Austin tonight he would not be in the corner of the Texas Rattlesnake. And he wasn't. But take nothing away from The Rock though, Jim Ross wasn't sure if the Great One could brawl with the Texas Rattlesnake. But not only did The Rock match his brawling skills with Austin tonight, he may have just bettered the Bionic Redneck at his own game. What a night, what a show, what a way to end Fully Loaded. And for the first time in the World Wrestling Federation, we have a WWF champion that has held the belt more times than any other, as The Rock goes into the annals of WWF history as the first ever 7-time WWF champion, a feat nobody else has accomplished. Jim Ross thanks the audience for tuning in tonight as The Rock continues to celebrate being the new WWF champion in front of the people in Caesar's Palace.
Wait a minute! That's not The Rock's music! Who is that? I'm not sure who it could be. Hey, wait a minute! That's Bischoff! That's Eric Bischoff! The former president of WCW! What's that son of a... Hey, JR! Comments! We're still live! Let me ask that question! Yes! That's Eric Bischoff! And yes! What's that no-good piece of shit? Hey, Paul, don't say it! I understand your feelings too, but we've got to be careful with our language. Folks, that's Eric Bischoff, the man that tried to put the WWF out of business. And now he's in a WWF arena. And more importantly, interrupting the celebration of a new WWF champion. Why? Someone tell me why.
A wonderful end to a crazy pay-per-view has now been tarnished by, yes, the former president of World Championship Wrestling. But why is he here? The Rock stares at Eric Bischoff from the ring as Fully Loaded comes to a close, with the graphic appearing in the corner. The cheers have become boos. The Rock is the new WWF champion to the delight of Las Vegas. But Eric Bischoff has arrived in the WWF, and now hell has indeed frozen over. Yes, hello. It is I, Chris Beast. Hello, you two. We finally meet face to face. So this is what I look like after 6 months of doing an episode on a pay-per-view for TEW. Chewbacca, I'm aware. Yes. So I'm only going to stay on here for a couple of minutes, and this will be only part of video where you'll see me face to face. Couple of reasons why. One, I'm not very good without a script to follow. If I was a talent in TEW, my microphone skills would be bad. You'd have to put me with a script to follow because I can't do this on the fly. It's so hard, especially without me going and not looking at the camera all the time. Second as well, because I think there's a lot of visuals and stuff that I need to get through. And I think obviously this face as well is so distracting. So what I'm going to talk about here is what to expect in the conclusion. So we start by going through Sunday Night Heat. I'm going to run through that. Then show the result for Fully Loaded. I'll give a general overview of the Fully Loaded pay-per-view as a result. I then want to go through each match and some of the angles chronologically. And then that will be the end of that part, which is all kayfabe breaking. So if you did want to skip that, that's completely understandable. The next part is I go into the thank you section because that's necessary. And then I round off the conclusion with talking about... see what I mean? I can't do this without a script. What do I talk about? What to expect from the next episode, Raw, and stuff going forward. And I end this episode with what to expect from the name of the next pay-per-view. Not the Japanese pay-per-view, but the American pay-per-view. So this is the final piece that I've recorded for this episode as well. So thank you for bearing with me. And hopefully we'll meet again face-to-face soon. Take care. Catch up soon.
So, Sunday Night Heat. Overall rating of 80 I think is pretty decent for a B TV show. But it's just that, a B show. So it wouldn't really have mattered had I have got an 80 or a 50. Normally I don't publish episodes for Sunday Night Heat, as I'm concentrating on stories for the pay-per-view matches on Raw and SmackDown. And in the previous episodes I've done on the Sunday so far, Judgment Day and King of the Ring, I've implemented them into the pay-per-view episodes themselves and talked about the pre-shows from a text-based perspective. But since I moved to visuals following the King of the Ring episode, I thought it only made sense I make more of a visual-based episode for tonight's Sunday Night Heat. I did want to incorporate this show with the Fully Loaded pay-per-view itself, but considering how long this show was, and combine that with the Fully Loaded pay-per-view, as well as the conclusions to both shows, the video is going to be ridiculously long, and I dread to think of how long the upload time will be, as well as the fact that I don't know if I've got enough storage to hold said video. So that's one reason why Sunday Night Heat has become its own episode. Another reason is, and I'm not sure how many times this may have occurred on an episode of Heat before pay-per-view itself, but I really like the idea of throwing a spanner into the works, so to speak, if there's a reason, at least from the perspective of real life, that someone would consider purchasing the pay-per-view if they've not done so already and they're watching Sunday Night Heat. So by watching the show, and in this example, the end of the show was the announcement that Christian will fight Kane tonight as an extra match. And I'd like to think that I may have convinced the viewer in this sense, who's sitting on the fence, watching the show and thinking, alright, now I'm intrigued, I just might purchase the pay-per-view. Now this is an example of an extra match tonight, might be the reason perhaps, but this is one example. It might not be the best example for a viewer to consider buying a pay-per-view. I'm sure there are better examples, better ideas. And I will say I think I've got a really good idea for when it actually comes to booking the InVasion pay-per-view itself. But that's when that comes around, and we're months away from that yet. Right, onto the show itself. So, Chris Hero and Big Boss Man taking on Kane in a tag team match. So the story here is how Big Boss Man has taken Chris Hero under his wing. Chris Hero's now become a heel. But a confession, Chris Hero has always been a heel ever since I signed him when playing TEW. But I thought, seeing as nobody knows who this newcomer is, they're not going to show any emotion for Hero, whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. And so the idea was to present him as a respectful rookie, leading up to the issue with Bossman, and then have Bossman help Hero, surprisingly, when Hero beats Taka and Raw. So the next question is, why Big Bossman in this sense? Well, there was always an answer to that as well before you asked, and that was, I booked these two as a tag team in dark matches, and it turns out that Big Bossman and Chris Hero have good chemistry as a tag team. So I was looking for ways to introduce Hero into the main show, leading to Bossman and Hero eventually becoming a tag team of heels. So that's the story that I presented here. Hero is what seems to be a face, a respectful rookie shaking hands, and Bossman's metaphorically slapping him across the face saying, "Oi, wake up." And now as a result, he's become a heel, and they've now become a tag team as a result. I will talk more about the team in the conclusion of the pay-per-view itself, as this isn't the last time we've seen Bossman and Hero on Heat and Fully Loaded pay-per-view itself. The Stephanie McMahon Helmsley in-ring promo that is later interrupted by Chris Jericho. Two things to mention about this segment. One, I asked the question in a SmackDown episode about the connection
and the irony of Triple H's Team of 5 when they take on Chris Jericho and the Radicalz in a 10-man Tag Team Elimination match. And as Chris Jericho mentioned,
but this is where the irony comes into play. Not because of Y2J and the Radicalz, no. The irony is with our opponents. Triple H, Haku, Raven, Big Show and Regal. You guys think you're on a mission to quell WCW and its history? Which is ironic, because all 5 of you have worked with WCW in the past.
Yes, that's the answer. That's the connection and the irony about Triple H and his team. It's that, like Jericho and the Radicalz, who are being vilified for their past associations with WCW, the irony and the connection is that Triple H, Big Show, Haku, Raven and William Regal, they have also worked for WCW in the past. So that's the answer, that's the connection, that's the irony. Jericho and the Radicalz have been tarnished for their past associations, but Triple H, Big Show, Haku, Raven and William Regal are not. And yet they've all worked in WCW too. The second thing to mention about this particular segment is, and I think it's when I'm speaking to Stephanie McMahon Helmsley here, I get a knock on the door as I was putting this segment together. Wasn't expecting anybody to come in, mind you, it was a day off. I look for the people to find it's the police outside, and I'm thinking, oh god, what's happened? Open the door, police introduce themselves. They told me that a neighbour, obviously anonymous, had called the police, and they were worried about an argument that was taking place in this house. So imagine me having to explain to the police that what I'm doing, that is I'm recording a show for a YouTube channel, it's a wrestling show, and that I also live alone. The police thought it was hilarious. They were like, no, you've made our jobs easier, we don't need to worry about anything, we'll file anything. Obviously the neighbours are anonymous, not even the police know, supposedly, but that's, I'm absolutely fine with that. So with that Stephanie McMahon Helmsley argument in mind, don't let anybody ever tell you that wrestling is fake, alright? It's real, and the police might just get involved too. All being said though, fair play to the anonymous neighbours, whoever they, when they're called, whoever they are, they did the right thing. It could have understandably been a real life domestic situation, it absolutely does go on. I do implore more people to speak out, but I just thought on this occasion, I'd share that with you. Leviathan versus Giant Silver. So, in TEW, Giant Silver had announced his retirement as he wasn't wrestling anymore, so I signed him just to a one-off appearance. And I just thought it was a good idea to take some of that popularity off Giant Silver and give it to the man that will become Batista the following year. I also make reference to the developmental company called Next Gen. Now, this is a company I've created. I've taken the stars out of Ohio Valley Wrestling that WWF had an agreement with, so the likes of John Cena, Leviathan as Batista, Randy Orton, Brock Lesnar, and I've created my own promotion. So I've created the most popular a developmental wrestling company could be and called it Next Gen. More so because it saves me the headache of certain future superstars who have decent popularity already, like Randy Orton, begging to be called up to the main roster as they feel that they've outgrown OVW. And I don't really have any plans to use Randy Orton for the InVasion story. Sorry, Randy. Speaking of sorry as well, yes, I did name the company Next Gen, which is what Jeff Jarrett names the titles of his Global Force Wrestling promotion he created in 2015. I couldn't think of anything original, it was the first thing that came to mind. So again, I'm sorry, or in the style of Jeff Jarrett, I'm SORRY. As for Leviathan / Batista himself, I would like to do something with said superstar. I think I've still called him Leviathan here because I've been using him on Heat in the past, and he's lost to the more established WWF superstars, so if I bring him to the main roster as Batista, I can say he's never lost to these superstars, because, well, he's Batista, he's not Leviathan. I do confess to being a little bit of a Batista fan, although I don't think the mod has been kind to his skills. That might be the challenge maybe though, so we'll see how things go with Batista in the future. Right, I think I've covered everything with my thoughts and feelings towards Sunday Night Heat. If there's anything that you did want to know more about, by all means send a comment, I'll do my best to answer it. Right, drum roll please, the fully loaded pay-per-view score itself. And the result is 96. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Doesn't get any better than that, does it? So, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much and good night. Oh, what a way to end the show. Oh, and the main event as well, 99! So close. So, from a TEW perspective, I couldn't be happier with how tonight, as a pay-per-view, has turned out. I must say, and some TEW players may consider the asterisk in mind when it comes to the show score, I have run this show with crowd burnout turned off. And that's because of doing Sunday Night Heat on the same night. So I understand if some of you may be thinking, nah, you got 96, great show, but you turned off crowd burnout. Nah, that's cheating. And that's fine. That's the way you feel. You're absolutely fine to feel that way. If you want to know my reasoning for doing so, I explain this in the SmackDown episode, episode 25 in the conclusion. But in a nutshell, the reason why I did it, my argument is realism. That's the reason why I turned it off. So, the show itself came to a total of 225 minutes. That's 3 hours and 45 minutes. So I've taken advantage of the time that I've had. There's a percentage to... I don't know if it's the amount of minutes or if it's the percentage of how much you can book depending on how long you make the event. So I booked Fully Loaded as a 3-hour pay-per-view. That's what I set it to, 3 hours. So I think it's something like 25% variation over and under. So I could book as little as 2 hours and 15 minutes, but book as much as 3 hours and 45 minutes. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to use the time that I had to create more angles, and more so because of the visuals that I'm using in this story. And I think if I had crowd burnout turned on for this, taking into account crowd burnout comes in effect after the 3.5 hour mark when you combine all the shows. So after 1 hour of Sunday Night Heat and 2.5 hours into the pay-per-view, I think the final 3 matches, the Shane versus Kurt street fight, Matt Hardy versus Rhyno for the European title, and The Rock versus Stone Cold Steve Austin for the WWF title, would have suffered. Their scores wouldn't have been great. I certainly wouldn't have got a 99 for a main event, sadly. So, before I go through this show from the beginning with my thoughts and feelings, I just want to give a general overview of the pay-per-view as a whole, and to also talk about some of the things that are relevant to the pay-per-view from a non-TEW, probably a more cosmetic, maybe 2K leaning perspective. So, as you may have guessed by the style, the location, and the language used in this pay-per-view and the build-up to it, that the theme for Fully Loaded 2001 tonight was all centred around luck and gambling. What a surprise, eh? I haven't just made references to these in tonight's show, I've done them on episodes of Raw and SmackDown in preparation for tonight's show. But Edge might want to consider his possible Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas in 6 days' time. Do you feel luck is on your side when you face off against The Rock and Chris Jericho tonight? So he'll be hoping that another popular phrase comes true tonight: third time lucky. But Paul Heyman thinks Edge wishes his nationality was Irish right now, because if it's anything that Edge needs for tonight and for heading to Fully Loaded as a new Intercontinental Champion, it's luck. Does this jabroni holding a mic to The Rock, looking at The Rock, gawking at The Rock, ask such stupid questions that he's lucky that The Rock doesn't whoop his candy ass? Luck may be a lady, because he certainly isn't a £420 Samoan coming into tonight's title match. I like to think that using, I think it was like a dark yellow as opposed to gold, because I don't think it was an option for gold, for the ropes, steel steps, bottom of the announce desks, and the lighting and the crowd, added to that theme too. I should say as well, from a 2K perspective, the Fully Loaded pay-per-view design itself, the arena, Caesar's Palace, I did that alone. I've not actually borrowed from somebody else. I don't know if anybody's actually done a Fully Loaded 2001 set. There wasn't a pay-per-view in real life, so I thought I'm just going to design it myself. But again, as much as I liked the colour of it and I thought it was quite fitting to the theme, I can already think of one critique here. And so in the intro to this show, the hype package, the final segment is the Las Vegas sign. It's the last visual before it leads into the pay-per-view kicking off. And that's something I perhaps should have incorporated into the stage, putting it next to the Titantron, or maybe making it the Titantron, and the lower one can be the video itself for the superstars. I know WWE have done this in the past. I think during Las Vegas for the pay-per-view, which was Vengeance in 2005, this has been done. So there's one example of a critique already. So I borrowed the theme of luck and gambling because this was the theme to the previous year's Fully Loaded 2000. But the inspiration for me doing this actually comes from a review of that particular show last year. When I say last year, I mean last year in 2000. And that review is done by Brian Zane, better known by his YouTube channel, Wrestling with Regret. I do enjoy Brian's content, so I was really looking forward to his review of arguably one of the then WWF's best ever in-ring pay-per-views. Maybe I'm biased because I remember seeing it live in the UK. It's only the second ever pay-per-view I managed to watch after Backlash in April. But Fully Loaded 2000 is a fantastic show. But what struck me more about Brian Zane and the review that he did for the show was the more comical critiques that Brian Zane had for the pay-per-view itself. For instance, he talks about the... because they do the whole gambling theme itself, and he mentions the gambling hotbed of Dallas, Texas, in a rather comical tone. So I'll defer to Brian there, as Brian lives across the Atlantic from myself, so I think he knows what he's talking about. And I'm guessing when one thinks of Dallas, Texas, casinos is probably not top of that list, maybe. So I'm thinking casinos, then Las Vegas will obviously be best suited for tonight's location. It makes sense. I imagine Las Vegas would be the number one choice, but anybody in the US, is there a better example than Las Vegas? Tell me if I'm wrong. And whilst I'm there, if Las Vegas is number one, what would you consider number two? I mean, I'm going to hazard a guess that I would probably think Atlantic City in New Jersey. That would be number two. Because I had ideas of maybe perhaps I should do it in New Jersey instead. Las Vegas had already been done as a pay-per-view in 2001. That was the No Way Out pay-per-view in February. Another argument that Brian Zane talks about in the Fully Loaded 2000, more so the opening hype package for that show, is I think the announcer says something like their fate will be determined by the roll of the dice.
Fortunes will be made and possibly lost with one roll of the dice.
To which Brian nonchalantly replies, no they won't.
Those dice are fully loaded.
The dice are not fully loaded. And Brian mocks that phrase. It's not an applicable term, he says. And more so, I think that's the last thing they mention in reference to the casino for the whole of the show. The only thing that becomes relevant to the casino theme in that pay-per-view is the lower third, the graphics, to show that it's a casino theme, but that's it. So I took Brian's advice on board because, you know, when he was doing the review, he's totally talking to me through the video when I was thinking of an idea for tonight's pay-per-view. So I decided, alright, let's see if I can do a better job with the theme of luck and gambling. And so, in order to demonstrate how I can make this feel like gambling was a big part of it, I thought every match needed some kind of stipulation, whether it was a title or career, retirement, defection, something on the line at least in every single match. So at least there was something on the line, a risk versus reward approach. And hopefully I've achieved that objective there, but who knows, maybe I could have done more. For example, The Rock's promo with Lillian Garcia could have taken place in the casino itself, and The Rock's playing cards or roulette, and he turns over a card if he's playing cards and it's The Rock's face on it, which means he's going to win tonight because he guarantees he'll win the title. Or perhaps he's playing roulette and the ball lands in the number that The Rock called out before. It's his lucky number. Lucky 7, maybe because tonight would have been Rock's 7th WWF champion. Sorry, The Rock would have won the title for the 7th time. Or perhaps the number's being replaced by an image of The Rock himself because The Rock isn't lucky. He doesn't feel lucky, he makes his own luck. There's other non-TEW factors as well, more cosmetic. Again, they might be related to 2K, the video games itself, that I need to have a think upon. For example, the order of entrances when superstars come out for their match. So I've always believed it's heels that come out first, then faces. Although if a title is on the line, it's challengers, then champions who come out last. Even if the challenger is a babyface, i.e. the main event tonight, Rock comes out first as the face and the challenger, followed by Stone Cold Steve Austin, who's the heel and the champion. I know sometimes there'll be exceptions to the rule for, whatever reasons. For example, WrestleMania 17's opening match was William Regal, the heel, versus Chris Jericho, the babyface, and Chris Jericho's the Intercontinental champion. But it's Jericho that comes out first in this match. And I imagine the reason why is Jericho's coming out first is we've just got the show underway, the crowd are cheering, they're whooping, they're hollering, they're so excited that show's about to start. And you want to keep that momentum going by having a popular babyface coming out first. So in this sense, Jericho coming out was the perfect man to open up with WrestleMania 17. The entrances lead on to my next point. More so with matches that haven't had hype packages. I've cut off Superstars' entrances by talking and showing recaps, seeing what led to that particular matchup, which I think is a really good idea because at least it catches the viewer up with what they're watching in case they've missed any of the previous episodes. But the order of entrances that they come out with, the order of entrances may present an issue in this sense. For example, the triple threat match for the Intercontinental title match, so its order of entrances here: heel first, Edge; face second, Test; and champion last, who's the face, Rikishi. And I've given recaps to each individual superstar and the reason for them being involved in this match. But the issue is, as you're watching the entrances and recaps as time goes on, the recaps aren't chronological. I forget as I'm typing this, it's something like Edge was involved in something last week before tonight, Test was involved in something 2 weeks ago before tonight, and Rikishi's recap was that he won the Intercontinental title 3 weeks ago at last month's pay-per-view. So I don't know if I need to change the order of entrances to best fit a more chronological recap as you're watching the entrance coming out, or maybe keep it the way it is because hopefully you as the viewer is understanding what on earth I'm doing. Just things like that really. And I think the last point to mention here is, well, putting together matches. So for most of the matches I just let the CPUs battle it out. But more often than not, I will interject and control a superstar, maybe because they're not involved in the match enough for my liking, or maybe they're too involved perhaps. But also because, well, I need to match the way the match ends to what TEW says, i.e. Rikishi retains the Intercontinental title by defeating Edge with the Samoan Driver. And also, I've tried to keep the match length as close to what TEW has said. I think The Rock beat Austin for the title tonight, and was it 23 minutes 40 seconds? So I think I managed to edit, I think it was like two and a half hours of match footage in 2K itself of The Rock and Stone Cold. I managed to cut it down to what would eventually become 22 minutes and 12 seconds, and that's from bell to bell. It's an extremely lengthy process, but it is worth it, and more so when it's done. I must say, I'm no road agent, I've no wrestling experience. Unless sitting on my couch or at the cafe table at the local wrestling show counts. I don't know how to put a match together, but I just wanted to do something more visually engaging than text-based with this story. And yes, there's a lot that can be done better, but I'm still not sure about what moves can be done within 2K. For example, I had a hard time finding a way for the Dudley boys to put Just Incredible through the table using the 3D. Now, anybody who's 2K experienced, can that be done? And if so, how? I barely played the 2K games. The last WWE game I've really played a lot was WWE 13, so I've lots to catch up on there. There may be other cosmetic things as well, or 2K things, TEW things I may not have mentioned. By all means, please feel free to leave a comment and I'll answer the best I can. Right, so that's the general overview of the pay-per-view out of the way. So what I'm going to do now is work through the show chronologically, as I have my own thoughts on what happened with the matches and backstage segments tonight. We opened up with the impromptu match that was announced at the end of Sunday Night Heat, Christian going one-on-one with Kane in a no-holds-barred match, except that didn't happen because Kane was mysteriously attacked, and this led to The Undertaker replacing his brother in that match, pretty much destroying Christian in a matter of minutes. Several things to mention with this match. First, what I tend to do when it comes to booking for matches for the pay-per-view is I will do it immediately on the next show, Raw, after the previous pay-per-view, when I mean book it, not actually run the show. I just put all the matches together but don't book them, because I want to see who I've got used and who I haven't. And I click on the booking analysis box to see which superstars I've not used. So my first draft of this fully loaded pay-per-view, the analysis had shown me that I had not used The Undertaker and Kane. Oops. I've been using the Brothers of Destruction as a tag team in this story. A little bit of tension between them, but essentially they're still a tag team. And more so now after how this impromptu match went down. I needed a storytelling match as required by the product time booking in TEW, which is Attitude Entertainment. And this was it in essence, as the match wasn't very long. Second point about this match, I said to the conclusion of Sunday Night Heat, even after the announcement of Christian vs Kane at the end of the pre-show, that card is still subject to change. And there you go, it did, again. It ended up being Christian vs The Undertaker instead. Again, going back to the point of wrestling to do something in the pre-show that might pique the viewer's interest, if this was real life, to purchasing the pay-per-view, I like to think that changes on the fly brings a certain amount of unpredictability, which will hopefully make the viewer think, oh, I'm going to watch this show, I'm going to buy the pay-per-view, and find out what on earth happens next. But changes like this have to be done, 1, with care, and 2, sparingly, or occasionally. There's no point doing it all the time, otherwise it will leave the viewer desensitised and apathetic to the change, because they expect it. And also, if it's not done with care, but done just for the sake of it, there's always the chance that whatever's changed on the fly bleeds into nonsensicality. And with the greatest respect to WWF at this time, even if they have beaten WCW and Vince, or Shane, who has now bought the company, the World Wrestling Federation has been guilty as charged of some of the most nonsensical storylines in the company's history. Speaking of which, as I type this, how are we all feeling about John Cena's heel turn? It's now, I think he's now gone back to being a face, maybe? Has it worked? Is that an example of recent nonsensical booking? Honestly, I don't know about that at the moment. We'll have to wait until how the rest of his retirement run unfolds. But the main talking point about this opening match with Christian and The Undertaker is the mysterious attack of the Big Red Machine. Who done it? Was it Christian? Or was it one of the other people in the vicinity? You're going to have to wait to find out, but there will be more details about this on the next episode, which will be Raw. Triple threat match for the Intercontinental Championship. Now, as I said, I let the CPUs battle it until I take control and make the match end the same way as TEW was written. There are things beyond my control. I would have liked not to have happened weapons being brought out in this match. The rules state it's fine, as it is a triple threat. But I feel controlling all 3 superstars would have been too much effort and taken away from the flow of the match. With that being said, the fact that Edge, a Canadian, brought out a hockey stick was happenstance. And I think I ended up restarting this match so that there were more hockey sticks under the ring. So I thought, why not make this a story about a Canadian trying to bring back the gold to the land of the Maple Leafs? And Test is Canadian too, but seeing as there is no alliance between Test and Edge, maybe this match idea would have worked better with Christian instead of Test. The story coming into this match was interesting, because Rikishi hadn't won an Intercontinental title match since he won the title last month at King of the Ring. Since then, each Intercontinental title defence he's had, they've always been one-on-one, and Rikishi's always lost by DQ. But because it's a DQ, it means Rikishi still holds on to the gold. And I thought, that's great, so that's an interesting story. He's won the Intercontinental Championship in the greatest way possible, and he's then somehow become like the worst start to the Intercontinental Champion reign ever. So I thought the idea of having a triple threat, a match where there's no DQ, would mean if Rikishi did lose again this time, he will no longer be Intercontinental Champion. Or either that or Rikishi would win this time finally, but he'd have to use a weapon, which means Rikishi would remain champion and successfully for the first time. Even though it was like his 4th title defence, he's actually won it this time to keep the gold. The plan was always for Rikishi to return here, but I like to think I've somewhat presented him as an underdog, because since he hasn't won an Intercontinental title match since he's become champion, it might give the impression that, sure he's going to lose here, perhaps. Tables match for the tag team titles. Now, I get the feeling most of you who have watched enough WWF and WWE know that if one thing happens at a go-home show, then it's the opposite thing that happens at the pay-per-view. And yes, I've done that here, i.e. Spike Dudley the Dudley Boys beating Albert of X Factor on SmackDown. Dudley's were the last word before the pay-per-view, but X Factor therefore winning on pay-per-view. Another WWF WWE trope. If a stipulation benefits an individual or team, then chances are they're going to lose because it's unfathomable that they would. So the fact that Spike beat Albert, meaning the Dudleys will take on X Factor in a Dudley's specialty, the tables match at Fully Loaded, will lead to a shock victory for X Factor to once again become tag team champions. I get the feeling if you've watched enough wrestling, you the viewer will know that this trope happens all the time and it will be coming long before I'm talking about this conclusion. But I needed a title change tonight, and I felt the Dudleys had to be the sacrificial lambs, sadly. There's also the reasons why the Dudleys have lost the tag team titles tonight at their own game. And what has happened tonight already serves as the beginning of the next story involving the tag team titles going forward. I won't say anything more there. Vince McMahon in the ring with Mick Foley and Linda McMahon. So before the announcement of the new commissioner, Vince tells the audience that the WWF will be in Japan for an episode on SmackDown 2 weeks Thursday, and then Saturday 2 days after that. WWF will be in Japan for pay-per-view. Again, I want to do another pay-per-view abroad, a bit like Queen's Request in the UK. And I haven't quite finalised the pay-per-view, but I will say this won't be a WWF clean sweep this time. There will be a surprise or two maybe. And as for the new commissioner, sorry, it's not going to be Mick Foley. As much as I did enjoy his run as commissioner in 2000, I feel I've got a better idea for when the commissioner makes his debut, which will be on the next episode, Raw. 10-man tag team elimination match. Oh, this was quite hard to book. Definitely from a 2K perspective, as you can only have 8 superstars in the match at once, not 10. And I don't think I've done the best of cover-ups. I will mention about continuity errors soon. I've not done the best of cover-ups with the camera shots, trying to hide the fact that I couldn't get all 5 of one team in a camera shot. There might have been one shot that I did perhaps, but as soon as Dean Malenko followed Haku being eliminated, it made things a hell of a lot easier. Also, TEW 2020 doesn't allow me to choose who gets eliminated and in what order. So what the text told me, the way that the match went down, I was so lucky and happy with the way it came out, because that's exactly how I would have planned it. Give the heels the advantage with Jericho having to go it alone against Regal, Big Show and Triple H, and make Y2J look strong in this exchange, bring it down to just Jericho and Triple H, and then right at the end have interruptions from Stephanie Bossman and Hero to give Triple H, who's the sole survivor, a lucky victory, playing into the theme of luck for the game and his team. But at the same time, even though Jericho has lost, he's made him look really, really good in this exchange. I'd like to think so. So, cheers TEW 2020. Now I think TEW 9 actually allows you to choose the order that people get eliminated. So, again, 1 point more for TEW 9 in there, in the battle between which is the better game. So, Vince said he would make sure Triple H would win as long as Triple H would help Vince. And the make sure part was when Vince approached Bossman and Hero and Heat, the authoritarian and the rookie helping the game beat the King of the World. I wanted Triple H and the viewer to think, and there the trajectory changes. We'll have no more talk about WCW and no associations now that Jericho and the Radicalz are fired. Or at least that was the plan so far within the show. This is one of the matches I made as to make it feel like tonight was a big gamble, risk versus reward, all or nothing. The winners or losers. It's either getting a title shot as a winner of your choosing or being fired as a result of losing. So Jericho and the Radicalz are done. I will say I'm somewhat regretting this decision as to losing Jericho, Benoit, Malenko, Saturn and Guerrero in this story. And I explain why in a particular future episode, but I'm not telling you which one, you'll have to wait. The 6-pack challenge for the Hardcore Championship. Again, going by the theme of luck and chance, playing into RVD's cool gimmick that even if he has a 1 in 6 chance of remaining Hardcore Champion, he's still a confident champion. And also, like the Douglas Tables match, I can't get Rob Van Dam to do his 5-star frog splash move from anything other than a turnbuckle. I needed some kind of high spot in this match and thought a 5-star from the ladder to Steven Richards on the mat would be perfect, but I don't think this can be done in 2K. So I had to improvise by doing a net breaker off the top of the ladder through the table before then finishing with a 5-star frog splash. At least the viewer goes on and thinks, oh, at least something interesting has happened here. Arjun versus Jacqueline for the Women's Championship. Jacqueline to retire if she loses. And yes, pretty much like Giant Silver on Sunday Night Heat, the reason why I set this stipulation in tonight's women's title match is that Jacqueline had announced in the game TEW 2020 that she planned to retire the following month. So the women's title match just made its own story, really. I just had to make sure Jacqueline looked worthy as a challenger tonight. Although getting beat up backstage might not seem that way, but having the self-fulfilling prophecy dictated by the announcers that Jacqueline has Arja worried, and Arja felt she and Bull had to attack Jackie backstage to get the advantage for the title match tonight, would lead the viewer to think, maybe Jackie does have a chance of winning tonight. And more so in the introduction of Jacqueline's manager at ringside, Molly Holly, coming out to even the odds. I'm rather surprised that Jacqueline has decided to retire from an in-game perspective. I mean, in real life, Jacqueline continues to wrestle for at least another decade. I remember Jackie, she beats Chavo Guerrero and becomes Cruiserweight Champion in 2004. And then she's left WWE, she's gone to TNA, and she was the manager for the tag team Beer Money with James Storm and Robert Roode. That's 2008. But that being said, at least in this game, thank you, Jacqueline, and all the best in your future endeavours, as WWF, WWE like to say when a superstar's contract has been terminated / not renewed. The street fight, Kurt Angle versus Shane McMahon. For those watching the WWF in 2001, I think it's obvious where I stole this idea. In real life, the King of the Ring pay-per-view in June, the street fight between Shane and Kurt was already booked. Before Kurt faced off against Christian in the semi-final and Edge in the final, I think it was, in that show, with Shane costing Kurt the King of the Ring title, which is what I did for mine. There's a couple of differences with my story. One, I never felt with a real life street fight that what the potential gains were for that match. I mean, if Kurt beats Shane, then Kurt beats Shane, that's it. There was just pride on the line, and vice versa. So I felt I had to incorporate stipulations into my match with gains and losses for the winner and the loser. It kind of gives more of a reason for Shane to fight Kurt, as well as playing into the theme of tonight. 2, my story began with Shane inviting Kurt to join WCW, which I don't think the real life story did. It was just, Kurt, you have 3 letters, the 3 I's, but my name's Shane McMahon and I have 3 letters, and those letters are WCW. And I don't think Shane invites Kurt to join him in WCW, which is what I wanted to do for my story. Final point, I feel wrestling 3 times in the pay-per-view is a little much, and I think TEW may take that into account too. So it was just better to save this street fight for the following month's pay-per-view, in my case Fully Loaded. I also forgot to add the crazy or stunt bump to this match too, in the road agent notes. So when Kurt throws Shane off the platform to the ground, the crazy bump note might have helped me get a better score than I already did. And I think the product that I'm using, which is Attitude Entertainment, encourages crazy bumps too. As for the bump itself, from a cosmetic 2K perspective, from a viewer watching, I think Shane landing the concrete from the floor above might be unrealistic. I should have put a table in that spot, maybe. It would have cushioned Shane's fall and made it more believable that the WCW owner was somehow able to continue this match. Nevertheless though, really pleased with an 88 score for this match. That's great stuff. Matt Hardy versus Rhyno for the European Championship. I admit I don't think I've done too much here with this story as I should have, and I've put the match here sandwiched between the street fight and the main event, so it gives the viewer the time to compose themselves, or somebody watching the audience a breather before Rock versus Austin. I do want to play into the if Matt Hardy gets gored, he'll lose the title story here, and I was thinking of using that idea of Rhyno's Rhyno plus gore equals victory story going forward. But I think if I've done it, I'd have to do a bit of retconning, as I'm sure in the Rhyno vs RVD hardcore title match at King of the Ring, I think I've had Rhyno gore RVD, but RVD's kicked out after 2, so it won't really have worked. Having said that here, I like to think I've still protected Rhyno's finishing move in the sense that the referee hasn't been able to count the pin following Rhyno hitting the gore on Matt, because the referee was out when Rhyno hit the gore on the referee. And it was Rhyno deciding to let go of the pin rather than Matt kick out. The plan was always for Matt to retain here, but again, now that I'm talking to you about this, when I really get down to the nitty-gritty and I play the show with the recording and stuff and going for the match, sometimes I think to myself, did I make the right decision here? Maybe Rhyno should have won, but still, it's already happened. The show is done. Things must continue. Lillian Garcia's interview with The Rock. Of course, got to have a Rock interview at some point in the show. And yes, I totally stole the flirting that Rock did with Lillian from an episode of SmackDown in early September 2001, in which The Rock tells Lillian,
"You get wet with perspiration."
Very clever there, Rock. And that leads on to the main event. Stone Cold vs Rock WWF title, which has now become a no DQ match. So this is the rematch from WrestleMania. There is a lot here that you may recognise from the WrestleMania 17 match itself if you've seen it, and that was deliberate by design. I'll give you a few examples.
And I just wanted to get your thoughts on the shocking developments this past week.
You want shocking? You'll get shocking.
We've just witnessed the shocking development of Jericho and the Radicalz being fired due to the interruptions of Chris Hero and Big Boss Man.
So I'm going to give you the same reply. You want shocking again? Well, tonight, Michael Cole, you're going to get shocking again.
There
Now
will be
get...
only one World Wrestling Federation champion, and that will be Rock Stone Cold Steve Austin. With all due respect.
Check out my melody.
There can be only one WWF champion, and that will be The Rock, with all due respect.
This JR is the main event.
Let's take up the thing.
This is it, JR! This is what it's all about! The main event for the WWF Championship!
Let's send it to our ring announcer, Lillian.
The following contest is for the World Wrestling Federation Championship.
The following contest, scheduled for one fall, is for the World Wrestling Federation Championship, and
There will be no disqualification.
and I have just been informed that this match is now no disqualification.
What? No disqualification? You gotta be kidding me! What the...
Houston, Texas. Steve, here we go.
The Rock patiently waiting for Austin to come down, stalking his opponent. The People's Champion lightning right hands. There is no... There is no stare down like WrestleMania. Not that I think there would be tonight at Fully Loaded. The Rock...
JR notes that this is a very partisan Las Vegas crowd. Now it's the... Now it's The Rock. He's revered. He's the folk hero. It's The Rock who... It's The Rock who's reached
legendary status within the World Wrestling Federation.
a sharp... Austin's now back in this match. Austin slides in and sizes Rock up. He's Stone Cold looking for the stunner. Rock turns around and the People's... Champion manages to prevent the move. Rock looking for the rock bottom, but Austin manages to break free from the rock bottom. Austin grabbing his opponent, Irish whipping the Rock into the ropes, and Stone Cold following up with a vicious clothesline. So the idea I had in mind here is, if Austin versus Rock at WrestleMania was the start, which is Austin's heel turn, alliance with Vince, and run with the WWF Championship, then tonight at Fully Loaded, this has now become the finish, so to speak. Here, I wanted Austin and Rock, and the things that have happened between both of them, to come full circle. So a lot of what you've seen tonight has happened at WrestleMania, but if it happened to Austin at WrestleMania, it's happened to The Rock tonight, and vice versa. I deliberately controlled both superstars in this match, as I really wanted to recreate the WrestleMania match, almost move for move, but I'm not too sure how much of a success I've done. I'm not too sure how successful that was. I'm not too sure how successful I was in that venture. And also, when looking at the other matches on this show tonight, how much of a kick and punch match this was, but maybe that was a story that needed to be told because this was a brawl, even though I've set this match to regular. There were some things I wanted to include myself. I wanted to do the announce table break spot, which is so common within WWF, WWE. So the announce table was kept standing until when the Rock bottom Stone Cold Steve Austin. So yeah, everything comes full circle here tonight. Vince helps Austin beat The Rock for the WWF title at WrestleMania. Vince doesn't help Austin tonight, meaning Austin lost the WWF title to The Rock. I also felt that when it comes to watching other people, but the Invasion story, a lot tend to do the rematch between The Rock and Austin. But I don't think I've ever seen a rebooking where The Rock wins the WWF title back from Austin clean. There's always been some kind of interruption. A case of, Rock looks like he's about to win. Oh no, what's this? It's the WCW Invasion! And The Rock never wins the WWF title because it gives way to the WCW Invasion actually starting. But I don't want that to happen just yet. I did want The Rock to win clean and to beat Austin for the title tonight. More so because I felt at this moment in time, looking back, The Rock deserved his flowers and to be the man to dethrone Austin for the title. I don't think The Rock has ever beaten Austin in a pay-per-view at this point. In real life, he'd have to wait until WrestleMania 19, which is that April 2003? Another great match. Incidentally, having Austin as a heel in this story of the Invasion, as the Invasion itself is approaching, I think it's actually a really good idea. I don't think it was designed that way, but accidentally, I think it's worked out really well. I'm not going to explain why, that won't be until way down the line. So having The Rock as the warrior babyface WWF champion, leader of the people in this Invasion story is probably better than Austin. But again, you'll find out why in due time. So, I said that the story of Austin and The Rock here has come full circle since WrestleMania. I say it's come full circle, that doesn't mean the circle has been closed yet between these two. There's more to come. Final thoughts. Again, just going back to the general overview of the show as I'm looking back at this pay-per-view. Again, more looking at this show tonight from a real life perspective. I wanted to play into the theme of the casino, luck, gambling, etc. Each match having some kind of stipulation. But I think out of the 9 matches tonight, I think 6 involved the use of weapons. So I'm not too sure if the theme tonight was not so much the casino, but rather what would eventually become the theme of Extreme Rules as a pay-per-view / PLE, where most matches had stipulations that involved the use of some kind of weapons. So if there's ever a chance that I did want to keep this save going beyond Invasion, there might be an idea to keep Fully Loaded as a theme for a pay-per-view that maybe involves weapons, or the casino, or both. So when it comes to July 2002, we'll see. I think also when it comes to looking back at how many interruptions there were in this match, I think there were only 3 or 4 matches, I can't remember, that didn't have interruptions. Again, I could imagine somebody like Brian Zane watching this and thinking, a match with another interruption? Oh, really? But it was quite common for WWF during the Attitude Era. It was definitely common for WCW during this era as well. I'd like to think that there was a reason as to why, or at least there will be reasons as to why the interruptions were happening, not just for the sake of it. But I can understand that viewers may look back and think, oh, grown, another interruption. Absolutely understandable. Also, I've noticed that there are several errors within this show. I've called some moves wrong, I'm sure. There's definitely one in the tables match. Can you tell me what it is? And there are some continuity errors as well, as I mentioned. I.e. Rock clearing the announce table in the main event, and then in a later shot you see that the announce table has the cover back on. Whoops. So, as much as there are improvements to work on with the show, more so from my end, audio as well, perhaps using a mic effect when doing promos, as if it sounds like the superstars are talking in an actual building, rather than me talking on the mic like I'm doing now. Things like that to consider. But that being said, I'm really pleased with how tonight has turned out, both production wise as well from a TEW perspective. I think so far this could definitely be classed as my magnum opus from the perspective of doing a YouTube video. But please let me know your thoughts on improvements that I could do with as well too. Thank you. Right, I swear I'm all talked out when it comes to this episode. But before we move forward, as usual, I want to give shout outs to all you wonderful people. First, my brother Sam, whose comments, certainly from a cosmetic and tech standpoint, are invaluable. Definitely somebody that understands YouTube a hell of a lot better than I do. And also very encouraging when it comes to the process of making videos. So, Sam, thank you as always. I guess I should thank the Z-Man himself, Brian Zane, Wrestling with Regret, for the inspiration for this theme of this pay-per-view. Thank you. For speaking of inspiration for doing this InVasion storyline in general, thank you Hoppin' Mad, as it was your OG InVasion story on TEW 2020 that inspired me to start this. Hope you're doing well. Samuel Coe, who's done a really interesting rebooking of the InVasion on his channel, more so with a focus on accuracy and practicality. It's not a TEW game, he's just done it from his own personal perspective. But it's really good. It's certainly a lot more so than mine when it comes to accuracy and practicality, like I said. More so you'll discover this as time goes on, because mine will start to become more fantastical. But thank you, Samuel. Northblood, whose channel is going well, he's doing a TW9 save on New Japan. Thanks for your comments. Check out Northblood if you're a fan of New Japan Wrestling. Just Brendan, thank you for your comments. Really enjoyed our discussions on both the InVasion and Hogan in TNA stories. Check out Just Brendan's channel if you're a fan of the visuals when it comes to pro wrestling. Shima, hopefully I've pronounced that right. Thank you so much for your comment on the episode of Sunday Night Heat. It really is amazing how a single comment that's really so positive can make all the difference. So thank you very much. And literally as I'm typing this, just getting feedback from Simple Crisis. Much appreciated for your comments as well, thank you. And last, but certainly by no means least, Dave Mack Wrestling, who's just recently started a TEW9 story with the WWF in 1992. And personally I'm loving it. Not just a story, but the visuals of the long form promos of superstars as well as the voiceovers. It's really engaging. And Dave, put that cigarette out! I need to work on my Mean Gene impression, and yes, that might be a spoiler with that admission. Great stuff as always, Dave, and thank you for your support too. I hope I've covered everybody here with comments, so apologies and a thank you to anyone who has commented that I've forgotten to thank, but thank you. I swear, I'm almost done with chewing your ear out, but I just want to talk about where we go from here in the story. So, I won't tell you what to expect on Raw tomorrow night with graphic announcements and matches. Admittedly, because I'm not quite finalised what I plan to do for Raw, because there's a hell of a lot of fallout involved. But things to think about for you, and me as well, for the next episode. So, first of all, who is Kane's mystery attacker? Could it really be Christian? Could it be any of the other superstars who were around when Undertaker came to the aid of Kane? Who will be the new commissioner when Vince makes his announcement on Raw? What we do know is that the commissioner will not be Mick Foley. And speaking of Mick Foley, who's he bringing with him to Raw? He's someone that Triple H and Stephanie know quite well, apparently. As for Triple H, the game and his team have won the 10-man Tag Team Elimination match. So Triple H, Big Show, Haku, Raven and William Regal have the choice of any title shot they want at any time. So will one of them, or maybe all of them, cash in their opportunities on Raw? But they are not the only superstars that are due a WWF title shot, or rather due a title shot, because Kurt Angle, he beat Shane McMahon, so the Olympic gold medalist, he will be owed a title shot, but it will be for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Will that be on Raw? And if that's the case, does that mean that Shane McMahon, the WCW owner, will introduce the WCW champion on Raw? But what about the main event tonight at Fully Loaded? We'll hear from all three superstars involved in that title match. Why has Vince turned his back on Austin? What's with this new trajectory that he keeps talking about? And how will Stone Cold Steve Austin react to the fact that the chairman has turned his back on the Texas Rattlesnake? And that the Bionic Redneck is no longer the WWF champion, because The Rock is the new WWF champion. And we will definitely hear from the Great One on Raw as the new and now 7-time WWF champion will speak. But of course, probably the biggest question of all of these is Eric Bischoff, the former president of WCW, no doubt Satan himself dressed in a leather jacket, as the WWF would say, has interrupted The Rock's celebrations. But why is Bischoff here? We just might find out on the next episode. Folks, that is it. I swear I'm done. The only thing to mention is the next pay-per-view. Now, as I haven't quite confirmed the Japanese pay-per-view in 2 weeks, I can confirm what the next pay-per-view in the US will be. It's one of the big 5. I'm not changing the name. In fact, I'm not even changing the theme song from the pay-per-view itself, as it just fits so well into the zeitgeist of WWF in 2001 in real life. So thank you so much for checking out this video. Thank you for bearing with me with this episode in what's taken 6 months in a process to get out. And as ever, thank you so much for watching as I reveal the next American pay-per-view, because soon it will be time to let the bodies hit the...